Chapter 283. As soon as the position of the head merchant was confirmed, the entire capital went crazy. The result was beyond everyone's imagination. The first position of the head merchant usually belonged to the few families in the past. No one would have thought that the Wen family would get it this time. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Among them, the Li family was a dark horse. The Li family, which had a king-level warrior, surprisingly lost the position this time. None of the 3 warriors they had sent had returned, which was shocking. For the Li family, which had a king-level warrior, the head merchant position was not affected too much because they had a king-level warrior. As for the other families, they were not as lucky as the Li family. You said that the master Shuang Mu, invited by the Wen family, might be the same Lin Fei who injured Li Yong and stole the metal in Tent Realm? Outside the arena, Li Bing said word by word, looking at Li Feng. Facing elder Li Bing's doubtful face, Li Feng had to continue. If he could, he wouldn't mind slapping elder Li Bing's face. Unfortunately, Li Feng didn't dare. Elder Li Bing was stronger than him in terms of status, strength, and influence. At the same time, he had a large network of connections. No matter what, he couldn't beat him unless he became a king-level warrior one day. Was that possible? Impossible, unless the sun rose from the west. I do doubt it. The Lin family has 2 intent realms. One is the metal intent realm, and the other is the wind intent realm. Elder Jin Zhong was at the cryptic spirit realm, but he couldn't react in time. The opponent is only at the dark master realm. How many people like him can you find? Li Feng continued to speculate. Li Bing looked at him coldly. Do you think I will believe you? Don't try to fool a 3-year-old. Lin Fei is being hunted down in the demonic beast mountain range. Even if he's still alive, do you think he'll come to the imperial capital? Provoke the Li family? Only someone like you would dare to say such nonsense. Li Feng's face turned red. Elder Bing, as long as you check where this Grandmaster Shuang Mu appeared from, you will definitely find some clues. I can guarantee that. Li Bing didn't believe Li Feng's words at all. Between the 2 of them, one was a direct descendant and the other was a branch descendant. They had always been fighting each other. Now that something big had happened, of course, he wouldn't give Li Feng a chance to redeem himself. Not to mention, Lin Fei had stolen the concept of metal. Unless he had eaten a leopard's gall, he wouldn't dare to take even half a step into the imperial capital. I'm in charge here. It's not your turn to tell me what to do and what not to do. You'd better think about how to explain this matter. After saying that, Li Bing left with a dark face. The Li family had lost the position of one of the top 10 general merchants. Li Bing had a headache and didn't know how to explain it. Especially since so many disciples of the Li family had died, it was no different than suffering in silence. Looking at Li Bing's back, Li Feng cursed inwardly. You bastard! It's obvious that you want me to be the scapegoat. How can you say it in such a dignified way? You're a jerk. When we find out that Grandmaster Shuang Mu is Lin Fei, I'll see how you face the anger of the patriarch. Coming out of the arena, Lin Fei walked along the street and returned to the Wen family. After a short rest, he personally visited the Li family in the evening. Not long after he came out, walking on the street, Lin Fei was stopped by 2 men in black. Your Excellency is Grandmaster Shuang Mu, right? One of the men in black said expressionlessly. Lin Fei was vigilant. I am Grandmaster Shuang Mu. And you are? From the moment the 2 of them appeared, Lin Fei could tell that they were not simple. They were not people that ordinary people could possess. Their gazes were filled with disdain. Our master wants to see you. Lin Fei refused without hesitation. I'm not going. I don't know your master. From the bottom of his heart, Lin Fei didn't like this kind of people who wanted to see him. Did they really think they were the king? If they had the ability, they could come out by themselves. Disbelief flashed in the eyes of the 2 men in black. Did this Grandmaster, Shuang Mu, know the power of their master? Countless people wanted to be favored by their master and become his dog. In the end, this kid actually rejected it flatly. They almost doubted whether they had heard it wrong. How could there be such a person? Didn't he know that if he was valued by his master, even if he couldn't soar to the sky, his value would double in the future? Even if he was a dog, it was better than a mediocre life. Boy, do you know what you're doing? Lin Fei said with a smile. Of course I know. Isn't it just that your bullshit master wants to see me? If he really wants to see me, then come in person. Don't hide behind him. Do you really think you're the king? The two men were furious. Insulting the master, you're courting death. The two men in black were furious. One of them turned his palm into a fist and punched at Lin Fei's chest like a black shadow. Obviously, he wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Crack! Lin Fei didn't move at all. He grabbed the two fists with his left and right hands and exerted force downward. Suddenly, there was a sound of bones breaking. Then, he threw them out. Get lost! The two men flew into the air and were thrown out by Lin Fei as if they were sandbags. Despicable people are everywhere. After the two men in black flew out, they fell on the ground and rolled on the ground. They got up and looked over with hatred. Their eyes were filled with fear. They looked at each other and left with hatred. In a luxurious golden carriage. The third prince, Xianxia, was sitting in front of a tea set, sipping fragrant tea. Your Highness, it's a mess. The two men in black knelt in the carriage, not daring to make a sound. You did it. His calm voice caused their hearts to beat faster, and a wave of fear spread out from their hearts. We did it. Master Shuang Mu is suspected to be a body refining martial artist. Xianxia took a sip of fragrant tea. His every movement was elegant and profound. This Grandmaster Shuang Mu is quite interesting. He actually dared to refuse this prince. Who knows how many people have used all sorts of methods just to meet him, but he actually gave up. The foreheads of the two men in black were full of cold sweat, because they knew that when the third prince was quiet, it meant that he was angry. You did something wrong, but you still dare to come back. You're just trash. What's the use of keeping you? Xianxia raised his fair fingers and made a grabbing motion in the air. The two of them groaned and fell to the ground. No one has ever been able to refuse this prince's recruitment. Those who refuse this prince will die. Make the arrangements. This prince doesn't want to see this person again. In the Wen family, when Lin Fei came back, the people of the Wen clan looked at him with friendly gazes. There was no need to say how polite they were. As soon as the result of the arena came out, they immediately came back to report. As soon as Lin Fei came back, the Wen family already knew the result. At this time, they all looked at Lin Fei with admiration. Because of Master Shuang Mu's help, their family could keep their position, turn over a new leaf, and reverse the situation. In the next 10 years, they didn't need to worry about anything. I knew that Master Shuang Mu could do it. He walked into the small yard. Lin Fei saw Wuxia and Zhang Yun waiting for him in the yard. Your Wen family is too enthusiastic. Along the way, Lin Fei felt that he had become a national protected animal. People kept paying attention to him, and even many girls kept sending him radio waves. When Wuxia burst into laughter, which was extraordinarily beautiful. That's because Master Shuang Mu helped the Wen family a lot. Zhang Yun's face recovered a lot, and he gave a thumbs up. Master Shuang Mu is really amazing. This wine was specially prepared for you, Master Shuang Mu. When Wuxia knew about the situation, and her face was full of disbelief. When an elder came back and confirmed that everything was true, when Wuxia felt like she was dreaming. Good wine, I like it. Good wine was indeed good wine. Lin Fei drank a lot, and a thick true essence was in his body, so he wasn't too drunk. Zhang Yun left very early. In the yard, when Wuxia was left alone. Master Shuang Mu, can I ask you a question? When Wuxia's pretty face was red, and she was exceptionally attractive, especially her eyes, which were extremely charming. She looked at Lin Fei and kissed his red lips. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of wine. Miss Wen, you are so smart. Is there anything that you can't guess? I am very curious. Why did you help our own family? This question had been in when Wuxia's heart for a long time. Lin Fei smiled. Can I not say it? No. Then how about I tell you tomorrow? Let's drink today. Then it's a deal. Drinking like this with a beautiful woman was a different experience. At night, Lin Fei rejected the Wen family's banquet and came up with an excuse that he needed to recover from his injuries. As for the 1,000,000 pure yuan pills, he accepted it without hesitation. 1,000,000 pure yuan pills was a huge sum. Including the pure yuan pills that he got from killing people, Lin Fei now had no less than 8 million pure yuan pills on him. Other than the big families and sects, no martial artist of this level would have such wealth. Midnight, a black shadow came out of the Wen family and disappeared into the night. Finally, I can relax. After completing Zhang Wen's request, Lin Fei felt relaxed. He had never felt so relaxed before. Previously, when he was under pressure, he felt like he couldn't think straight. Now that the stone in his heart had been lifted, everything was fine. Right now, his thoughts were all clear. When he came out of the Wen family, he was surrounded by darkness. He looked at a place, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. If I do good deeds, I will be watched. I really can't be a good person. Near the Wen family, there are people watching the main gate of the Wen family and even the back gate. If not for his excellent movement technique, he might have been discovered. Facing these spies, Lin Fei twitched his mouth. He would not do anything and let them continue to watch. However, just as he was about to leave, Lin Fei sensed something infuriating. In a loft near the main street of the Wen family. What are you 18 families doing? Why is Master Shuangmu not dead yet? Lei Wei was in a bad mood in the loft, and he roared. When he saw someone return and heard that the Wen family had taken first place, Lei Wei almost fainted from anger. Is this the 18 families? Guaranteed to be safe? Bullshit, bullshit. Opposite Lei Wei sat two middle-aged men, and they did not look too good. Young Master Lei, are you sure that Master Shuangmu is as weak as you said? Du Shan asked with a sullen face. In order to avenge King Fei Ying and Yu Guang, they did not expect to suffer such a big setback. Lei Wei was guilty. In order to save the damsel in distress, he had won Wen Rushue's favor. But when he heard the 18 families, he was frightened and embarrassed. Later, he was not satisfied, and especially after seeing Wen Rushue's actions, he was even more unhappy. So he secretly found the 18 families and sold the information. You should not be strong, just a little bit stronger than King Fei Ying and the others. What do you mean by a little bit stronger? Du Shan sneered. If not for the inaccurate information you provided, how could the experts we arranged not return? Lei Wei was also angry. You 18 families keep saying that you want to kill Master Shuangmu and boast about how strong you are. Look at you now. He is happy in the Wen family. Is this the strength you were talking about? Du Shan, young Master Lei, we should think about this at length. Xiao Dao and Wang Quan are both dead. We need to go back to the headquarters of the 18 families and report the situation. At that time, Master Shuangmu will definitely die. The other middle-aged man who had been silent finally spoke. His voice was very heavy, and it made people's hearts tremble. No wonder the people of the 18 families came to kill me. So that's what happened. Hearing such an outrageous thing, Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would think that the scene in front of him was real. When he was in the land of dreams, Lin Fei had doubts in his heart about who had betrayed him. After hearing Lei Wei's words, all his doubts were cleared. There was a traitor. Lin Fei remembered clearly what had happened on the official road. Except for the people of the Wen family, it seemed like no one else knew about that scene. Unless someone saw it occasionally, but the chances were not high. Lin Fei had always thought that someone in the Wen family had leaked the secret, which led to the 18 families coming to kill him. He did not expect that it was Lei Wei who had leaked the secret. The headquarters of the 18 families? Lin Fei took note of it. Originally, he was going to kill his way in. After hearing about the headquarters of the 18 families, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. Casting a long line to catch a big fish. As for the 18 families, Lin Fei was quite angry. He had always wanted to find trouble with the 18 families. After hearing about it, he changed his mind at the last minute. He could go to the Li family again, but the headquarters of the 18 families might not be that easy to find. In the Imperial City, there were countless news about the 18 families. The only thing he did not know was where the headquarters of the 18 families were. There were even people who offered a high price for it. Unfortunately, he had not found anything until now. In the attic, it was soon quiet. Lei Wei sneaked out from the back door and quickly flashed into a small alley. It seemed that he was very clear about the situation in this area. Chapter 284. Damn Master Shuang Mu, even this can't kill him. In the alley, Lei Wei was cursing and cursing. His temper was extremely bad. No, this young master must kill that brat. If the 18 clans can't do it, I can find someone else. There must be someone who can kill him. No matter what, this brat must die. Why is he stronger than this young master? Why did he win over Miss One? Why? Because I'm stronger than you. A sudden sound appeared in the alley. Who? A black shadow flashed past. Thud! Lei Wei's protective aura rippled and was kicked to pieces. He crashed heavily against the hard wall, causing rubble to fall. Bang! Kacha, kacha! Before Lei Wei could understand what was happening, a mountain appeared on his body, causing him to be unable to breathe. Intense pain spread throughout his body. It's you? A look of fear flashed across Lei Wei's face. What? Didn't you just say you want to kill me? A cold smile hung on Lin Fei's face as he stepped on Lei Wei's body, crushing countless bones. You? Why are you here? What do you want? This young master is the young master of the Lei family. If you dare to touch this young master, the Lei family will not let you off. A sense of fear spread from his heart. Lei Wei did not expect that such a secretive matter would be discovered by the opponent, especially when he followed him all the way to the alley without knowing. Lin Fei curled his lips. You young masters love to say such things. Unfortunately, this old man does not like it. I saved your life out of kindness, but you repaid my kindness with enmity and wanted to find the 18 families to kill me. Now, I will kill you first, then find the 18 families to settle the score. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am a young master of the Lei family. You cannot kill me. Lei Wei was terrified. His body trembled and struggled. How could Lin Fei let such a despicable person go? Even if it was the emperor, he would kill him without hesitation. Bang! Lin Fei stepped on Lei Wei's body. The force of 10,000 Jin was like a mountain. Lei Wei screamed and exploded like a watermelon. This is the result of being a despicable person. Lin Fei's thoughts cleared up. After collecting the spoils of war, Lin Fei left the alleyway and burned the corpses. In the attic, are we really going to the headquarters? Dushan asked. I have no choice but to go. Since such a big thing has happened, I have to give the higher-ups an explanation. Master Shuang, Moon must have something to do with the changes in the land of dreams. The middle-aged man said word by word. When are we leaving? The middle-aged man stood up. Let's go. All right. The two of them quietly left the attic and followed the alleys of the imperial capital. They quickly left the imperial capital and appeared outside the outer city. Unbeknownst to him, there was someone tailing him. The movement skills of these two are pretty good. Lin Fei transformed into a breeze and leisurely followed behind. Other than king-class experts, no one else could sense that someone was following them. After traveling a few hundred li, the middle-aged man, who had been flying, stopped. His sharp eyes looked behind him, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Uncle Chung, what happened? I don't know why, but I feel that something is wrong. Li Chang stopped. Dushan was shocked. It can't be. The two of us are late cryptic class experts. Why would anyone follow us? Our base in the imperial capital has never been exposed. Li Chang said. Maybe I'm overthinking. The two of them paused for a moment and then flew out again. This time, they were more careful than before, and they would turn around from time to time. A day later, the two of them confirmed that no one was following them. They appeared in a desert. This was the desert of death of the Tianhai dynasty. Strong winds blew all year round, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Few creatures could survive in the desert. The two of them entered the desert. Not long after, Lin Fei flew up, and he had a look of realization. Damn, are the people of the 18 families underground rats hiding in the desert? No wonder the people in the imperial capital could not find their headquarters even after searching the entire Tianhai dynasty. The desert of death was huge. Apart from the deathly stillness, there were no living creatures in sight. Half a day later, deep in the desert of death, in front of a barren mountain, the two of them stopped in front of it and went down through an underground tunnel and then disappeared without a trace. So it's here. Lin Fei did not dare to use his perception power to probe. The 18 families must have many experts to be able to last until now. It would be bad if he was discovered. An hour later, in front of the mountain, two figures appeared again. Uncle Chung, I told you that no one would come. Think about it. The headquarters of the 18 families is not that easy to find. Dushan said disapprovingly. Be careful, you can't be wrong. The two of them made a sudden move, and after confirming that no one was following them, they left for real. What a smart person. Lin Fei emerged from the desert. He was going to go in, but then decided to wait. Because a martial artist's perception was sometimes very accurate. That was why the scene before him happened. After confirming that they had left, Lin Fei landed in front of the mountain and found the dark tunnel. It turned out to be a rune's camouflage. With the power of the yellow sand, no one could see through it. Below the tunnel, it was pitch black, and at the end, there was a fire. Lin Fei did not act rashly. His eyes turned, and he suddenly had an idea. A doppelganger appeared behind him, wearing the same black robe with a cold expression. In this kind of place, it's better not to take risks. Losing a doppelganger is nothing. Lin Fei learned to be smart. Darkness sneak. The doppelganger immediately merged into the darkness. Lin Fei's main body left the tunnel and hid not far away. His entire mind was focused on the doppelganger. At the end of the fire, in the darkness, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that under the desert, there was a natural cave. Inside, there was a fire, and people came and went. These people were dressed differently, and there were actually 18 different outfits. Obviously, this was the division of the 18 families. At the same time, when family, small courtyard. He left. When Wuxia said disappointedly, Guan Mingchong stood next to her and said, people like Master Shuang Mu won't stay in one place all the time. This kind of people's stage is outside. Miss, this is left by Master Shuang Mu. The maid handed a piece of paper to her. When Wuxia took the paper, and a moment later, there was a touch of shock in her eyes. So he is from the Divine Force sect. What? From a Divine Force sect? In addition to the two of them, there were two elders standing behind them. One of them quickly grabbed the paper, and the two looked at each other. So this is it. Immediately, the two showed a regretful expression and turned to report the situation. They would never have thought that the person who helped them was not a rogue cultivator, but a disciple of the Divine Force sect. I knew that our family would not have such good luck. When Wuxia murmured to herself, in the hall of the Wen family. Hearing the news, everyone was stunned and couldn't react for a while. The Divine Force sect, the Buluo dynasty, one of the three sections. The rapid development of the Wen family was due to the old patriarch of the previous generation, who gave up his talent to develop the Wen family to this level. The patriarch was a registered disciple of the Divine Force sect. Generations of patriarchs and some core figures knew that. I didn't expect this. The patriarch of the Wen family let out a long sigh. We missed a chance to make friends. His tone was full of annoyance and regret. In the Death Desert, the headquarters of the 18 families. The overall strength of the 18 families is really terrifying. Fortunately, I came in with a doppelganger and used the dark stealth and was almost discovered several times. In just a short half an hour, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the 18 families. The members of the 18 families in the Tianhai dynasty were indeed worthy of the reward. If the 18 families formed a family, it would definitely be a giant in the Tianhai dynasty. I have gone to 3 areas, and now there's only 1 area left. And at this time, a group of people came in the passage. Hurry up, everyone hurry up. These things have to be sent to the warehouse. If you're late, you will have to bear the consequences. A martial artist in a red robe berated the people behind him with an expressionless face. Lin Fei happened to see this scene, and the word warehouse fell into his ears. He could not help but have a thought. Could this warehouse be the main warehouse of the 18 families? Barging into the headquarters of the 18 families. Other than checking, Lin Fei actually had the idea of making a fortune. After knowing the strength of the 18 families, he was more interested in making a fortune. The natural underground cave was huge, and people who were not familiar with it would easily get lost. It was like walking in a huge maze. In front of the huge stone door, the martial artist in a red robe stopped. Token. The martial artist in a red robe took out a red token. Beside the stone door stood 4 martial artists with a steady aura. They were all in the late cryptic spirit realm. Go in. Creak, 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 creak. The huge stone door opened, revealing a pitch-black passage. In the passage, there was a martial artist in a black robe every few steps apart. Their strength was in the cryptic spirit realm, which shocked someone. There were quite a lot of experts in the 18 families. At the end of the passage, there was another stone door. Just like the previous time, apart from checking the token, everyone was also checked. This time, it was much stricter. When they came to the third stone door, there was a martial artist in a black robe standing in front of them. He was in the peak cryptic spirit realm. A powerful perception swept over. Lin Fei hid in the darkness and was shocked. This person is the strongest cryptic spirit realm I have ever seen. In his memory, other than King Kong, who was stronger than him, there was no other martial artist like him. Fortunately, it was a clone, and he had Master Darkness Stealth. When the perception swept over, the martial artist in a black robe did not sense anything wrong and opened the stone door, letting them in. Lin Fei took the opportunity to enter the stone door. The warehouse of the 18 families is huge. When Lin Fei entered through the stone door, he saw a huge storeroom. This allowed him to see what a real storeroom looked like. Rows and rows of neatly arranged wooden shelves were filled with items. Chapter 285. Calm down, calm down. Lin Fei almost fainted at the sight of such a huge warehouse. No, he fainted because of the immense happiness he felt. The spoils of war from the previous battles paled in comparison to this. They were too weak. Thankfully, Lin Fei's mental fortitude was good. He realized that once there was any movement, the black-clothed martial artist outside the stone door would sense it immediately. I've struck it rich this time. It feels so much better than robbing demonic beasts. Lin Fei was the typical type of person who did not worry about the situation when faced with a huge temptation. If anyone else knew that there was a mystic spirit great perfection martial artist guarding outside the stone door, they would definitely be extremely nervous and unable to remain calm. Lin Fei was considered an exception. In Lin Fei's eyes, a mystic spirit great circle expert was nothing much. With a golden thug like King Kong by his side, he would definitely be able to buy himself some time. It would only be a matter of time before he could leave. Nervous? Afraid? That was completely unnecessary. 10 minutes later, the red-robed martial artist led his men out of the warehouse. The stone door closed with a bang, and the warehouse was silent. Damn it, they actually set up a runes array. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Be it the wooden shelves or the huge pile of materials, they were all shrouded in a layer of gentle white light. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Now Lin Fei understood why there was only a mystic spirit great perfection martial artist guarding outside. It turned out that there was a runes array in the warehouse. It seemed that the runes array was of a high level. Lin Fei snuck into the depths of the warehouse. After confirming that there was no danger, he came out. What a loss. I should have let my main body in. Looking at the densely packed runes array, Lin Fei could only stare. Was he going to watch the treasure mountain return empty-handed? Come here for nothing? His main body in? He did not know when he would encounter such a good opportunity again. At such a close distance, even Lin Fei had no confidence in his martial arts. The black-clothed man's senses were very strong. He seemed to have cultivated this before. It's a must to take things, and the more the better. Lin Fei made up his mind. After pondering for a while, an idea popped up in his mind. In the warehouse, the little thing was lying on Lin Fei's shoulder excitedly. Fortunately, little thing is here. Otherwise, I would have worked for nothing today. The little thing was a spatial beast that could travel through the void. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't miss this opportunity. He brought the fire thunder bead and the bag over, intending to plunder everything. He was originally worried that the stone door would block the little thing, but in the end, it passed through without any mishap. This once again proved how powerful a beast that could travel through the void was. It's a pity that the system space can't bring them over, so I can only focus on selecting items. Lin Fei's clone showed a hint of regret. The storeroom was huge. Lin Fei started with the wooden frame. On the wooden shelves, there were some medicinal herbs packed in wooden boxes. Lin Fei temporarily did not know how to refine pills, so he gave up for now. The little thing became the best thief. The rune's formation couldn't stop the little thing from traveling through the void. Lin Fei was shocked. Spatial beasts were indeed powerful. Especially the void travel, it was too awesome. If the 18 families knew that there was a beast that could travel through the void and ignore the existence of the rune's formation, they would probably vomit blood. Lin Fei thought naughtily. Mystic technique manuals? When he saw the manuals, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Yellow upper grade, Dragon Catcher Hand. Yellow middle grade, Wind Cloud Divine Kick. Yellow upper grade, Poison Dragon Whip. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with points as he looked at the manuals one by one. I'll take it, Lin Fei didn't want low-grade and middle-grade martial arts, but high-grade yellow-class martial arts. High-grade yellow-class martial arts, no matter if he brought it back or left it to the family, with the power of high-grade yellow-class martial arts, he could definitely build a powerful family. This was the only thing Lin Fei could do at the moment. Lin Fei didn't want his family to be suppressed by others after he left. As long as he had enough resources, he believed that his family would rise quickly. In the future, when he returned, he wouldn't have to worry about being destroyed. This could be considered as compensation to the previous Lin Fei. Along the way, he had collected no less than 100 yellow-class martial arts. It's a pity that there aren't any mystic martial arts. Lin Fei did not have any extravagant hopes of finding a profound ranked martial art in the storeroom. In such a large empire, there were probably only 1 or 2 profound ranked martial arts. After all, there were only a few king-level experts, and they could be counted on one hand. After collecting the mystic martial arts, Lin Fei stared at everything. So many pure, elemental pills. How long will it take to refine them all? When he saw the mountain of pure, elemental pills, Lin Fei almost drooled. The mountain of pure, elemental pills was definitely a huge number. Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? Lin Fei couldn't figure it out. There were quite a few pure, elemental pills. Looking over, it was like a white mountain attracting people's attention. Anyone who saw this scene, even a king-class expert, would be tempted even if the pure elemental pills were low-grade and not high-grade ones. With so many pure elemental pills, Lin Fei started to worry, because the bags he brought in couldn't even contain them. If the system space was still there, Lin Fei wouldn't have to worry. He could take as many as he wanted. Let's look around first. There should be some space bags similar to Chinquan bags in the storeroom. Done. In the storeroom, Lin Fei found 3 high-level Chinquan bags. The space in the Chinquan bags was huge, almost the size of a basketball court. They were all sealed by the rune's formation. Fortunately, with the help of the little guy, he could travel through the void and the rune's formation without any pressure. This guy was now a glutton, traveling through the rune's formation, swallowing pure elemental pills without worrying about his stomach exploding. It was like a bottomless pit. When the first Chinquan bag was filled, Lin Fei was shocked to find that it could actually contain 20 million pure elemental pills. 20 million. Lin Fei couldn't believe it. He had fought so hard to obtain a few 100,000 pure elemental pills, and he only had about 8 million. Yet, a Chinquan bag could contain 20 million pure elemental pills. Killing and robbing is indeed the best choice. Keep pretending, keep pretending. After storing 60 million pure elemental pills, Lin Fei couldn't wait to go back and cultivate. Looking at the empty mountain of pure elemental pills, then looking at the other mountains, Lin Fei felt helpless. If his main body was here, he could refine them all. Seems like I was too greedy. It's a pity that if I could refine all these pure elemental pills, it would be easy for me to reach king class, right? Leaving the mountain of pure elemental pills, The little guy suddenly wrinkled its nose and traveled through the void. Spiritual liquid. Inside the rune's formation, there was a spiritual pool, sparkling and giving off a comfortable aura. F*CK. So much spiritual liquid? Spiritual liquid was specially used to strengthen the soul and the physical body. Just looking at this pool, there were at least 500 kilograms of spiritual liquid, and there were more than 10 pools, at least 5,000 kilograms of spiritual liquid. Unbeknownst to him, these spiritual liquids were obtained by the 18 families after much effort, and they only amounted to 5,000 kilograms, losing a lot of manpower. Lin Fei was just worrying about how to strengthen his soul, and when he wanted to take a nap, someone sent him a pillow. There were Chinquan bags and pristine jade bottles in the storeroom. Just 60 million pure elemental pills and 5,000 kilograms of spiritual liquid alone are enough for this trip. Looking at the spiritual liquid in the pond, Lin Fei felt a wave of regret. The pristine jade bottle had been used up. It contained almost 2,500 kilograms of spiritual liquid. His spatial ring was also almost full. Does this little guy want to drink the spiritual liquid too? Lin Fei thought to himself. The little thing squatted at the edge of the pool, opened its mouth, and sucked. Like a rainbow playing with water, it absorbed all the spiritual liquid in the pool, leaving Lin Fei dumbfounded. The remaining few pools were quickly finished by the little guy. It burped and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder, squinting its eyes in satisfaction. Aren't you afraid of eating too much? The little guy waved its claws, revealing a dissatisfied expression, like a child. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's continue looking. The storeroom was divided into a large area, and it was dazzling to look at. Lin Fei walked and stopped, and there were many things that he couldn't use. When he walked into a place where weapons were placed, Lin Fei smiled. Pure elemental pills increased quintessential essence. Spiritual liquid strengthened the soul and improved the physical body, so weapons were what Lin Fei cared about the most. The 72 flying swords would obviously be less useful in the future. Lin Fei was just worrying about where to find flying swords, and now he finally found one. Long sabers, long spears, flying swords, and the like were all here. Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything but flying swords. His 72 flying swords weren't weak, but it was a pity that total annihilation was only on the first level. One had to know that total annihilation had 10 levels, and the further one went, the more powerful it became. Mortal superior grade flying swords. After searching for a while, he indeed found the shadow of a flying sword. Lin Fei only had a handful of flying swords that were numinous treasures. If he used the sword formation, he could only rely on his superior grade mortal weapon flying swords. It was completely unrealistic to use a flying sword that was a numinous treasure. The flying swords in front of him just happened to help Lin Fei. After counting, Lin Fei beamed. Wow, there's so many flying swords from the 18 families. There are actually more than 700 flying swords. 72 flying swords were already powerful enough. More than 700 flying swords could form 10 sword formations, and the power would be more than 10 times, or even more than now. Little thing, take all of them out. The little thing that had eaten and drunk its fill once again became a laborer. It shuttled through the void, going in and out, and took out the flying swords with ease. 790 flying swords. Lin Fei could already imagine how strong he would be after refining the pure essence pill and absorbing the spirit liquid. A small dynasty would no longer be a threat to him. For some reason, Lin Fei thought of the woman in the Tenjin Temple. Soon. Sooner or later, I will step into the Tenjin Temple and crush you under me. Damn it, I hate being pushed down the most. Lin Fei was excited, his imagination running wild. He was very happy. After putting away more than 700 flying swords. As for the other weapons, Lin Fei wasn't interested. The important thing was that he couldn't carry them anymore. What else could he do? With a Chinquan bag hanging on his body, he couldn't carry anything else. Lin Fei could only stare. Chapter 286. The storehouses of the 18 families were huge, crisscrossing horizontally and vertically. Whether it was pure yuan pills, spirit liquid, or flying swords, they were all good stuff. To outsiders, they could increase their strength and strengthen their soul. To Lin Fei, the things in front of him could help him become a super expert. Lin Fei had been looking forward to what good stuff was in the depths of the storehouse. Little thing, don't run around. The little thing on his shoulder kept shuttling through the void at an extraordinary speed. Lin Fei could only stare. But he had to say, if not for the little thing's help, his harvest today would not be so rich. How many people could ignore the rune's array and shuttling through the void? Shuttling through the void was something even Lin Fei could not do. Unless it was a mystic venerable or mystic sage. Lin Fei did not know and let the little thing do as it pleased. After all, it was a great hero. The little thing appeared and disappeared from time to time, having a lot of fun. I wonder if the divine martial sect's storehouse has so many treasures. Lin Fei could not help but guess. It should be possible. Walala, walala, the sound of a mirror breaking. Not good. Lin Fei's heart sank as he hurriedly flew in the direction of the little thing. In the depths of the storehouse, there was a teleportation door. At this moment, little thing was fighting against a phantom of a demonic beast. Don't look at how weak little thing looked. It didn't seem like it could stand up to a gust of wind. In fact, it wasn't weak at all. Shuttling through the void, sometimes appearing behind and quickly taking a bite. Sometimes shuttling through the void, its sharp claws scratched the body of the phantom demonic beast, causing it to howl in pain. Destroy. Lin Fei did not dare to hesitate. He shot out several golden suns at the phantom demonic beast, trying to get rid of this demonic beast in a short period of time. Little did he know that after the shocking change in the storehouse, the stone door opened with a rumble. The mystic spirit, great perfection expert guarding the place rushed in immediately. We saw that the pure yuan pills had been emptied and the spirit liquid had disappeared. This expert's face darkened. Someone snuck into the storehouse. Close all the passageways. The voice of the mystic spirit, great perfection expert spread out like a sound wave, instantly spreading throughout the headquarters of the 18 families. Du Shan and Li Cheng. The two of them were currently reporting on the situation in the imperial capital. At the same time, they brought up the matter of Grandmaster Shuang Mu, hoping that the headquarters would send experts to kill him. Hearing the voice, Du Shan and Li Cheng immediately stood up. Du Shan and Li Cheng looked at each other and said in unison, "Why did someone come in?" The questions they had on the way immediately appeared in their hearts. Could it be that someone had followed them all the way, sneaking into the headquarters of the 18 families? How could they not know? Their faces instantly darkened. Something big had happened. At the same time, experts appeared from all the passages in the headquarters of the 18 families. Some of them rushed to the storeroom. The entire headquarters of the 18 families was in an uproar. How did this person sneak in? Who arranged this? Oh no, we've been discovered. Lin Fei's heart tightened. He had been careless and had allowed the little thing to cause trouble for him. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing he could do about it. His sword aura sped up, coordinating with the little thing to kill the demonic beasts. A massive destructive aura swept out, destroying countless materials. Who knew how many people would feel heartache because of this? Little thing, you go out first. Lin Fei hurriedly reminded. He pulled down his black robe to avoid being recognized. As for the little thing, it didn't dare to stay behind, afraid that it would be recognized. That would be big trouble. Hiss, hiss. The little thing was obviously very unhappy, but it also knew that this place was dangerous. With a flash, it shuttled through the void and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei looked at the portal. He knew that the little thing had accidentally made it. He sighed his bad luck. However, after plundering so many things, it was more than enough. Since you have intruded into the storeroom of the 18 families, there is no need for you to leave. The black-clothed martial artist chased very quickly. He blocked in front of Lin Fei and grabbed the air. A giant black hand containing surging true essence appeared in the air. It was planning to capture him alive. How could Lin Fei exchange blows with the other party? He was purely stalling for time. He quietly slipped into the darkness and directly used darkness stealth. Rumble, the black-clothed martial artist's attack missed. He was greatly shocked as he watched Lin Fei disappear. Not good. This person knows the stealth ability. When this person discovered him, Lin Fei sneaked out of the stone door and directly went outside. Boom! As soon as he came out of the stone door, a giant black shadow came crashing down. It actually forced the stealthy Lin Fei out, and the passage kept shaking. This person must have a treasure that can break stealth. Lin Fei's heart sank. This was not good. His darkness stealth was broken. That was very bad. Sir, your stealth ability is completely useless in front of this old man's golden eye. Just surrender. The old man stood in the void. Damn you. Lin Fei took out a fire thunder pearl and threw it over without any care. He wanted to have a taste of the fire thunder pearl's power. Rumble, a huge explosion and a wave of air rose up. The entire passage was buried. Lin Fei also took the opportunity to use darkness stealth again and escaped. In terms of speed, there were not many people who could catch up to him. Everyone be careful. This person has a fire thunder pearl. A fire thunder pearl came down, and many people were blown away by the wave of air. Those who were weaker were injured. Damn, the headquarters of the 18 families are really full of experts. In a short period of time, Lin Fei encountered countless experts. He used darkness stealth to avoid them one by one. After a while, he was not far from the passage. As long as he escaped outside, they could only eat the dust behind him. At the same time, in front of the passage, there were experts. At this moment, all of them had ugly expressions. The heavily guarded headquarters was actually infiltrated by someone, and he even hid in the warehouse and stole things. All the experts had cold expressions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That thief is here. Outsiders did not know about darkness stealth, but it was very powerful. Once it was known, especially the headquarters of the 18 families, they would immediately find the corresponding method to break it. Lin Fei had indeed appeared. Charge! Lin Fei sneaked in the darkness and rushed forward. In the passageway, no one cared about the consequences. All sorts of attacks rained down. Berserk quintessence auras gathered in the passageway. Fire Thunder Pearl. When the red Fire Thunder Pearl was thrown out, it immediately exploded. A huge wave of air rushed in that direction, and the oncoming attacks were instantly blasted into nothingness. They were caught unprepared. Storm. The doppelganger was proficient in wind mentality and metal mentality. Although it was not powerful, it had an advantage in close range. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The unexpected attack gave Lin Fei an opportunity. The leading warriors were caught unprepared again. Injuries piled on injuries. Lin Fei sneaked in the darkness again and rushed toward the passage door. Rumble. The tightly locked stone door of the passageway exploded with a boom, revealing the pure white moonlight outside. Not good, that thief escaped. Quick chase. We can't let him escape. That person must die. He must not leave the Death Desert. The headquarters of the 18 families was in the Death Desert. If this news spread, it would definitely attract countless enemies. The strength of the 18 families would definitely suffer a huge blow until their vitality was greatly damaged. In particular, this person had secretly infiltrated the headquarters of the 18 families and stolen the treasures in the treasury. Just this point alone made it impossible for them to let him go. Apart from that, they were more worried about how much top-secret information this person had heard from the headquarters. Lin Fei did not expect that after a while, it was already dark outside. The yellow sand covered the sky and covered the earth. Finally out, after reuniting, Lin Fei put the Cosmos bags in the system space and finally let out a sigh of relief. There are too many experts in the headquarters of the 18 families. I will hide first and make them chaotic. Then I will leave quietly. Lin Fei thought to himself. Rumble. As soon as he thought of this, a violent power blasted at the place where Lin Fei was. Damn, you even know this. Walala. Lin Fei rushed to the sky and found that he had underestimated them. There was actually a group of people outside. Storm. A huge killing intent locked on him. Lin Fei knew that he had met a real expert. Of course, he was ready to escape first. The Cyan Wind Blade turned into two super wind blades, one in front and one behind. The void seemed to be torn open at this moment. The strength of the real body was far greater than that of the doppelganger, so the power was naturally extraordinary. The surrounding warriors of the 18 families obviously did not expect that the opponent's strength would be so tyrannical. Pa pa pa, facing the cyan wind blade with 10% of the true essence power, it was as fierce as a knife light. It cut them into pieces. Except for a few lucky ones, the rest of the warriors died on the spot. Go! Lin Fei broke open a gap and went straight to the depths of the death desert. He raised his speed to the limit, but there was still a killing intent locked on him. It seems that I really met a master this time. Lin Fei activated his quintessential essence. Regardless of the consequences, he had to increase the distance between them. As for anything else, he would just have to fight it out when the time came. Furthermore, he had the Vajra by his side and the killing sword, a supreme-grade spiritual treasure. He was temporarily confident. Hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, under full force. Lin Fei's body was like a cool breeze, almost undetectable. Unfortunately, the killing intent was still locked on, and the distance between them was closing. 2,000 miles later, with 90% of his true essence, Lin Fei used 30% to shake off the majority of the enemies, except for the killing intent that had been locked on him. This person must be a mysterious king. Lin Fei was confident in his speed. Even a mysterious spirit peak warrior might not be able to catch up to him, not to mention that he was running at full speed. The opponent must be a king-level expert. Other than a king-level expert, Lin Fei could not think of anyone else. Damn it, it doesn't matter if this person is a king-level expert or not. I have to fight him. He grabbed a pure essence pill and swallowed it, recovering his true essence. Bastard, why are you not running anymore? In the air above the desert, the black-clothed man strolled leisurely. Every step he took covered a distance of several hundred feet. The short distance of several thousand feet was crossed in just a few breaths of time. Clearly, this was a powerful movement technique. Tornado! Without any explanation, Lin Fei chose to attack first, using his full power as soon as he attacked, treating the opponent as a powerful enemy. Two blue sword lights, one left and one right, shot towards the incoming man, not giving him a chance to breathe. The black-robed man revealed a mocking expression, an intent attack, not bad but too weak. He made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a massive black vortex appeared at the center of his palm. The force of the vortex's rotation crushed outward, and the two streaks of azure sword chi were instantly torn apart. However, the vortex didn't stop there, and it continued on toward Lin Fei. The storm was broken in a single move. It was coming at him ferociously. King-level expert. That attack, just now, was nothing more than a probe. Ordinary cryptic Great Circle cultivators would have to expend a great deal of effort to block it. Yet, the person who had blocked it so easily was definitely not a cryptic Great Circle cultivator. He was definitely a king-level cultivator. Only a king-level cultivator would be able to do it so easily. Tornado destroys clouds. A violent gust of wind rushed over like a surging sea wave, sweeping away the majority of the attack's power and completely disintegrating it. Mystic Master Realm with cryptic-level expert battle power. You are the strongest person this elder has ever seen. The man's tone changed, but no matter how strong you are still a lowly existence. In front of a king-level expert, you are as weak as an ant. This elder can kill you with one slap. I forgot to tell you, this elder only used 10% of my power. Lin Fei already had this idea. Hearing the man admit it, he had no choice but to pay attention to the 18 families. So the 18 families had king-level experts, and it seemed like there was more than one. Moreover, a king-level expert's attack was more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder it was said that once a king-level expert became a king-level expert, he could ignore anyone below the king level. 10% of your power is only SOSO. And here I thought king-level experts were powerful. Lin Fei laughed heartily. I also used 10% of my strength just now. We are about the same. It seems that neither of us can do anything to the other. Why don't we just forget about it and go our separate ways? This elder sees that your strength is not bad. As long as you hand over the things from the treasury and become a servant of the 18 families for 100 years, I can spare your life. The man in black said lightly. Lin Fei also laughed. I see that your strength is not bad. Why don't you follow me? I guarantee that you will live a good life and never have to worry for the rest of your life. You can have any woman you want. It's so much better than being a stupid elder. The man in black didn't get angry, but laughed instead. Ignorant junior, it's rare for this elder to be in a good mood. Since you are so stubborn and arrogant, then I will let you taste the true battle power of a king-level expert. Boom! An unparalleled aura surged out, and the flying sand and pebbles were instantly crushed into powder. The surroundings became a vacuum zone, like a god in the yellow sand, giving people the feeling that they were unable to resist. Chapter 287. P.S. Thank you for the monthly votes cast by Ruffian and Flying in the Universe, as well as the tips from Zero Phone Yuan Zero. Thank you for your continued support. It's the last 2 days of the month. Please get a monthly vote. The headquarters of the 18 families were in a mess. Ever since the 18 families had moved their base to the Death Desert, they had never been in such a sorry state. Someone had actually infiltrated their base and stolen a large number of pure yuan pills. If not for this accident, they would not have known that such a thing had happened. Anger. Anger. The 18 representatives of the 18 families were all enraged at this moment. They had allowed people to infiltrate their heavily guarded lair. If news of this got out, they would be laughed at by everyone. If they were to be killed, what kind of scene would it be? Would they be killed? Or would they be attacked by the other families? They didn't know, but they knew that this person couldn't escape the Death Desert. Once he did, it would affect the situation of the 18 families. With the current situation of the 18 families, once they were discovered by the families of the imperial capital, they wouldn't be able to benefit from being attacked. What happened just now? Why did someone sneak in? One of the leaders of the 18 families said angrily. It should be that person who followed Dushan in. Another big shot said, that person is very fast. We lost more than half of our men and couldn't catch up to him. His stealth ability is very powerful. He also has the fire thunder bead that we refined. We were caught off guard. Everyone was furious at the mention of this person. That person definitely can escape the Death Desert. Elder Fei has already made his move and will be back soon. Don't worry. No matter how strong that person is, he might not be Elder Fei's match. After all, Elder Fei is an early-stage king-class expert. Hearing that Elder Fei had already made his move, everyone was relieved. With Elder Fei here, as long as it's not a king-class expert, no one can escape. That person might not be a king-class expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have snuck in alone. He should be a mystic-level expert. Elder Fei will probably be back soon. Little did they know that the mystic-level expert they were talking about was only at the mystic adept level. Rumble. Amidst the yellow sand that filled the sky, the two figures would occasionally exchange blows and occasionally dodge. The surrounding space had turned into a vacuum. When a yellow sand flew in, it would instantly turn to dust. Bang! A silhouette was sent flying, and a huge hole was smashed open on the yellow sand. Cough, cough. A king stage expert is indeed difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the opponent is only at the early stage of king stage. Lin Fei jumped up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with excitement. He hadn't felt anything when he had fought against the mystic spirit experts, but it was different when he was fighting against an early stage king. Brat, you can't even receive 30% of my strength. How are you going to fight against me? Elder Fei laughed heartily. He was also shocked in his heart. Just what was the background of this person? He was actually able to block 30% of his strength and still have the strength to fight. If he was a little stronger, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? It's just 30% of my strength. That was just a warm-up exercise. I will let you understand what a real battle is. Whoosh. Sand and pebbles flew around Lin Fei again. Wind sword is one. The sky was filled with flying swords. All of them formed from quintessential essence. They turned into two green sword rivers, one above and one below, sweeping over. It was as if the void was going to be cut open. This sword was fast and urgent. The fierce sword will rushed towards the opponent. Elder Fei was immediately submerged by the two sword rivers. Then, a wave of true yuan was released from the center of the sword rivers. The green sword rivers were shattered, and a man in red armor walked out. Unfortunately, this sword of yours can't kill me. If you were at the mystic spirit level, you might be able to injure me. Unfortunately, you are not. You can't even break through this elder's profound armor. How are you going to fight against me? A red profound armor. It was the profound armor that could be formed at the mystic spirit level. A king stage expert could truly form a profound armor. This man had formed all the important parts of his body. Apart from his head, his entire body had formed a suit of armor. No wonder he could block my tyrannical sword. Lin Fei thought, I shouldn't be his opponent in a one-on-one fight. Plus, the opponent has formed a profound armor. It's not that easy to deal with. It's time to use my trump card. Lin Fei didn't dare to stay any longer. After a simple exchange, he already knew his true strength. It was between Mystic Spirit Peak and Mystic King Stage. Compared to a real Mystic King Stage expert, his battle power was still lacking. If he refined a large amount of pure Yuan pills, he would definitely have the battle power of a Mystic King Stage expert. Storm. The green wind blades once again attacked Elder Fei. Elder Fei had already tested his opponent's strength. He was shocked. Fortunately, he had tested his opponent's strength and calmed down. It was enough to take him down. Break. Elder Fei, who was wearing a profound armor, rushed over like a beam of light. His huge, true yuan crushed all the green wind blades, and the profound armor on his body flickered. Your strength is only SOSO. Now lie down for this elder. The true yuan palm slapped down from the sky. His aura instantly increased. The king stage's aura crushed down. Under the pressure of the true yuan, the desert below him turned into dust. Vajrago. Elder Fei was shocked. He immediately dodged to the left, but it was still too late. His whole body was sent flying, and a huge pit appeared in the desert. As soon as his opponent appeared, Lin Fei was already prepared. Just when his opponent let down his guard, he gave a fatal blow. Good job. Walala. Lin Fei soared into the sky. The long sword in his hand shook. It was the killing sword that he hadn't used yet. His killing intent sword. Wind sword as one. After switching to a supreme grade spirit treasure, Elder Fei's face changed. He said in shock, Supreme grade spirit treasure, Vajra Divine Ape. If it was before, Elder Fei didn't think much of it and had the confidence to suppress his opponent. But after seeing the supreme grade spirit treasure, Vajra Divine Ape, his heart was no longer calm. He was a king stage expert, and his spirit treasure was only a high-grade spirit treasure. His opponent was only a mystic adept, and he had a supreme grade spirit treasure. Wasn't this bullying? The important thing was that he had a Vajra Divine Ape. Elder Fei was indeed frightened. If it was a mystic level expert, he would have died under the Vajra Divine Ape's attack. Elder Fei was only injured, and his battle strength didn't decrease. Roar. Vajra didn't care what his opponent thought. After the successful attack, he rushed down again. The weapon in his hand had long been changed to a high-grade mortal weapon, and his battle strength had greatly increased. Rumble, rumble, the battle in the desert of death didn't stop. As a king stage expert, Elder Fei was in a state of panic at the beginning, but he quickly recovered and barely managed to block the two's attacks. Holy Emperor Fist. Elder Fei had a pair of black gloves on his hands, and they emitted the terrifying power of a spirit treasure. It was a pair of high-grade spirit treasures, and his whole body emitted a holy aura. And this Holy Emperor Fist was a high-grade yellow-level martial art. When used by a king stage expert, its power was almost comparable to a low-grade mystic-level martial art. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce fist technique landed on Vajra first. Vajra's defense was strong, but it was still forced out of a certain range. But it couldn't kill. After that, Elder Fei's target was Lin Fei, a mystic spirit, great perfection, demonic beast. Even if it was him, he would need time to kill it. And now, there was a person beside him who had comprehended sword intent. Sword intent and a high-grade spirit treasure. Elder Fei was very wary. Destroy. The golden sun turned into a huge golden millstone, and with the force of thunder, it crushed Elder Fei's fist into pieces. It didn't stop there, and it continued to crush. Holy Fist! A golden giant appeared in the air and walked over. Everywhere it passed, the golden sun turned into a huge millstone, and it shattered one by one in front of the Holy Fist. Elder Fei finally seized the opportunity. The giant in the air punched out again, and a punch of true essence was thrown at Lin Fei's position. Lin Fei's true essence was greatly depleted, and he only had about 40% of it left. And the opponent's fist technique was really fierce, and it carried a vast holy aura. Water, Fire, Lotus. The huge lotus opened its leaves, and it blocked the huge fist. Lin Fei himself moved with the wind. Swish, 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 Water, Fire, Lotus was crushed mercilessly. Lin Fei had already won the opportunity, and he appeared behind Elder Fei. The sword box vibrated, and 72 flying swords flew out, forming a sword wheel, and smashed down mercilessly. Soul Shock, a two-pronged attack. Lin Fei rarely used Soul Shock. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but he rarely had the chance to use it. Today, he finally had one. Soul Shock was a secret skill of the soul. Elder Fei was about to attack, but his whole body was in midair. His head felt like it was pricked by a needle, and he felt a momentary dizziness. His whole body stopped, and he fell down. 72 flying swords hit him like missiles. Even though it was only a moment, Elder Fei could no longer block the attack. Ripples appeared on his armor, and there was a hole, and he vomited blood. Not dead yet. The defense of a king-class expert was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Total annihilation. Lin Fei used total annihilation again, and under the activation, he attacked Elder Fei again. After the first attack, Elder Fei was already injured. Once any expert was injured, their strength would be affected, and Elder Fei was no exception. Soul Attack. You actually know Soul Attack. The soul was the most mysterious place, and also the weakest. Even Elder Fei, who had the strength of a king class, had to be cautious when facing Soul Attack. Don't think that it only lasted for 1 or 2 breaths, but this 1 or 2 breaths could take one's life. Although Elder Fei could react to the Soul Shock just now, he was heavily injured. Now that he was attacked again, it was already very painful. Pong Vidra attacked from behind and hit Elder Fei's back. He staggered, and 72 flying swords landed on his body. After suffering 2 heavy injuries, Elder Fei's strength was 80 to 90% gone. This person is too scary. He actually used all his skills, and he even knows Soul Shock. How can I continue fighting? Elder Fei panicked, and he turned to leave. This panic gave Lin Fei a chance. Lin Fei's divine soul power was severely depleted. Seeing that his opponent wanted to escape, he, who had used all his skills, naturally wouldn't let him leave. Gritting his teeth, he used Soul Shock again, and the third total annihilation was launched. Boom! Chapter 288. In the desert of death, under the moonlight, yellow sand danced in the air. Why is Elder Fei 1,000 miles away? 2 figures flew over in the night sky. These 2 were the king-level experts of the 18 families, responsible for Elder Fei's rescue. The thief's speed is very fast. Luckily, Elder Fei caught up immediately, or else the thief would have found an opening. With Elder Fei's help, the thief can't escape. Let's catch up quickly and not let the thief escape. Otherwise, our 18 families will become a joke. This bullsh asterisk T profound armor has finally been broken. Lin Fei panted. After 3 total annihilation, Elder Fei was heavily injured and his body was a bloody mess. After using 3 total annihilation and 2 soul shock, Lin Fei's Yuan Qi was greatly injured. Only now did he realize that king-level experts were not easy to deal with. It was better to kill mystic-level experts. If it was a mystic-level expert, it would not be easy. Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. Elder Fei unleashed 3 tyrannical attacks consecutively, and the left half of his body shattered, revealing a large patch of white bones. It was a horrible sight to behold. "I won, you lost," Lin Fei said to Elder Fei on the ground. Elder Fei coughed out blood and was heavily injured. "You are very strong, but you have offended the 18 families, and I am only one of the kings. Just wait for all the kings of the 18 families to hunt you down." Elder Fei knew that he had lost, and he had lost completely in the hands of a young man. Lin Fei's expression did not change. "Hunt me down? Then they will have to find me first. You can go down now." Water Fire Lotus. The huge, lifelike lotus enveloped Elder Fei's body. Then it mercilessly tore the other party into pieces. A king-level expert had fallen in the desert of death. Cough, cough. Lin Fei coughed out blood. King-level experts are indeed strong. This person is only at the primary stage of the king level, but he is already so strong. It seems that the 18 family strength is not limited to this. He took out his spiritual medicine and swallowed it. After a while, his injuries recovered a lot, especially his soul. It was not as weak as before, but he could not use soul shock for now. He collected all the spoils of war on the ground. Lin Fei put away Vajra and was about to leave when he frowned. Oh no, they are so fast. He had just managed to kill 1 king-level expert. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, 2 figures appeared above the death desert. Their auras were similar to the king-level expert that had just been killed. Early-stage king. If he wasn't injured, Lin Fei could still try to shake them off. However, if he turned around and tried to escape, he would definitely be caught. Facing 2 king-tier experts, his battle prowess was obviously insufficient. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "I can only go all out and gamble." A moment later, 2 figures appeared at the same time. Not good. Elder Fei is dead. When the 2 of them landed and saw the corpse on the ground, their expressions sank. They hadn't expected such an outcome. Elder Fei, a king-class expert, had died just like that. King-class experts were the strongest fighting force of the 18 families. Losing one in the death desert was a heavy loss. He didn't know when he could make up for it. Ooh, who killed Elder Fei? Rumble, the violent attack blasted a huge crater in the surrounding area, and all the yellow sand was turned into powder. The thief is injured. He can't run far. One of the king stage experts glanced over and immediately made a judgment. Searched the heavens and plunged the earth. A divine ability appeared. He's in the north. He must have just left. Let's go after him. One of the king-level experts had a cold glint in his eyes as he rushed out at the same time, seemingly to chase after the thief. He's finally gone. Looks like king-class experts are pretty easy to trick. 1,000 feet below their feet, Lin Fei clenched his teeth. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, but he did not dare to relax. It was the injury from the shock just now. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. "I'm back. Come out. I know you're hiding nearby." A loud rumbling sound spread throughout the area. Under the yellow sand, Lin Fei spat out blood again, but he didn't dare to spit it out, afraid that his aura would be detected. Damn, why did he come back? Luckily, I didn't go out rashly. Otherwise, I would have seen a ghost. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. King-level experts were not so easy to trick. Rumble, rumble. After the king-level expert vented his anger, he forcefully blasted everything within 100 feet into nothingness. He then used his perception to search, as if he was digging 3 feet into the ground. After finding nothing, he left unwillingly. Below, Lin Fei was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that person to be so fast. My clone was killed so quickly. The king-level expert had caught up to him in less than 200 miles. I can't move. These 2 king-level experts should be stronger than that Elder Fei from before, especially with divine abilities. I have to be careful. Lin Fei was worried. Who asked him to be injured? Search. We must find the person. After the 2 met, their faces were as gloomy as the dark clouds in July. The thief must still be in this desert. The one we just killed was just a clone. We must find the person even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. One of their king-class experts had been killed, and this caused them to be filled with resentment. Even Elder Fei had died, let alone them. Swish, swish. The two quickly left and began to search with their powerful perception. Under the desert, Lin Fei only put down a huge rock after they had completely left. His entire body sank down once more, this time by 150 feet. The pressure from the yellow sand increased Lin Fei's pressure. He couldn't use the water fire lotus down there, so he could only rely on his physical body. At a distance of 100 feet, his aura would leak and he would be discovered. I've robbed so much and killed a king-level expert. It's all worth it. It seems that I can't leave the Death Desert in a short time. I can enter seclusion here. They probably won't think that I'm hiding here. Elder Fei was dead. When the news spread, the 18 families were shocked. A mystic spirit master was easy to raise, but a king-level master was not. Both resources and talent were important. Even in the 18 families, the number of king-level masters could be counted on one hand, not more than 10. One could imagine how important they were. Search, dig 3 feet into the ground. The king-level experts of the 18 families were all sent out to search the Death Desert. Although there weren't many people in the Death Desert, there were still some martial artists that appeared and died tragically. The 18 families sent out all their experts, and this search lasted for half a month. They almost searched the entire Death Desert, but they didn't see anyone leave. This infuriated them to the point of death. How could someone disappear? Even so, they didn't give up and listed the Death Desert as a forbidden area. Their powerful perception kept scanning the Death Desert. Even with such a lineup, there was still no trace of the thief. If this continued for a month or so, it would completely stop. The 18 families couldn't withstand this search. If they couldn't find the person and the information was leaked, it would definitely be a huge blow. After searching high and low, the 18 families finally gave up. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. It had been almost 2 months since the 18 families started their search. The Death Desert was calm and peaceful. On this day, the yellow sand rolled and the sun was scorching. On the hot sand, a sand-like lizard appeared out of thin air and looked around. In the next second, it appeared somewhere else and kept moving back and forth. Hiss! On the desert, the yellow sand flew up and a figure suddenly rushed out. His upper body was bare and his skin was bronze. He was filled with an explosive power. 2 months. Lin Fei subconsciously raised his hand to block the light, obviously not used to it. After a while, he adjusted to it and took out a set of clothes from a system space. The one that came out from the desert was Lin Fei, who was hiding under the sand. In the past 2 months, Lin Fei's body had become much sturdier. His bronze skin was very different from before. This bastard. Why did he take so long to find a person? In the past 2 months, Lin Fei had been hiding under the sand, not daring to come out. The strong perception that appeared from time to time was clearly that of a late-stage, profound king. Every time his perception swept out, Lin Fei would be very careful. He was nearly discovered a few times, but he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Otherwise, he would not be standing here now. After risking his life in closed-door cultivation in the Death Desert for 2 months, Lin Fei's harvest was huge. First was his core lake. It kept expanding and became a sizable lake. After cultivating the first layer of the Azure Dragon True Body, he managed to refine close to 70 million pure essence pills. It could be said that in the past 2 months, Lin Fei had been constantly refining pure essence pills. If it were before, 5 million pure essence pills would have been the limit. Now that he had consumed 70 million pure essence pills, there was no limit at all. This shocked Lin Fei. In the end, he determined that his body could withstand such a huge amount of quintessence. It should be due to cultivating the 4-star Azure Dragon True Body. This made Lin Fei even more concerned about the later layers of the Azure Dragon True Body. After consuming 70 million pure essence pills, in just 2 months, Lin Fei felt that with a casual move, his body would be filled with dense quintessential essence. It was inexhaustible. How many people could refine 70 million pure essence pills in 2 months? Of course, this did not include those super experts like the profound sages or the profound emperors. Probably only Lin Fei could achieve this. If he dared to say he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. Chapter 289. 2 months of secluded cultivation. The speed at which Lin Fei's strength increased had reached a terrifying level. Who knew how many people would be scared out of their wits if word got out? In terms of the purity of his inner yuan, few Mystic King experts could compare to him. After absorbing 70 million pure yuan pills, Lin Fei's strength had reached a terrifying level. Terrifying inner yuan combined with sword techniques of conception could be said to be the best combination. How many people could achieve this, especially when they had 2 conceptions at the same time? If he were to encounter those 2 early-stage, king-stage powerhouses again, Lin Fei would be able to easily kill them. In terms of inner yuan, Lin Fei was already ahead of everyone else. After all, 70 million pure yuan pills would take anyone a few years to absorb. It might even take more than 10 years. In 2 months, Lin Fei had refined 70 million pure yuan pills. It could be said that he was a one-of-a-kind freak. Apart from this, in terms of his spirit, after refining 2,000 kilograms of spirit liquid, it could be said that his spirit had grown countless times stronger. At the same time, his physical body had also become stronger. With 720 flying swords, Lin Fei could now control them at will. This was a quantitative transition. In terms of power, it was much stronger than before. If he could deal with that Elder Fei again, he would not have to work so hard. It's been 2 months. Including the 2 months before, 4 months have passed. There's still one more thing I need to do. Lin Fei looked into the depths of the desert, his eyes flashing with sharpness. In half a year's time, Lin Fei had to go to the Dynasty War. How could Lin Fei miss such a huge treasure trove before him? No matter what, he had to make a fortune, especially the remaining pure yuan pills. He had to bring some back for his family's disciples to cultivate. He had to go to the headquarters of the 18 clans. This was the desert of death. Whether he left or it would be easy, there was no need to choose a path of retreat. As for the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty, he could not go there for the time being. The desert of death, the headquarters of the 18 clans. After 2 months, the nest had become even more tightly guarded. The decorations on the outside had become even more lifelike. If Lin Fei had not been there once, he would not have been able to recognize the location of the nest. 18 families. I wonder how many king-tier experts there are. Lin Fei appeared outside. This time, we'll just kill our way in. When the time comes, we'll just grab one and leave. No matter what, we'll still be able to make a fortune. Under the desert, in a lair of the 18 families. Damn it, we're exhausted. It's all that guy's fault. In the passageway, 2 men in black were patrolling, and one of them was complaining. The other person looked around and said in a low voice, "Shh, don't talk nonsense. If they hear you, we'll be in trouble. If it's tough, it'll be tough. It'll be over soon." I really don't know how that guy got in. Before the man could finish his words, he fell to the ground, his blood staining the ground. Sure enough, the security is tight. Lin Fei appeared. Lin Fei had already expected the 18 families to strengthen their defenses. It would have been abnormal if they hadn't done so. Do you think this will work? Lin Fei went straight to the passageway of the storehouse. Relying on his previous memories and his improved movement skills, he was like a light breeze blowing past. Outsiders didn't feel anything at all. The storehouse from 2 months ago now had quite a few Mystic Spirit Great Circle experts. At the same time, there was a Mystic King tier expert standing guard at the door. It seemed that after the previous incident, they were worried that someone would sneak into the treasury. With such a lineup, they really didn't have to worry that someone would dare to rob them. In fact, ever since the previous incident, the 18 families had been restless. Not only had they lost a large amount of pure yuan pills and spirit liquid, they had even lost a king stage expert. It could be said that they had suffered a great deal of damage. That was why this scene was happening. Seeing this, Lin Fei's brows furrowed as he thought to himself, a few Mystic Spirit Great Circle powerhouses and a king-level powerhouse. Do they really think they can stop me? This is too laughable. It's a good chance to test out my full strength. This time, Lin Fei's goal was very simple. He wanted to rob the treasury of the 18 families and kill a bunch of people at the same time. In just 2 months, Lin Fei relied on the resources of the 18 families to improve his strength by leaps and bounds. This kind of cultivation speed was all due to the large amount of resources. Now that he had the strength, Lin Fei naturally wanted to come back and plunder a large sum. Kill. Darkness stealth activated. At the stone door, there were experts standing guard on both sides. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in. Wang. Soul shock was used in an instant. Ever since his spirit had strengthened, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about getting injured when using soul shock. This was all thanks to the spirit liquid. The people in front of the stone door subconsciously felt their vision darken. Then they really fell into true darkness. Soul shock combined with concept of wind was simply a deadly weapon. Instant kill in one move. What a terrifying attack. Lin Fei was also shocked to see his own attack. 70 million pure yuan pills had raised his strength to this level. Coupled with soul shock, he could instantly kill such a group of experts. Open. The stone door was opened, and Lin Fei rushed in. Indeed, they added runes arrays. Do they think they can stop me like this? Looking at the huge pile of items from before, they either strengthened runes arrays or used stronger runes arrays. If it was someone else, they might feel pressured. However, Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. To him, dealing with the runes arrays was a piece of cake. Lin Fei didn't want anything else. He went straight for the pure yuan pills. Lin Fei's main goal was to snatch the pure yuan pills. He didn't care about anything else. Apart from the pure yuan pills, they were useless to him. When he arrived in front of the mountain of pure yuan pills, Lin Fei could tell that there was a runes array set up on the mountain. From the looks of it, it was a very powerful one. It was as if they were worried that someone would snatch the pure yuan pills, which was why they didn't set up the runes array. Lin Fei smiled. Destroy. Facing the runes array, Lin Fei directly used the metal concept. Rings of golden suns bombarded the runes array. It exploded forcefully. Rumble, rumble, the power of destruction was used on the runes array. With just one attack, the runes array shattered. After refining the pure yuan pills, Lin Fei's strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. Facing a runes array, there was nothing to worry about. Collect, opening the system space, Lin Fei began to search for the pure yuan pills. Previously, he had lost a big opportunity. This time, Lin Fei didn't intend to give it up. What? Someone broke into the treasury again? After the runes array was broken, the big shots of the 18 families were shocked again. The scene from 2 months ago was still fresh in their memory. After someone broke in and stole a large amount of pure New Year's Day and a large amount of spirit liquid, everyone from the 18 clans carried a bellyful of resentment until now. After 2 months of searching, they still couldn't find the whereabouts of the thief. They thought that he had left the Death Desert. Who would have thought that he would return again and enter the treasury? Rage. He was enraged. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Everyone was furious. The first time they broke into the treasury, it was because their defenses were weak. This time, they strengthened their defenses. How did that person get in? In the blink of an eye, they received the news. What? Another king-class expert died? Even the mystic spirit great perfection experts are dead. Uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. There were only so many king-class experts in the 18 families. Now that another one had died, they felt as if they were dreaming. How could a king-class expert be killed? Everyone rushed to the treasury. They wanted to see how strong that person was to dare to break into the treasury again. Did he really think that he was a peerless expert? In the treasury, rumble, another mountain of pure yuan pills was stolen. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Last time I gave you pure yuan pills. This time, I won't leave any for you. I will take all the pure yuan pills in one go. In the treasury, there was a mountain of pure yuan pills. Roughly speaking, there were at least tens of millions of pure yuan pills. Added together, there were at least hundreds of millions of pure yuan pills. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't forget the last time, Lin Fei wouldn't have broken into the treasury again. He didn't know when he would get such a good opportunity again. Therefore, he had to take as many pure yuan pills as he could. King Kong come out. He summoned King Kong, who had been asleep for 2 months. Roar, this guy had been suppressing his anger for a long time. The King Kong godly ape was a mutated beast. Naturally, it had a temper. After staying in the pet space for 2 months, King Kong was full of anger. Let's vent our anger. Roar, King Kong swallowed a large amount of pure yuan pills and rushed forward, slapping the martial artists. The weaker ones were sent flying, and by the time they landed on the ground, they were already dead. Their internal organs, muscles, and bones were all shattered. It was impossible for them to survive. Brutal. Damn it, a mystic great circle beast, King Kong godly ape. King Kong couldn't be bothered. His furry claws slashed down at them. It was indescribably terrifying. Mystic Adept Realm cultivators were killed with a single claw. Mystic Adept Realm cultivators were sent flying with a single slap. In the treasury, no one was a match for King Kong. If they were to encounter him, they would either be slapped to death or clawed to death. There was almost no other choice. In the treasury, there were countless casualties. King Kong godly ape died. Finally, there was an expert, a king stage expert. Roar, King Kong roared. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, his fighting spirit increased, and he directly charged at the king stage expert. Keep the mortal weapons. Mystic Arts secret manuals. This time, Lin Fei was practically sweeping through the treasury. When he saw something decent, he didn't care if it was useful or not. He just kept it first. Roar, although King Kong was strong, he was still sent flying dozens of feet away by the combined attacks of the king stage experts. If not for the fact that he was a mystic great circle beast, he would definitely have been heavily injured. But now he was just injured. The king stage experts of the 18 clans made their move. Especially after knowing that another king stage expert had been killed, all the king stage experts could not control themselves. Arrogance, too arrogant. The 18 clans were their lair, and someone had not only killed them, but also robbed them. No matter what, they couldn't swallow this anger. Therefore, the remaining 6 king stage experts all rushed over, ready to kill the other party. When they saw a mystic spirit great circle beast, they were all shocked. They finally understood why Elder Fei had been killed. It was most likely due to the help of this mutated beast. King Kong's intelligence had been activated. He knew that these people were powerful when they joined forces. If he were to be attacked for a while longer, he would definitely die here. Time to go. When Lin Fei saw the injured King Kong, he hurriedly kept it. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Which one of you injured my pet? Lin Fei flew up, glaring at them angrily. With confidence, Lin Fei did not care how strong they were. As long as it wasn't a profound emperor, he was very calm. The king stage experts of the 18 clans were stunned when they heard this. They almost wondered if they had said the wrong thing. What did he mean by injure his pet? This person was way too arrogant. Sir, how dare you? You were the one who did that 2 months ago, weren't you? A gray-robed elder said angrily. Did I? Why don't I remember? Lin Fei shook his head, looking serious. Sophistry. How dare you? That person said angrily. Do you really think this is your home? That you can come and go as you please? Sir, you are too arrogant. Is that so? This is a place where I can come and go as I please. Whoosh! Lin Fei left behind an afterimage as he dashed towards the stone door. Windstorm. With just one move, the martial artists in front of him were almost killed by Lin Fei. Awesome, this is too awesome. With just one move, countless martial artists died, killing people in front of their king stage experts. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Chase. They gritted their teeth. What mystic master? Mystic spirit realm? Facing a sword art with intent realm, they could not block a single attack. They were either killed or heavily injured. Lin Fei's true essence seemed to be endless. The sword art with intent realm was increasing in power, especially the wind sword art. When he used it, these martial artists could not block a single attack. Rumble, rumble, under the desert, a huge skylight was blasted open again. Lin Fei flew in front. Behind him, 6 king stage experts chased after him. Among these 6 king stage experts, the strongest was a late-stage king stage expert, and the weakest was an early-stage king stage expert. When they worked together, it was a huge formation. Total annihilation. After stopping in midair, Lin Fei's 720 flying swords transformed into a super flying sword. He took the lead and attacked them like a white stream of light. Total annihilation, second level. Be careful. No one expected it. The other party actually dared to attack them in the middle of the road. More importantly, the attack was too fierce, catching them off guard. Under normal circumstances, when facing the joint pursuit of 6 king stage experts, they would definitely flee. It was impossible for them to counterattack. But someone actually did it. Boom! 720 flying swords were not 72 flying swords. In terms of power, the difference between the two was too great. 18 clans are only SOSO. I will take the things away. Chapter 290. P.S. Thanks to LDY1980 for his monthly votes. It was the last day. Robbing the monthly votes. Hand them all over. Hand them over, and you won't be killed in the desert of death. The king-level experts looked at each other. The yellow sand howled, and the wind raged. The king-level experts were indeed unsettled. It was like a raging storm that could not be calmed down for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. Behind him, many experts followed up. When they saw the wretched state of the king-level experts, they were all dumbfounded. What had happened? Where's the thief? The atmosphere was very tense. Finally, someone could not help but ask. 6 king-level experts had attacked. Even if the thief was a late Xian king, he could not escape from them. But now, where was he? Where did he go? Could he have been killed? He's gone. One of the king-level experts' voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. One could imagine his current state of mind. Couldn't you stop him? The crowd could not help but be shocked. How could this be possible? Could the thief be a late king-level expert? Another person asked with a strange expression. The 18 families had always had a smooth life in the Tianhai dynasty. Even the families of the Tianhai dynasty could not do anything to them. They could only vent their anger through bounty missions. Among them, there was no lack of king-level powerhouses. Under the hands of the 18 families, several king-level powerhouses were killed. This was a show of power for the 18 families. The name 18 families was taboo in the Tianhai dynasty. Otherwise, why would a dignified young master of a family tremble in fear after hearing the name? 18 families? A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The 18 families were like that. The patriarch is here. Just as the crowd was about to understand the situation, a ray of light came. It was the leader of the 18 families. Greetings, patriarch, the group hurriedly said. Where is he? The words were neither light nor heavy. It was like an alarm bell had rung in their hearts. He's gone. The two simple words carried a tone of helplessness. 6 king-level experts had worked together to deal with a person who was not even a king-level expert, but they had watched him escape. No one would believe such a thing. They had truly experienced this feeling of helplessness. How could there be such a monstrous genius in the world? Is that so? Tell me quickly. After hearing the details, a rare look of shock finally appeared on the expressionless face of the newcomer. The 18 great clans were the real big shots. When had they ever heard of such an unimaginable thing? If they hadn't spoken up and narrated it personally, it would have been difficult for them to connect the dots. With such strength, this family head would like to experience it for myself. Why did Lin Fei leave? This was because the king's aura that soared into the sky was rushing towards him. Even though it was several hundred li away, the killing intent still soared into the sky. Looking at the time, it should be arriving soon. After his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, Lin Fei appeared several hundred li away in the blink of an eye, stopping in a desert. It had only taken him a short while. The flying sand and pebbles around him did not affect Lin Fei's position. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the murderous aura that soared into the sky rushed over. After seeing the person who had stopped in the desert, a trace of shock flashed across the person's face, and he stopped in midair. Sir, you're quite bold to barge into the 18 great clans again and again. Do you think the 18 great clans are easy to bully? Song Yin, The real leader of the 18 great clans stared at the black-clothed man in front of him, and a towering aura crushed over. It was clearly the strength of a consummate, profound king. Lin Fei was unmoved. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura that he had retracted rushed out like a flood from a broken dam. Boom! The two powerful auras collided, and a huge black vortex suddenly rose between them, actually tearing a hole in the void. Who asked me to just happen to be passing by, and I happened to see that the 18 great clans have a lot of things, so I conveniently took some. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for having treasures, but no experts to guard them. Aren't you opening the door for others to take? Lin Fei did not take the other party seriously at all, and his tone carried a ridiculing tone. Damn it! Song Yin suppressed the anger in his heart. This person is too arrogant to the extreme. The 18 great clans had a reputation outside, and even though it was a bad reputation in the Tianhai dynasty, their strength was second to none, if not second to none. However, Song Yin could not find a way to refute this statement. He could not say that the strength of the 18 great clans was already strong enough, but they met a freak like him. In the exchange of auras, just now, both sides had a test. This person is very strong. Song Yin originally wanted to rely on the strength of a consummate, profound king to suppress the other party, using his aura to blast away the other party's mental collapse. Unexpectedly, the other party's aura was as strong as his, and the outcome could not be determined. Just based on this, Song Yin knew that he could not take down this person, and it would be even more difficult to kill him. Humph, since you say so, then let me see how strong you are to dare to say such big words. Song Yin snorted coldly, and with one hand, he grabbed at the void, and a golden rod appeared. The Jingguang shone, and it emitted the power of a spirit treasure. It turned out to be a superior-grade spirit treasure. Who's afraid of who? Shatter. Lin Fei took out the killing sword and directly used the concept of metal. The giant golden millstone was hundreds of meters wide, and the aura of destruction filled the air. Wherever it went, large swathes of yellow sand were instantly blasted into nothingness by the destructive sword chi. Good. Song Yan's face was solemn. He knew that the other party would be difficult to deal with, especially the strongest concept of metal. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. The golden rod smashed forward. Roar. A whistling sound rang out, and a golden dragon that was also several hundred meters long appeared. It brought with it an unparalleled, domineering aura as it charged towards the golden millstone. When it was several hundred meters long, its huge dragon tail smashed into the millstone, causing it to shake. Following this, the millstone smashed downwards, smashing into the golden dragon, causing countless dragon scales to fly off. They were evenly matched, and both were about the same. In just one move, both of them knew what to expect. Lin Fei was shocked. This should be the strongest of the 18 great clans. He's really not simple. His Jun Yuan is so strong that he can use such a domineering attack. If it was this king-level expert, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had a chance to escape. On the other side, Song Yin was also shocked. Abnormal, too monstrous. He's only at the Mystic Master realm, but his combat strength has reached the Mystic King realm. Which family has cultivated him? An ordinary family can't cultivate such a powerful disciple, so he must have a powerful family behind him. Could it be that he's from a mid-level dynasty? Clatter, Song Yin didn't believe that a small dynasty could produce such a monstrous genius. He must be from a mid-level dynasty, whether it was a family or a sect. He must be the most powerful one. Song Yin almost vomited blood. How could he take revenge? His heart sank. He could only use his strongest means to see if there was a chance. Song Yin was already sure that this person was from a mid-level dynasty, and he had a deep fear in his heart. What did a mid-level dynasty represent? It represented absolute strength. Tianhai dynasty was considered powerful, right? Among all the dynasties, it was an inconspicuous existence. A mid-level dynasty could casually send an expert to make a small dynasty restless, and 3 or 4 experts could wipe out a small dynasty. The person in front of him came from a mid-level dynasty, and Song Yin had no intention of seeking justice. He could do nothing about losing a large number of pure essence pills and spirit liquid. Fatal 13 staves. Song Yan's staff technique changed, and the domineering staff technique turned into killing. Behind him, 13 phantoms drilled out, and a large area was filled with killing intent. Total annihilation. The 720 flying swords were divided into 2 white sword rivers, one in front and one behind, rushing towards the 18 phantoms. These phantoms were just evolved from the staff technique. In the face of the great increase in strength, the 2 white sword rivers converged into a pair of scissors, which cut in the air. Wherever the scissors passed, the phantoms immediately dissipated. Boom! The 720 flying swords cut again. Song Yin was under great pressure. This person's dark armor has already transitioned to battle armor. That blow just now didn't kill that guy. It will be difficult to deal with him in the future, Lin Fei said regretfully. Under the attack of the 720 flying swords, at the critical moment, Song Yin used a high-grade spirit treasure to delay time and offset some of the attack power. Even so, he was still blasted away and then immediately fled under the yellow sand. In the Xianxia continent, everything depends on strength. Lin Fei said in his heart, this person has already refined the dark armor and turned it into battle armor. It is still quite difficult to kill him in one blow. His strength is still not strong enough. If Lin Fei's thoughts were spread to the outside world, it was unknown how many people would be dumbfounded. That person just now had the strength of a consummate stage, profound king realm expert, a genuine king realm expert. Yet, Lin Fei had beaten his opponent to the point of fleeing. That person wasn't a cabbage, but a profound king realm expert. After plundering a large number of pure essence pills and other things from the treasury of the 18 families, Lin Fei left contentedly. Dozens of miles away, Song Yin, the leader of the 18 families, emerged in a sorry state. Freak! At this time, a huge hole had been blasted in the Zhen Yuan armor, and he almost couldn't return. Facing the domineering blow just now, he still felt shocked. Song Yin had recently mastered the 18 deadly staves, but this was the first time he had used it. He was beaten so badly that he couldn't fight back and almost died in this desert. This person is too evil. I can't offend him again. I hope he will leave the Tianhai dynasty after robbing this batch of things and never come back again. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do. Song Yin already had a plan. This person must not be offended again. The 18 families could not afford to offend him. If the opponent arranged a few experts, the 18 families would all disappear. Eat the bitter pill in silence. Swallow it yourself. Song Yin couldn't find any other way. He couldn't continue to take revenge. Even if the other king-level experts attacked him, they might not be a match for him, and they might even end up dead. A medium-sized dynasty. Chapter 291. On a wide official road. A black whirlwind horse was leisurely galloping on the official road. A young man was lying on its back leisurely. He did not look like he was in a hurry. Instead, he looked like he was resting. It was midday, and the sunlight was very comfortable. Awesome, this is awesome. The young man sat up lazily. With a casual grab, a pile of pure yuan pills appeared in his hand. He threw them into his mouth from time to time as if he was eating jelly beans. He looked very relaxed. This person was none other than Lin Fei, who had left the Tianhai dynasty. Half a month had passed since he left the Desert of Death. He was now in the territory of the Unfalling dynasty and was preparing to return to his family. As for why he only appeared in the Unfalling dynasty after half a month, the reason was actually very simple. Lin Fei had gone to the demonic beast mountain range to hunt all kinds of demonic beasts in exchange for experience points to level up. In half a month, countless demonic beasts had died at his hands. This rare whirlwind horse was also caught from the demonic beast mountain range and used as a means of transportation. Crunch, crunch. When the pure yuan pills entered his stomach, they immediately turned into a stream of heat. On the head of the whirlwind horse was a little thing. Ever since it had eaten a large amount of pure yuan pills and demonic cores, it had been lazing around all day. Those who did not know what was going on would think that something had happened. Lin Fei did not know what was going on either, but he had already made up his mind. After returning to the family and leaving behind some resources, I will go settle the matters in Xianxia City. When that time comes, I will be able to sleep peacefully. Even if I do not return in the future, nothing will happen to me. After that, I can go out and explore. Lin Fei had made up his mind. This was probably the last time he would return to the family. As for when the next time would be, even Lin Fei himself did not know. The Xintian continent was simply too big. There were countless small and medium-sized empires. There were also many super empires and empires. The unfalling dynasty was just a small place. If he wanted to explore, he had to go outside. 3 days later, Lin Fei entered the territory of Xianxia City. It had been almost 5 months since the last time he left and returned. The last time he left, he wasn't strong enough and even needed the help of the Rune Guild. After 5 months, Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly, and he no longer cared about Xianxia. The strongest person in Xianxia was only at the cryptic spirit realm. They didn't even have a single king-level warrior. They could only show off their power in Xianxia County. Lin Fei didn't plan to go to Mountain River City. He planned to return to his family first. When he passed by Mountain River City, he would deal with the aftermath. Somehow, he thought of the Golden Phoenix and the ambiguous behavior that night. Another day later, Lin Fei entered the vicinity of Yuan City. This was already the result of Xiaohe slowing down. Even so, its speed was still astonishing. That was because the whirlwind horse was a special kind of demonic beast. Its strength was not strong, but in terms of speed, it was the best mount. It could travel 1,000 miles in a day without a problem. However, the speed of the whirlwind horse was too fast. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to catch it. Once there was the slightest sign of trouble, it would escape immediately. One could well imagine how slow Lin Fei's speed was along the way. After entering the main road of Yuan City, there were more people on the road, and it became more lively. Did you know? The Lin family of Yuan City is in big trouble this time. On the main road, a convoy was moving slowly. In front of the carriage, there were 2 people chatting to kill time. What trouble? Didn't the Lin family have a genius disciple, Lin Fei, who would go looking for trouble? The other person was obviously surprised and had some doubts. What's the use of a genius disciple? Do you know who they offended? The person driving the carriage was teasing them. Ooh, you know about Xianxia, the Black Tortoise sect? The genius disciple of the Lin family killed the 4th son of the leader of Xianxia, Chun Xian, and also killed a disciple of the Black Tortoise sect. Originally, no one knew about this, but for some reason, they finally found out about it. Now, they're going to kill their way here. I heard that they're going to destroy the Lin family. That person said proudly. The person in the carriage was also surprised. Xianxia and the Black Tortoise sect really dare to destroy the Lin family? I heard that the Lin family is protected by the Rune Guild. Lin Fei, who had been lazing around, didn't pay attention to the movements around him. However, those words still fell into his ears. Someone wants to touch the Lin family? Voila, Lin Fei sat up. With his current strength, no matter what he wanted to know within the radius of the official road could escape his ears. When he heard again, Lin Fei's face sank. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he flew out. Just when the coachman was about to continue, his throat tightened, and he almost couldn't breathe. He only heard a cold voice in his ears. Is what you said true? Xianxia and the Black Tortoise sect are going to destroy the Lin family? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes this morning. The people of Xianxia and the Black Tortoise sect brought a large group of people and rushed to Yuan City. Senior, I was just saying it casually. Please don't kill me. I don't know anything. Immediately, the coachman felt his throat loosened. He felt a black wind flashing past, and he could no longer see the figure of the person. The 3 people present were scared and broke out in cold sweat. They couldn't even see how the person appeared and how he left. This person was too terrifying. Just the aura that he emitted was enough to make them breathless. Yuan City. The originally lively Yuan City was in a depressing atmosphere today. 5 months had passed. The Lin family's position had been expanding, and they had become the #1 family in Yuan City. In addition to the disciples that joined the Rune Guild, the Lin family was already in existence that could stomp their feet. In these 5 months, the overall strength of the Lin family had been increasing, and no one dared to look down on them. But today, everyone realized that the powerful Lin family was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of a true expert. They were overestimating their own strength. The Lin family is finished this time. Xianxia and the Black Tortoise sect are going to attack together. They brought experts with them, and they're all profound experts. The one leading them is even a mystic adept. The Lin family has a genius disciple, Lin Fei. I didn't expect that he would cause such a big trouble. I'm afraid that the Rune Guild won't be able to protect him this time. They are coming in menacingly. Once the formation of the Lin family's runes is broken, Lin Fei will really be slaughtered. Outside the Lin family, everyone was talking about it. Rumble, rumble, ripples appeared in the sky above the Lin family, blocking the violent attacks. Following the appearance of the ripples, the energy could no longer be replenished, and the formation of the runes outside was on the verge of collapsing. Lin Jintian, the formation of your Lin family's runes is about to be broken. Let's see how long you can be a coward inside. Don't think that the president of the Rune Guild will come and help you. He has already been invited out by us. Your son killed my 4th brother. Today, I will exterminate your Lin family, leaving no one alive as a sacrifice to my 4th brother. The deafening voice resounded in the sky above the Lin family, lingering for a long time. Outside the Lin family, 2 groups of people were gathered together. One group was from Xianxia, and the leader was Chun Xian's 3rd brother, Chun Sheng. As for the other group, they were the disciples of Xianxia from the Black Tortoise sect. One Xianxia was already enough for them to look up to. With the addition of the Black Tortoise sect, anyone would feel that there was no hope. Young master, the formation of the runes is about to be broken. Chun Sheng sat on his demonic beast, waving the fan in his hand leisurely. Once the formation is broken, all the men of the Lin family will die. As for the women, bring them back and let them be prostitutes for the rest of their lives. Let everyone know that this is the consequence of offending Xianxia. Chun Sheng said indifferently. He turned to the young man beside him and said respectfully, "Brother Feng, what do you think of this little brother's arrangement?" The young man smiled. Master's order is to exterminate the Lin family and avenge eldest senior. As for other matters, Master doesn't have any requirements. He just wants us to witness it with our own eyes. Chun Sheng laughed. That's not a problem at all. When the formation of the runes is broken, my subordinates will kill their way in and kill them all. How can a late-stage, profound practitioner like the Lin family be worthy of being a family? The young man also smiled. Once we're done with the Lin family, we can go back earlier. The Lin family. At this time, it was already a mess. However, after Lin Jintian killed a few disciples that were causing trouble, the situation was completely calmed down. Father, let's fight them to the death. There are no cowards in our Lin family who are afraid of death. Lin Feng's strength had improved very quickly during this period of almost half a year, and he was already at the 9th level of the martial Dao. He was only a step away from the profounder realm, and under Lin Jintian's fostering, he already possessed the might of Patriarch. As he spoke, Lin Feng's icy cold gaze swept past all the elders and deacons present here, causing them to not dare look him in the eye. Lin Jintian sat at the seat of the host with an expressionless face, and it was impossible to discern his emotions. This was the greatest deterrent to the elders of the Lin family. Big brother's right. I, Lin Xiao, will be the first to kill anyone who dares to be a coward in the Lin family. Lin Xiao had a bad temper, and he wasn't as reserved as his big brother, Lin Feng, had said. Everyone in the meeting hall didn't dare speak, and they were waiting for someone to speak. Since Lin Jintian advanced into the advanced stage of the profounder realm, no one dared to go against him, especially after the 2 elders were demoted. All of them knew that the Patriarch wasn't someone they could go against in the past. Although Xianxia and the Black Tortoise Gate are strong, don't forget that our Lin family has produced a genius. In 50 years, he will definitely become a true expert on the continent. Our Lin family will still be able to spread our branches on the continent, and become a true family. Lin Jintian stood up and said, "Since Xianxia and the Black Tortoise Gate want to fight, we will fight to the end, even if we don't have the help of the Rune Guild." Even though everyone knew the final outcome. However, the last sentence shocked them. Yes, their Lin family still had a genius disciple, Lin Fei. As long as he didn't die prematurely, the Lin family would become even stronger and more famous in the future. Fight! Fight! There was a rumble outside. The formation of the runes had been broken, and the Lin family had lost their greatest help. Charge in and kill them all. Leave no one alive. Kill the men and bring the women back. Chapter 292. The runes array has been destroyed. Without the runes array, Lin Fei no longer has the ability to resist. Lin Fei is really finished this time. With the runes array destroyed, the remaining fighting strength of the Lin family no longer had the ability to resist. Facing the ferocious experts and the experts of the Black Tortoise sect, it would be a piece of cake to annihilate the other families in Guiyuan Yuan City. Lin Jintian, your son killed my fourth brother. I'm afraid you never thought that such a day would come, right? Chen Sheng stood up. Lin Jintian appeared in the sky above the Lin family. Indeed, I didn't, Lin Jintian said. However, I will always be proud of my son. I'm afraid that in the near future, your Tianxia will experience the same fate as my Lin family. I believe that day will not be far away. Chen Sheng laughed. Lin Fei? We will not give him any chance to grow. I forgot to tell you, your Lin family's Lin Fei overestimated himself and wanted to snatch the profound emperor's inheritance. I'm afraid that he would have been killed by a profound spirit expert. Guiyuan Yuan City was located in a remote area, so he did not know the situation outside. A trace of shock flashed across Lin Jintian's eyes before he calmed down. You keep saying that. It looks like you're afraid of my Lin Fei. That's why you can only use such a method to take revenge. Your world gang is indeed very disappointing. No, I should say extremely, extremely disappointing. Old thing, this young master will personally send you down. Chen Sheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. What he said just now had indeed hit the nail on the head. Ever since the incident in the Demon Beast Mountain Range, Chen Sheng had been panicking even though he did not know what would happen next. That was why he brought his men over to exterminate the Lin family. When the time came, he would let Lin Fei go to Mountain River City to take revenge. Soul-breaking palm. Chen Sheng clapped his hands, and his entire body soared into the sky. True Yuan surged out, blasting towards Lin Jintian's position. Lin Jintian showed no fear and took a deep breath. Azure Dragon Capture. Roar. When Xiao Chan executed his consummate technique, the Azure Dragon image in the air gave off a dragon might and turned into a huge palm, clashing with the Azure Palm. Hong. One was at the advanced stage of the Profounder Realm, while the other was at the Profounder Realm. The gap between the two was too great. Even though the great Azure Dragon capturing technique was very strong, if one lacked strength, one would not be able to bring out its might. After displaying this unique skill, Zhou Bao's eyes widened. Chen Sheng's expression immediately changed. Something seemed to be amiss. However, in the blink of an eye, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Since he had already made his move, he would go all the way to the end. Lin Jintian, you only have this much strength. With just one move, Lin Jintian was blasted flying and crashed into a house. Rumble, the area where Lin Jintian landed immediately turned into ruins. Even the houses could not withstand the huge impact and were directly turned into ruins. Everyone could imagine this scene. How could the Lin family withstand the attack of a mystic adept? Chen Sheng, who was in midair, was also secretly shocked. I did not expect this Lin family to be related to the Upper Lin family. It seems like they are branches of the Upper Lin family. Since you have already made your move, kill them all. I believe that the Upper Lin family will not know. Soul-breaking palm. Chen Sheng moved again. He rushed to the sky above the ruins and slammed his palm down, preparing to kill Lin Jintian. Lin Jintian, who was in the ruins, was seriously injured in just one move. A trace of regret flashed across his eyes. His biggest regret was that he could not see his son's name spread across the continent. He subconsciously closed his eyes. Get lost. Just when everyone thought that Lin Jintian was dead for sure, an angry roar came from the horizon. Immediately, countless rays of light attacked. The terrifying aura shocked everyone present. Who is it? Why does he have such a terrifying aura? Xianxia was shocked and quickly retreated. Rumble. As the sword light fell, the people of Xianxia and the Black Tortoise sect, who were slaughtering, fell to the ground without a sound. All of them had a wound on their throats. A one-hit kill. Everyone in the Lin family was stunned on the spot. They could not believe the scene in front of them. The mystic adepts were all dead. Other than them, there was no one else on the ruins. Apart from the corpses on the ground, this happened in just a short period of time. The one who attacked in anger was Lin Fei. He had finally rushed back at the crucial moment. Father, quickly eat the elixir. So, Lin Fei appeared beside Lin Jintian and fed him a healing elixir. At the same time, he injected a stream of true yuan into Lin Jintian's body, effectively healing his injuries. Xiao Fei, is it really you? Lin Jintian asked excitedly. It was as if he was dreaming. Yes, I am back. Lin Fei handed Lin Jintian over to the people who came up. Now, I will help you vent your anger. Seeing the look in his son's eyes, Lin Jintian knew that his son had become stronger than before. He was like a tall mountain that everyone had to look up to. Third brother, Xiao Fei. Lin Xiao and Lin Feng rushed up, their faces filled with disbelief. Big brother, second brother, Lin Fei said with a smile. Take these healing elixirs and let them eat them. When they saw that the genius from the Lin family had returned, everyone in the Lin family felt as if they had been hit by a huge pie. The fear in their hearts disappeared completely. The people outside were also dumbfounded. There were at least 20 to 30 mystic adepts and experts at the ninth heaven of the martial path who rushed in. In the blink of an eye, they were all dead. If not for the corpses lying on the ground, they would not dare to believe that all of this was real. Even if it was a mystic adept, it would be extremely difficult to kill all of them in one move. Have you all thought about how you want to die? Lin Fei stepped on the void and looked at the group of people opposite him. If he had not decided to come back first, the Lin family might have been annihilated. It would also affect his future cultivation. It's you, Lin Fei. Xianxia clenched his teeth. He did not believe that it was Lin Fei who had returned and killed all of his subordinates. Other than the few behind him, there was no one else. For some reason, after hearing this, fear rose in Xianxia's heart. He kept saying to himself in his heart, he is only at the mystic adept realm. What is there to be afraid of? He desperately tried to calm himself down. Have you thought about how you want to die? Lin Fei calmly said the same thing. My young master is not someone you can yell about killing. A mystic adept realm martial artist behind Xianxia said angrily. Bang, bang. There was no movement at all, but the experts behind Xianxia collapsed to the ground in an instant, lifeless. Shocked, everyone was horrified. 5 months ago, Lin Fei was only at the 9th heavenly layer of martial Dao. 5 months later, he was already at the mystic adept realm and killed a mystic adept realm expert. They cannot think about it. Xianxia was shocked. Brother Feng beside him was shocked. No one thought that Lin Fei would be so fierce as soon as he came back. Lin Fei, I am from the Black Tortoise sect. Do you dare to kill me? The young man from the Black Tortoise sect said angrily. Idiot. Lin Fei appeared in front of the young man and slapped him. The young man at the mystic adept realm flew out directly. His jaw was also broken, revealing his pale bones. He hit the ruins. It seems that you have not thought about it. I will make the decision for you. Xianxia was shocked. How dare you? Pa! A slap came, and Xianxia flew out. You dare to destroy my Lin family. I will cut off one of your arms. Rip! Xianxia's left arm was torn off. You dare to touch my father. I will cut off one of your arms. Xianxia's right arm was also torn off. You dare to kill my Lin family. I will cut off one of your legs. You dare to destroy my Lin family. I will cut off one of your legs. In the air, everyone saw the most brutal scene. It turned out that a mystic adept realm expert could also fight like this. At the same time, it left an unforgettable scene in everyone's heart. Xianxia was like a sandbag. He fell in Lin Fei's hands without any ability to fight back. After losing his limbs, Xianxia did not die. The powerful blood and qi of a martial artist allowed him to live temporarily. My father will definitely avenge me. Lin Fei lifted Xianxia and said indifferently, "Then I will wait for your father's revenge." Boom! Xianxia turned into a mist of blood. He could not be more dead. Whether it was inside or outside, everyone was scared stiff. Just now, they thought that the Lin family was finished. Who would have thought that in just a few breaths, Xianxia and the Black Tortoise Sex people would die one by one? A mystic adept realm expert should be strong enough. In the end, in the hands of Lin Fei, he was like a child. He killed them whenever he wanted. He was simply a monstrous genius. Big brother, we are not dreaming, right? Lin Xiao forgot about the wounds on his body. He stared at Lin Fei's figure in the sky with a look of worship. Lin Feng muttered to himself, "I don't think I'm dreaming." Third brother's strength? Lin Xiao was already stunned and asked stupidly. It should be very, very powerful. As for the rest of the people, their current mood was not much different from Lin Xiao and the others. Their faces were filled with horror and shock. At the same time, there was something called surprise. The elders and the rest of the people present had never thought that the third young Master Lin, who was useless in their eyes, would one day appear in front of them in such a manner. When he attacked, he killed his enemies one by one. They could not even see how he attacked. Until now, their Lin family had never had a mystic adept realm expert. Moreover, his strength was so abnormal. Just now, they saw clearly that there were no less than 5 or 6 mystic adept realm experts, and all of them were killed in one move. "Father, I came late. I have let you suffer." Lin Fei landed. Lin Jintian's injuries had recovered quite a bit. After all, the healing pill was bought from the system. Its effect was naturally first class. It was far from what ordinary healing pills could compare to. "Not late, not late." Lin Jintian smiled proudly. The Lin family was shocked. Everyone seemed to have watched a big show. From the overbearing manner of Xianxia and Xuanwu's sect, to wanting to destroy the Lin family in the hands of others, the genius disciple of the Lin family, Lin Fei, rushed back from outside and killed everyone on the spot. Even the mystic adept realm experts in their eyes were killed one by one. It felt like a comical farce. It was very noisy, but at the crucial moment, there was immediately silence. This kind of thing that could only be imagined usually appeared in front of them. It was indeed like a dream. The news of the return of the genius disciple of the Lin family immediately spread to all the big and small families in Gue Yuan City. Other than shock, there was still shock. Everyone understood that this time, the Lin family really stood up. After 5 months, the Lin family's third young master Lin once again shocked everyone. From the 9th level of the martial path, he suddenly rushed to the mystic adept realm. It was a total of 2 big leaps. Especially after becoming a mystic adept realm expert, his combat power was even more terrifying and unimaginable. What kind of monster did the Lin family have? Everyone was thinking about what to do in the future. The Lin family had such a monster young master. Did they need to rely on the Lin family? Lin family. Lin Fei returned. The haze of the Lin family was swept away. In just a day, the Lin family returned to normal. Other than some ruins that had not been cleared, there were no other problems in the rest of the place. The dead and injured disciples of the Lin family had already been properly taken care of. The atmosphere of the Lin family was also not as anxious as before. At this moment, everyone was in high spirits. After all, no matter how strong Xianxia and the Black Tortoise sect were, they probably would not offend such a monster genius, especially with the strength to kill a mystic adept realm expert in one move. "Third brother, this time it's really all thanks to you." Lin Xiao looked at Lin Fei. In the meeting hall, other than the elders, there was no one else. Lin Fei smiled and said, "We're family. You're treating me like an outsider." Lin Feng also said, "Just now, third brother was really impressive. What mystic adept realm expert? You killed them so easily. I think Xianxia will not dare to come again." Lin Fei and the other 2 brothers got along very well. Seeing Lin Fei show his power, they were naturally happy. This was the supreme honor of the Lin family. The rest of the elders also nodded their heads. However, today we killed the people of Xianxia and the Black Tortoise sect. Will they? One of the elders said worriedly. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. In a few days, I will personally go to Mountain River City and settle all the troubles. In the future, there will be no more Xianxia." Swoosh, the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was in the past, they would definitely scoff. Xianxia claimed to have 100,000 disciples. Was it really so easy to deal with them? Now that these words came out of Lin Fei's mouth, they did not dare to doubt it. Lin Jintian said, "If it doesn't work, we will think of another way." Lin Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry." At night, in Lin Jintian's study room, Lin Fei first set up the runes formation. Of course, it was the simplest. "Father, this time I'm back. I think it will be a long time before I come back again. So, before I leave, I want to leave something behind." Lin Fei said and waved his hand. A mountain of pure elemental pills appeared in front of them. Pure elemental pills. The Lin family also had pure elemental pills, but there were very few of them. When they saw the huge amount of pure elemental pills, Lin Jintian, Lin Feng, and Lin Xiao were all dumbstruck. Lin Fei waved his hand again, and ordinary weapons flew out. Apart from these, there were also soul treasures. However, they were just low-grade soul treasures and soul liquids. These are just a few of my gains outside. With these things, the family should be able to quickly raise their strength. This was just a few of his gains? As the family leader, Lin Jintian was dazzled by the sight of millions of pure elemental pills. As for Lin Fei's two elder brothers, they were practically drooling. Chapter 293. P.S. Thanks to QQHJG, 5-star Army General Super Mew Mew for his monthly vote. Thanks to Doling for his evaluation vote. April 1st, begging for a guaranteed monthly vote. Lin Fei took out a large number of treasures in one go, causing Lin Jintian and the rest to gasp. Any one of them would be highly sought after. Such a large amount of resources could only appear in a dream. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" Pure Yuan pills were one of the cultivation resources for the disciples of the big families. Lin Feng had never used more than 100 pure Yuan pills in his life. He had never used the spiritual liquid, but he had heard of its miraculous effects. As for the spiritual treasure, it was something that could only be found in a dream. In reality, no matter which treasure it was, the Lin family could only look at it and think about it. They had never thought of owning it. After all, it was another level of cultivation. Lin Fei laughed. "Of course it's not a dream. You will become experts soon. There are a total of 10 million pure Yuan pills, 500 kilograms of spiritual liquid, and some ordinary weapons and spiritual treasures. I believe that the family will rise again soon." Hiss! The three of them inhaled a breath of cold air. 10 million pure Yuan pills. It was an unimaginable number. Lin Feng and Lin Xiao were stunned. Only Lin Jintian remained calm. Even so, his breathing was rapid and his heartbeat accelerated. He could not remain calm. Lin Fei waved his hand and stored all the pure Yuan pills in order to prevent their aura from leaking out and attracting the attention of outsiders. He handed it to his father solemnly. "Father, these resources will be under your control from now on. Choose a few loyal members of the Lin family and nurture them. It will be enough to nurture a group of experts." Lin Jintian looked at his son, not knowing what to say. 5 months ago, Lin Fei gave him a huge shock. Who would have thought that 5 months later, he would bring another shock? Especially the resources that he brought back. Lin Jintian did not even think about it. Soon, Lin Jintian felt relieved. His son was so proud, he should be happy. "Little Fei, your father can't do anything else, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate a group of experts who are loyal to the Lin family." Lin Jintian was very confident. Lin Fei said, "After I leave, I will set up the runes array in the secret room. When the time comes, you can cultivate in the secret room. Also, while I am at home, help you improve your strength." If one were to say that they had taken out such a generous amount of resources, it would already be shocking enough. At this moment, it felt like a dream to talk about improving his strength. "Is that okay?" Lin Xiao could not help but ask. If Lin Fei wasn't confident before, then he was completely relieved now. Lin Fei's control over quintessential essence had already reached a level where he could control it at will. It shouldn't be a problem for him to help them increase their strength appropriately. Before reaching the 9th heavenly layer of the martial Tao, one would cultivate true qi. After consuming the spirit liquid, one would be able to improve immediately. His father, on the other hand, had the strength of a late-stage profound practitioner. As long as he had enough true qi, his strength would be able to improve. The Lin family had a profound adept expert overseeing it, so there wouldn't be any big problems for the time being. Of course, that night, Lin Fei was in the secret room, helping them to improve their strength. It took a total of 3 days for their strength to improve. His father, Lin Jintian's strength, had been forcefully raised by Lin Fei to the late-stage mystic adept. It was already impossible for him to go any further and reach the late-stage mystic adept realm. However, with the spirit treasure that Lin Fei had left behind, he would be able to fight against a mystic adept expert without being at a disadvantage. He might even be able to kill them. He didn't have to worry about being unable to deal with a mystic adept expert. As for his 2 brothers, Lin Fei didn't forcefully raise their strength by much. He only helped them to break through to the profound practitioner realm. Fortunately, their foundations were very good. After advancing to the profound practitioner realm, Lin Fei helped them advance 3 small realms to the late-stage profound practitioner realm. Anyone below the profound practitioner realm was killed without mercy. It was already 3 days later when he finished raising his strength. With the strength of a late-stage mystic adept, Lin Jintian once again intimidated everyone in the Lin family, especially the elders. Fortunately, this news was suppressed by Lin Jintian and was not allowed to leak out. As for whether it would be leaked out, it was no longer important. What was important was that the Lin family's strength had increased once again and had truly taken a step forward. After raising his strength, Lin Fei went out to see his old friends. After all, he didn't know when he would return again. During this period, the Rune Guild's Mu Changkong personally came to explain what happened that day. Regarding the matter that day, Lin Fei wasn't really angry. He knew the cause and effect, and there was nothing he could do about it. Mu Changkong was also shocked by the rapid improvement of Lin Fei's strength. This kind of cultivation speed was like sitting on a rocket. How many people could reach this step? For the Rune Guild, it was very useful at the moment. It was not wrong to have a good relationship with them. As the leader of a guild, Mu Changkong no longer looked at him as a disciple. Instead, he looked at him as the same person. If Mu Changkong knew that Lin Fei could already contend against a king stage expert, he would probably be scared half to death. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't the kind of person who liked to flaunt his strength everywhere. Mu Changkong left with a satisfied harvest. Actually, the thing that Mu Changkong was most worried about when he brought his men here was that Lin Fei would leave a bad impression on the Rune Guild. Lin Fei had returned from outside and killed a mystic adept expert on the spot. He had killed all the disciples of the Black Tortoise sect and Xianxia, like slaughtering chickens and sheep. This news fell into Mu Changkong's ears immediately, which is why he took the initiative to pay a visit today. Originally, he thought that he could rest for a few days after settling the matter. Only then did he know that being famous wasn't a good thing. First of all the big shots in Gue Yuan City came to pay a visit. The Lin family didn't have any free time. Other than that, the city lord Su Wen also took the initiative to pay a visit. 5 days later, after returning from outside, Lin Fei stayed for 5 days. On the morning of the 5th day, Lin Fei left quietly. He didn't like the sadness of parting. In addition to the things that he had left behind, it was inevitable that the Lin family would develop rapidly in the future. After leaving Gue Yuan City, Lin Fei became lazy again and rode Xiaohe to Mountain River City. This time, Lin Fei wanted to completely settle the remaining troubles. When that time comes, he could really be at ease. Damn, the mission given by the system is really a pain in the ass. Lying on Xiaohe ran as if it was flying. It was so fast that one couldn't see its shadow. It ran on the official road like a ghost. At this moment, Lin Fei was very resentful. Last night, Lin Fei initiated a promotion mission. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a big mission. Annihilate Xianxia. The promotion mission of a mystic master was actually to annihilate Xianxia. Lin Fei himself was surprised. Fortunately, with my current strength, I don't need to be afraid of Xianxia. At most, it will be a little troublesome to deal with it. However, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building should intervene in this matter, right? Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. Unconsciously, he thought of Jin Feng, the rich lady who had a little temperament of a queen. A day later, Lin Fei appeared in the vicinity of Mountain River City. Previously, when he returned to Yuan City, Lin Fei was leisurely. This time, he didn't control his speed and let Xiao run to his heart's content. When he was about to reach Mountain River City, he then stopped. Xiao, you can go now. Lin Fei took out a small bag of pure elemental pills and hung it on Xiao's neck. He let Xiao go. When he reached Mountain River City, he wouldn't need Xiao anymore. Ayo! Xiao let out a long howl and then left reluctantly. Any demonic beast will be happy to be a mount for a few days and receive a good income, especially for Xiao, who wasn't very strong. With this income of pure elemental pills, he might even be able to advance a realm. Mountain River City, Lin Fei am back. Lin Fei couldn't help but let out a long howl and flew towards Mountain River City, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Lin Fei pulled the black robe on his body and walked into Mountain River City. It had been 5 months since the last time. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. I wonder how Jin Feng is doing. Walking on the streets, people came and went. It was as lively as the last time. Mountain River City was still the same Mountain River City. When a group of people in black swaggered through the streets, they were even more arrogant than before. Lin Fei couldn't help but have a bad feeling. In less than an hour, Lin Fei saw a few groups of people in black passing through the streets. What happened in Mountain River City in the last 5 months? The people of Xianxia seemed to be more arrogant than before. Lin Fei looked at the disciples of Xianxia who had just walked past him. After his strength had increased, Lin Fei had a strong perception of subtle changes. Usually, things would not be too far from the truth and would not be too far off. It seems that I have to find someone to ask, Lin Fei thought. Mountain River City had no shortage of people. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei walked out of the alley, leaving behind an unconscious person. So that's how it is. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Just now, he had found a random person and asked about the specific situation. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. No wonder Xianxia has been so arrogant recently. It turns out that such a big change has happened in Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. He was still thinking about what that martial artist had said just now. The building master of Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was ambushed and killed by an expert of Xianxia. Now they are in a mess internally. They are fighting for power. If they don't handle it well, they will fall apart. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building that was originally on par with the World Gang had lost the control of the building master and was in chaos internally. Everyone wanted to sit on this position and become the true building master, controlling the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. There was a fight for power internally. Outside, there was a forced marriage by Xianxia. That's right, it was indeed a forced marriage. The eldest son of Xianxia, Chun Ting, was preparing to marry Miss Jin Feng. In fact, he was aiming for Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, which was equivalent to finding a reason to interfere. Chapter 294, Mountain River City, in the huge headquarters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. At this time, with an atmosphere of decline, people wondered if it would collapse at any time and become a memory in the long river of history. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, which could compete with Xianxia in the past, had long lost its original dominance and was in extreme chaos. The guards at the door were also lazy and had lost their usual vigor. All this was because the building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, Jin Yang, was dead. The strength of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was all in Jin Yang's hands. Although it was partly with the help of other forces, It was undeniable that any organization needed a person with vision, insight, and courage. There was no doubt that Jin Yang was one of them. Unfortunately, after Jin Yang was killed, the internal situation immediately loosened and people began to fight for power. Jin Yang did not have a son. He had many adopted sons, but his real biological daughter was Jin Feng. As a girl, Jin Feng was not strong and could not control the elders and other warriors. As a result, under the deliberate instigation, the internal problems became more and more serious. Coupled with the constant pressure from Xianxia, the strength of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was constantly being suppressed. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, in a quiet little yard, it was full of greenery. A young girl stood in front of the window. The soft moonlight shone on the girl, but the girl's eyebrows were full of worry. Behind the girl stood a middle-aged man. This man was Yang Kai, whom Lin Fei was familiar with. He was one of the deputy building masters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building and could be said to be one of Jin Yang's right-hand men. Niece Jin, I will definitely seek justice for you tomorrow, Yang Kai said angrily. The building master's body is not cold yet, and they have already begun to fight for power. I will not accept whoever takes this position. In this fight for power, the only one who did not make a move was Yang Kai. The girl turned her head and revealed a touch of firmness in her eyes. Uncle Yang, this position is my father's. No one can take it away from me. I will not let my father down. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with joy. The only thing he was worried about was that Jin Feng had lost the courage to keep moving forward. Now that he heard this, it was enough to confirm that Miss Jin had not lost her fighting spirit. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, Jin Feng was the most qualified to sit on the position of the building master. Unfortunately, she was a woman, which made people feel dissatisfied. If she was a man, it would be perfectly justifiable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any internal strife. Yang Kai said, as long as young lady says this, Uncle Yang will risk his life to help you win this position. I will go out and contact them now and strive to give them a counterattack tomorrow. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was in chaos. Its power was divided into several factions. The Golden Phoenix faction was not the strongest, but it was also not the weakest. However, it was the most qualified faction that sat on the throne. The other factions lacked the qualifications the most. Miss, it's best if you don't go out tonight. I'll arrange 2 experts outside the courtyard, Yang Kai said before leaving. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Yang. When Jin Feng was left alone in the room, a sense of helplessness flashed across her strong face. She would only show it when no one was around. Father, what should I do? Jin Feng sat on the bed. After a moment, the sense of helplessness of a young girl disappeared. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building belongs to our Jin family. No one can take it away. Jin Feng's eyebrows straightened and her face turned cold. Miss Jin, it turns out that you are so beautiful when you are angry. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded in the room. Who? Jin Feng turned around and moved. The black whip lashed in one direction, making a pa-pa-pa sound. However, when she felt her whip fell on the hand of the man, she could not help but be shocked. In the darkness, the voice sounded again. You still like this trick? Last time you whipped me, I didn't expect you to whip me again this time. The black shadow walked out of the darkness and lifted his hood. It's you. Jin Feng was shocked. You, when did you come in? The one who sneaked into Jin Feng's room was Lin Fei, who came from Guay Yuan City. Under the cover of the night, he came to Jin Feng's room. Lin Fei loosened his hand and said with grievance, I just arrived, and then Miss Jin whipped me. Don't you think I am wronged? Jin Feng put away the whip, and her mood suddenly became better. She rolled her eyes and said, Who let you sneak in? Don't you know that? Is this a girl's boudoir? Lin Fei laughed dryly. Well, you opened the window. How would I know? You are twisting words and forcing logic. This was the first time for Lin Fei to hear the details of the situation since he asked about the situation on the street, including what happened after he left. It seems that Xianxia and Black Tortoise Sect arranged disciples to kill me. Someone must have snitched on me. Lin Fei could not help but think of the things that happened a few days ago, because everything happened without warning. Jean Feng was startled. Your Lin family was also attacked. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. If I hadn't rushed back, the Lin family might really have been annihilated. Listening to what you said just now, it seems like there's someone behind all of this. Your father is a mystic spirit practitioner after all. The Under Heaven gang has always been unable to touch your father. How did they succeed this time? I suspect that there's an expert involved. Could it be Black Tortoise Sect? Lin Fei said, that is unknown. But we will soon know who is behind this. With that, his eyes revealed a murderous intention. Jean Feng hurriedly said, you can't do anything stupid. Whether it is Black Tortoise Sect or Xianxia, they're not something you can contend with at present. Although the two of them did not know each other for a long time, there was no restriction when they were together. They were very free. Therefore, Jean Feng was worried that Lin Fei would do something impulsive. Lin Fei could finally laugh. I can easily enter your Golden Breeze drizzle building. Do you think I am that kind of reckless person? Jean Feng's strength was at the profound perfection realm. In 5 months, her strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had just entered the profound perfection realm recently. Hearing this, she could not help but be surprised. You have already entered the profound master realm. This is not my true strength. It is more than enough to enter your Golden Breeze drizzle building. Lin Fei said, you and I are friends. We now have a common enemy, Xianxia and Black Tortoise Sect. Your matter is also my matter. I will definitely help you vent your anger. Jean Feng was very touched. She did not take Lin Fei's words to heart. Instead, she was worried. I understand your intention. I will deal with Xianxia. I will not let my father die in vain. I don't want you to take the risk. Lin Fei immediately heard Jean Feng's concerned tone. For this kind of smart girl, he vaguely guessed something. He changed the topic. I heard that you're going to re-elect the building master tomorrow. Do you mind taking me with you? Jean Feng still regarded Lin Fei as an impulsive person. She did not want him to do anything impulsive. She nodded. You must promise me that you will not do anything stupid. Lin Fei smiled. Last time I was your guard. I did not expect to be a guard again. That night, the two of them chatted until late. The two people guarding outside the courtyard did not dare to know what was going on inside. The next morning, Lin Fei was the first to wake up. When he saw Jean Feng beside him, he could not help but be confused. Did he not drink last night? He only remembered that they chatted until late. Then, he did not remember. When he woke up, he was like this. This movement made Jean Feng's long eyelashes flutter. She opened her eyes. Ah! Jean Feng could not help but scream. Her pretty face could not help but blush. She was very embarrassed. Apparently, she did not expect that she would fall asleep next to a man last night. Both of them did not care about this matter. It was as if nothing had happened. When Jean Feng came out, there was a mask on Lin Fei's face. He looked like a sickly middle-aged man. He looked very sick. You are? If it was not for the familiar clothes, Jean Feng would have thought that it was a stranger. How is it? You can't recognize me? Jean Feng nodded. What an exquisite disguise. I almost could not recognize you. From now on, I am your guard. A guard sent by a mysterious person. Lin Fei immediately found an excuse for himself. If it was not for the incident in the Golden Breeze drizzle building, Lin Fei would definitely change into a mask. He wanted to see who was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. When Jean Feng brought Lin Fei out, the two Xian adept experts at the entrance of the courtyard were obviously shocked. How did this person get in? How come they didn't know anything? After hearing Miss Jean Feng's explanation, they were relieved. They were afraid that they had been kidnapped. Once again, he walked in the familiar Golden Breeze drizzle building. Lin Fei clearly felt that the atmosphere in the Golden Breeze drizzle building was very depressing. It seemed lifeless. It was not as vigorous and energetic as before. The death of Jin Yang had a considerable impact on the Golden Breeze drizzle building. Otherwise, it would not be like this. Lin Fei thought to himself. He saw the changes in the Golden Breeze drizzle building. Today, the meeting hall was quite lively. The position of the building master made everyone excited. People were greedy. Once the stone on their heads was removed, they would have ideas. Once these ideas were out of control, they would go to another path. At the entrance of the meeting hall, as soon as Jin Feng and Lin Fei arrived, they met a group of people coming from the opposite side. Lin Fei was a little surprised to see the leader of the group. It was Jin Fei, Jin Yang's favorite adopted son, who had lost to him in a duel. Little Feng, is this person also one of them? Jin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. A dog that cannot be tamed. Lin Fei obviously understood the meaning behind her words. Jin Fei was also here to compete for this position. In addition, he was an adopted son. Even if he became a puppet, he would be drawn in by others. It was no wonder that he was said to be a dog that cannot be tamed. Lin Fei was most displeased with the idea of adopting a son. In the movies, this kind of person was most likely a traitor. Chapter 295. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Jing Fei was in a good mood recently. As Jin Yang's adopted son, especially the one that he valued the most, Jing Fei always had a great ambition. He was not satisfied with being an adopted son, but he wanted to stand out and make a name for himself. In the past, this idea had been suppressed infinitely, and he did not even dare to show a trace of it, fearing that it would be seen by others. He had always been honest and diligent. After Jin Yang's adopted father died, Jing Fei could no longer control his ambition. In addition, recently, people frequently came to find him, offering unimaginable temptations. Jing Fei was completely moved. Being an adopted son was not as glorious as being the owner of the building. Even if he became a puppet, so what? As for revenge, Jing Fei had never thought about it, nor did he want to do it. He was already dead. How could he take revenge? Unless that person was an idiot, he wouldn't be able to do so. After today, I, Jing Fei, will be the new owner of the building. At that time, I will be a celebrity in a mountain river city. Jing Fei smiled proudly. When he saw Jin Feng, Jing Fei's eyes revealed a lustful look. This sister, on the surface, did not know how many nights she had wanted to press him under her body, completely conquer him, and seek pleasure under his crotch. Now, Jing Fei had no scruples anymore. Jin Feng is mine. No one could take her away. Sister Jin, why are you here? I'm here for men's affairs. Jing Fei strode forward. His tone sounded very polite, but in fact, he was expressing his own opinion. He did not mind others hearing it, and he did not mind others seeing his ambition. Jin Feng said lightly, "Such a big thing. How can I not come? Anyhow, I am your sister." This was also a reply to Jing Fei. Jing Fei smiled. "I am afraid that Sister Jin will be disappointed today. As the adopted son of my adopted father, I will inherit his will and carry forward the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building and let everyone know the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building." Lin Fei, who was next to him, could not help but want to laugh. "Don't you know how to brag? You haven't even taken this position yet, and you're already acting so smug here? You should at least hide your desires. Don't be so blatant. Don't you know that this is very unsightly?" "Young Master Jin Fei, I don't agree with your words. You are also an adopted son, and so am I. Are you the only one who can be the Tower Master?" At that moment, someone else interrupted. It turned out that there was another young man who was about the same age as Jing Fei. Judging from his tone, he was also one of the adopted sons. "This is Jin Xianxia, my father's adopted son." Lin Fei was amused. "It seems that all of you foster sons are full of wild ambitions. You should all be killed." Indeed, no matter how tolerant Jin Feng was, she would not have a good impression of her father's adopted sons. On the contrary, she hated them deeply. She had already suppressed them by not attacking them on the spot. Very quickly, 4 foster sons walked in. Each of them had a group of supporters behind them, such as elders. They were the strongest supporters. "These people are useless." Lin Fei shook his head. "But that Jing Fei's people are all experts. They don't seem to be from your Golden Breeze Drizzle Building." "Traitor." Jin Feng gritted her teeth and said hatefully. In the meeting hall of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was very big. At this time, it was full of people. Those who had a certain status in the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building were all gathered in the meeting hall, because there was an important matter today. According to what they said, a country couldn't be without a leader, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building couldn't be without a leader. They had to choose a new leader to resist the invasion of Xianxia and get out of the current depression. They couldn't delay it any longer. Everyone wanted to choose this person as soon as possible. As the saying goes, every king has his own courtiers. It would have a great impact on the position and the distribution of benefits. They had to pay attention to it. When Jean Feng came in with Lin Fei, everyone respectfully called her Miss Jean. On this point, they didn't dare to go overboard. If word got out that landlord Jin's corpse hadn't even turned cold yet, a member of the gang had already bullied his daughter. If word got out, it would have a huge impact. This was a matter of face, and they didn't dare to let others talk about it. A bunch of hypocrites. Jean Feng lowered her voice and said, "Isn't it just to choose a new leader earlier? Look at them. They are just short of a full-scale war to fight for this position." Lin Fei looked at them and said, "Just let them be happy. There are accidents in everything. In the end, they will be the losers." Jean Feng glanced at Lin Fei and said, "I hope so." When the 4 adopted sons walked in, everyone stood up. The vast majority of them chose to support one of the adopted sons, because only the adopted sons had the right to compete. Otherwise, it would be unjustifiable, and no one would be convinced. Who knew when the quarrel would end? This was an unspoken rule in the gang. No one could avoid it. Because they couldn't, there was such a scene. Vice Leader Yang Kai is here. Vice Leader Xianxia is here. When the 2 giants of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building appeared, the meeting hall quieted down. Yang Kai and Xianxia came in one after another. The 2 of them sat at the head of the table. The middle seat was empty, which was the leader's seat. At this moment, it was empty, and their target was this seat. As the saying goes, a country can't be without a leader for a day. Our Golden Breeze Drizzle building can't be without a leader. I suggest that we elect a new leader. Xianxia stood up and said, "Since we are all together today, let's discuss and elect a new leader so that everyone can be at ease. We will definitely support Landlord Shun's words. Elect a new leader to continue leading the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Elect a new leader. Elect a leader." Everyone present was excited, especially the elders. They were especially excited. Those adopted children who were seated were similarly beaming with joy. They were exceptionally excited because at this crucial moment, there was someone among them who could sit in the sacred position of floor master. Elect a leader. I recommend young Master Jean Xianxia. He has the ability to lead us forward. An elder immediately stood up and said, "Jean Xianxia is just a playboy. What ability can he have?" I agree with recommending young Master Jean Fei to be the leader. Another elder said, "I also support young Master Jean Fei. Young Master Jean Fei is strong. He is already at the mystic adept realm. Among all the adopted sons, he is the strongest. If he doesn't become the leader, who else can? Young Master Jean Fei is the adopted son that the leader values. Since he is valued, he must have something important. With the help of Landlord Yang and Landlord Shun, there won't be a problem." The scene was noisy, just like a market. Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that everywhere was a pugilistic world. Big pugilistic world, small pugilistic world. For this position, they were no different from shrews quarreling on the street. "Are you disappointed?" Jean Feng's face was expressionless, but a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. None of the elders mentioned her name, as if she had been forgotten. Being a woman is indeed not as useful as being a man. Lin Fei understood the helplessness in Jean Feng's heart. Whether it was on Earth or in the Xintian continent, everyone's opinion was the same. This was vividly displayed from the quarrel in the meeting hall. Being a woman was indeed not very useful sometimes. Just like the ancient emperors, only Wu Zetian could be a female emperor. Who said that being a woman is not as useful as being a man? Lin Fei said, "I feel that you will be very awe-inspiring and powerful as the first female leader." At this time, Yang Kai spoke. The deputy leader spoke, and the meeting hall quieted down. Everyone has been discussing for so long, competing with each other. I wonder if everyone has forgotten one thing. They are adopted sons. Although adopted sons are not real sons, the bloodline of the leader has been passed down. Have you forgotten about Miss Jean Foam? She is the next leader. Xianxia didn't say anything, but once he did, he got to the point. He brought up Jean Foam and wanted to see what the others had to say. Although everyone knew that Xianxia had always been the right-hand man of Jean Yang, they didn't expect that he would stand out to support Jean Foam. In the eyes of the elders, they were disgusted by a woman being the leader. They didn't like a woman standing above them, so they chose to ignore it. Now that Xianxia, the deputy leader, proposed it, the situation was completely different. They were forced to give an answer. Everyone looked at each other, seeming to know that this topic was not easy to answer. Elders, I think it's more appropriate for me to take the position of Tower Master. Jean Fei suddenly stood up. In terms of strength, I am the strongest among all the adopted sons. As for my sister Jean, she is not as good as me. At the same time, I'm also the most valued adopted son of my adoptive father. This position must belong to me. Everyone was in an uproar. Jean Fei was the most powerful among the adopted sons. He stood out in this situation, which showed how confident he was and how he didn't care about others. Jean Fei, you are an adopted son, and I am also an adopted son. Why should you be the leader? One of the adopted sons stood up and glared at Jean Fei. Jean Fei sneered, because of my strength. Boom! Behind Jean Fei, a figure quickly flew out. It was Jean Fei's adoptive son. He didn't even make a sound and died, leaving behind a bloody smell. This is my strength. Jean Fei looked around and felt a sense of achievement. You dare to kill. The elders behind the adopted son finally glared at him. In the internal conflict of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, the adopted son was the card that the elders had the most confidence in. Now that he was killed, it meant that they had lost the chance. Because the adopted sons that were chosen from the adopted sons were all strong and had a certain influence. As for the weaker ones, they were all abandoned. It was conceivable that the death of such an adopted son meant that the elders had lost a qualification. If they were to find another adopted son, they would have already lost. How could they be willing to accept this? Elder Imo, there's no need to be angry. I think Jing Fei is right. The position of Tower Master needs a person with courage. Jing Fei is very courageous. He's just an adopted son. Why should he be like this? Shun Sanbao opened his mouth. His voice was calm, but he was helping Jean Fei. Uproar. In fact, after the death of the Golden Sun building master, Shun Sanbao had never said anything or expressed anything. No one could guess who he would support. In the end, no one had expected that he would support Jean Fei. Unexpected, very unexpected. The group of elders and deacons finally understood why Jean Fei dared to kill in public. It turned out that Shun Sanbao, the vice building master, was supporting him. As for killing, it was just a small matter. Resist, how to resist. Even Xianxia was surprised. Sanbao, didn't you say that you would support Miss Jean yesterday? Shun Sanbao said faintly, as if he didn't feel angry at all. About last night's matter, I have thought about it for a long time. According to tradition, I should support Miss Jean because she is the daughter of the Tower Master. However, as the Vice Tower Master, I hope that the successor of the Tower Master should be the adopted son that Jean Yang thinks highly of. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building needs a charismatic adopted son, and I think that Jing Fei is very suitable, much more suitable than Miss Jean. Xianxia stood up with a swoosh and pointed at Shun Sanbao. Good Shun Sanbao, you repay kindness with enmity. That year, when you were in danger, it was the building master who saved your life. That year, it was the building master who brought you up from the bottom. That year, it was the building master who gave you a chance. How dare you do this today? Shun Sanbao didn't have any expression on his face. He laughed loudly and said, I really want to thank the building master. If it wasn't for the building master, I wouldn't be here today. However, I still have the same opinion when it comes to choosing the building master. I won't change my mind because of anyone. Xianxia didn't expect that Shun Sanbao would be so shameless. He promised yesterday, but today he changed his mind and chose to elect Jing Fei as the building master. He was indeed cheated. You support Jing Fei, but I don't agree at all. I still have the same opinion. The building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building must be Miss Jean. She is the most suitable person. Xianxia refused. When one of the two deputy building masters was chosen, all the elders knew that they had lost the opportunity. They had lost the real opportunity. The position of the building master would be chosen between Jing Fei and Jin Feng. From the bottom of their hearts, they hoped that Jing Fei could inherit this position, because only Jing Fei had the qualification. Lin Fei saw everything with his own eyes. He was not surprised at all about this change. There were many tricks in the small Jianghu, and this might be one of them. Sister Jean, this position should be mine. Since you are my sister, you can leave by yourself. Otherwise, everyone will feel bad. Jing Fei jumped out. He was beaming with joy as if he could see the position under him. Dream on. Jin Feng gritted her teeth and said, "How can an ungrateful wolf be the building master?" Jing Fei's face flashed with anger, but he restrained himself and said, "Everyone has a judgment on who should be the building master. It is better to let them decide who should be the building master. Don't you think this is the most fair?" Chapter 296. P.S. Thank you to Wandering Dragon Merchant and Bob for your monthly votes. From Shun Sanbao's words, fairness no longer existed. Especially after Yang Kai's words, no one understood what was going on. It would be strange if they didn't. In just one night, the situation had changed dramatically. It was conceivable what was going on. I agree with the election. I also agree with the election. I believe everyone's eyes are clear. Everyone should choose the one who will be the next floor master. Let's vote together. Whoever has the most votes will be the next president. Among the people present, some elders stood up and called for the election by voting. Lin Fei saw something fishy in it. If even a person like the deputy pavilion master could change his mind in a single night, then it was not impossible for these elders to change their minds. As such, one did not need to think to know what the result would be. Jin Feng was bound to lose. Lin Fei glanced at Jin Feng secretly and found that there was no anger on her face. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Could it be that she had another trump card? There is no need for the election. Jin Feng stood up and said, "The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building is supported by my father. Of course, it is inseparable from all of you. As for my father's adopted sons, none of them has the right to be elected." She rejected all the adopted sons in one sentence. Jin Fei was unhappy. "You rejected us in one sentence. Who gave you such a big right?" Jin Feng said indifferently, It is the right that my father gave me. Do you want me to decide? Fortunately, my father left something for me. Otherwise, all of you would have flown up to the sky." Then, Golden Phoenix took out a golden token from her body. As soon as the token was taken out, everyone's hearts sank. This is the token of the previous building masters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Do you have anything else to say now? Jin Feng said lightly. All the elders and deacons looked gloomy. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, no matter which generation the building master was, he must have a token to become the building master. Building Master Yang, this is the will that my father gave me. Now, you can announce it in public. I believe that all the elders will understand what I just said. Uproar. No one had expected that even though the Golden Sun Tower Master was dead, he had left behind a backup plan. At this moment, it seemed that Jing Fei's advantage was completely gone. The previous floor master had left behind his will, and, at the same time, he left behind the token that was necessary to become a floor master. Jin Feng became the next tower master. At the side, Lin Fei was also slightly startled. He did not expect Xiao Chun to be hiding such a move. No wonder he was not worried. However, Lin Fei still didn't think it was optimistic. With a gold medallion and a will, she seemed to be in an invulnerable position. Unfortunately, Jin Feng had forgotten one thing, and that was that the Golden Sun Tower Master was no longer around. How many people would be willing to abide by the rules? This was a sore spot. As expected, after a moment of silence, Jing Fei raised his voice again and laughed. "Miss Jean, you want to become the Tower Master with just a gold medal and a will? Don't you think too highly of yourself? In that case, I'll also go make a gold medal and a will. Won't I be the owner then?" As for Jing Fei, who was going to become the Tower Master, he absolutely could not agree to it. The moment he opened his mouth, he slandered the gold medal and the will. "Jing Fei, who allowed you to talk nonsense? Yangkai said angrily. The aura of a mystic spirit realm expert pressed against him. Ong. Another aura also rushed up and blocked Yangkai's pressure. The one who made the move was Shun Sanbao. Yangkai, why are you doing this? Shun Sanbao shook his head. Yangkai took a step forward. Are you going to defy the Tower Master's will? Then you don't take the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building's rules seriously. Since you're such a person, why should I be merciful? Shun Sanbao sneered. Yangkai, everyone here knows that Jing Fei is the best candidate to inherit the Tower Master's position. If you continue to be stubborn, then you're going against the next Tower Master. Then, I don't mind making a move against you. The two giants finally shed all pretense of cordiality. Yangkai looked around. You are all the elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. You all know who is going to be the Tower Master. Now, with the Tower Master's will, those who are willing to let Miss Jean become the Tower Master, please stand up. Shun Sanbao said, if you want to know the result, then see with your own eyes how many people support Miss Jean. Only a few elders stood up, but they sat down again midway. A crushing defeat. A real crushing defeat. Even Yangkai did not expect that the result would be like this. Elder Wang Tao, can you tell me why this is the case? Yangkai looked at an elder in front of him, who was the punishment elder of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. I think Jing Fei is more suitable to lead the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building to continue to develop. Elder Wang Tao was obviously guilty and did not dare to look at Yangkai's eyes. Jin Feng's body shook slightly, and it seemed that she had suffered a big blow. Lin Fei gently helped Jin Feng, and he could feel a sense of disappointment. It could be said that her heart was hurt. Her father's body was not cold, and such a big thing happened. It was not easy to accept. Don't be sad. I am here. Lin Fei gently comforted her. Jin Feng had indeed suffered a great blow. Under her resolute appearance, there was also a fragile heart, especially at this time. I said that I, Jing Fei, am the one who is most valued by my adoptive father. It is reasonable that I should be the next Tower Master. Jing Fei said arrogantly at this time. Shun Sanbao glanced at him, and there was a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He thought, this kind of person can only be a puppet. Fortunately, almost all the elders in the gang have been bribed. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous today. Yangkai, do you understand now? Shun Sanbao said to Yangkai, it seems that I should announce the result. Miss Jean, whom you support, has lost. No, who said she has lost? Yangkai said angrily, if I don't agree, do you think the result will be effective? Don't forget, the Tower Master has the right to veto. Shun Sanbao seemed to have expected this. He shook his head. They're prepared to fight to the end. Then we can only let the Great Elder judge. The Great Elder. No one expected that the Great Elder of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building would come out, because everyone knew that the Great Elder always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. In the eyes of outsiders, the Golden Sun Building Master was the #1 expert. They did not know that the Great Elder was the real #1 expert. After 2 generations of building masters, he had the highest seniority in the gang. It could be said that the Great Elder's decision was equivalent to the final decision. Outside the gate, a gray-robed old man stepped in and appeared in the meeting hall. Greetings, Great Elder. Everyone lowered their heads. In front of the Great Elder, no one dared to show any disrespect, because the Great Elder's previous position was the punishment elder of the gang. It could be said that he was hot-tempered. I'm old, get up. His loud voice was like a big bell, ringing in everyone's heart for a long time. The gray-robed old man's eyes turned and fell on Jin Feng. I remember the last time I saw you. You were still a little girl. I did not expect you to grow up so fast. Jin Feng's eyes turned red. Greetings, Great Elder. Jin Feng still had an impression of the Great Elder, because her father was able to become the Tower Master because of the Great Elder's push from behind. Only then was he able to stand out and become the Tower Master. Your father died. This old man is also very sad. Now that your father's body is not cold, it is really not right for the gang to do such a thing. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of anger in it. However, every family has their own difficulties. Xiaofeng, You have to be considerate. You should give up the position of Tower Master. Jin Feng showed bitterness, as if the ending was already decided. The Great Elder had already announced the result. No one could change it, unless they wanted to offend the Great Elder. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, the Great Elder was the real stabilizing force. The gray-robed old man looked around again. Xiao Feng will not compete for this position, but if anyone dares to do something sneaky, don't blame this Great Elder for being merciless and killing you. The latter sentence was a warning to everyone present, which was tantamount to adding a life-saving talisman to Jin Feng. No one dared to touch Jin Feng. This was the only thing the Great Elder could do. Jin Feng shed tears. For some reason, Lin Fei felt a surge of anger when he saw this. Xiao Feng, do you want to take this position? Jin Feng was anxious, but what would Lin Fei do? Don't mess around. The Great Elder has spoken. I can't change anything. Lin Fei shook his head. This is not what you want to say. If you want to take this position, as long as you say it, I will help you. You don't have to worry about me. Do you remember what I said that night? Lin Fei's voice was not concealed at all, because there was no need to conceal it. Naturally, this voice fell into everyone's ears. When she saw the sickly-looking middle-aged man, she actually couldn't recognize him. Who was this person? How could he appear next to Jin Feng? From his tone, it seemed that this position was as easy as lifting a finger to him. With the Great Elder here, no one dared to say anything. Your Excellency, who are you? Are you trying to bewitch Miss Jean? Are you trying to confuse people here? Shun Sanbao sneered. Go away. You have no right to speak here. Lin Fei turned around and slapped Shun Sanbao without saying a word. The violent True Yuan aura was like a tidal wave. Even though Shan Sanbao was at the cryptic spirit level, he was still sent flying by this furious slap. The meeting hall was turned into a pile of rubble. Hiss! Everyone present stood up with their mouths agape. They were all scared out of their wits. What the hell was going on? When did Jin Feng find such a helper? Even Lord Shin Sanbao was not a match for him. He was slapped out in one slap, and he could not even block it. His strength was simply too tyrannical. Chapter 297. Shocking. Everyone was shocked, especially the arrogant Jing Fei. He was dumbfounded. Shun Sanbao, a mystic spirit expert, was sent flying by a single slap. How powerful was that? How could Jin Feng have such a helper? Was God not on her side? Jing Fei felt that all his ambitions had collapsed in an instant. In front of such powerful strength, he became so fragile. Everyone was shocked. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. If that slap had landed on them, they wouldn't have dared to think about it. After hearing that it was a close friend, everyone's heart turned cold again. They couldn't digest this news no matter what. With the appearance of such a powerful expert, the situation was going to be different today. Lin Fei sent Shun Sanbao flying with a slap, as if he had done something insignificant. Xiao Feng, I'm waiting for your word. Uncle will help you, Lin Fei said lightly, but no one dared to doubt his words. Jin Feng was a smart girl. After hearing Lin Fei's words, she finally understood why she said that last night. Lin Fei was already so powerful, but she still treated him like a child. Uncle, this position was passed down by my father. It shouldn't fall into the hands of an outsider. I hope Uncle can help me. Jin Feng didn't give up. She agreed, because Lin Fei's slap had given Jin Feng enough support and confidence. Shun Sanbao's strength was at the mystic spirit middle stage. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, he was only slightly weaker than the Golden Sun Building Master. In order to send someone flying, one must have the strength of the mystic spirit Great Circle. As for the strength of a King Realm expert, it was unimaginable. In the Mountain River City, it was unknown whether there were any King Realm experts. Only a few people knew. Lin Fei smiled and said, "This position was yours in the first place. They are just a few unimportant foster sons. They are just ingrates that cannot be raised properly. If you are angry when you see them, then go and accompany your foster father." What are you doing? Hearing this, Jing Fei and the other foster sons' faces changed. This man wanted to kill them. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei pointed out with a finger, and a strong wind swept out. No matter how the adopted sons tried to defend themselves, their heads exploded like watermelons. The smell of blood filled the air, leaving behind several lifeless corpses. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of his godson. So what if he killed them? He could vent his anger. In any case, it was better to kill them than to keep the ingrates alive. Sir, this is the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Do you have any respect for me? The gray-clothed first elder revealed an ugly expression. The fact that Shun Sanbao was sent flying was already embarrassing enough. Now that his adopted sons have been killed, it could be said that no one could sit in this position. Only Jin Feng was qualified to sit in this position. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Great elder, I see that you've been in seclusion for too long that your brain is starting to rust. Isn't it because women can't be tower masters? Why do you have to find such a reason? Back then, you could let Jin Feng's father take the position, and now you can do it again. Isn't it because Jin Feng is a woman? The gray-clothed first elder was at the peak cryptic spirit realm, but facing this sickly middle-aged man, he was still afraid, especially when he killed his adopted sons with a finger. That dangerous aura even made him feel threatened. If it was an ordinary person with the first elder's temper, he would have mercilessly killed him. At this moment, he could only blush. How could Lin Fei not know that this was a patriarchal mindset? It was the most common one on Earth. No matter how powerful a woman was, she had no status. Moreover, stepping on their heads made the first elder uncomfortable, so he decisively chose Jin Fei. Of course, there would inevitably be some benefits to be distributed. Sir, are you going to intervene in the gang's matters? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and pointed at the first elder. I respect you as the first elder, so I'm polite. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you don't want Jin Feng to be the tower master. I think you're asking for a beating. I rarely hit old people. If you insist on doing things the wrong way, then don't blame me for beating you until even your mother can't recognize you. Everyone was scared by these words. How could this person be so rude? He had the aura of a bandit. No one dared to speak, because there was a matter ahead. Bastard died for me. Shun Sanbao, who had been slapped away, rushed in from outside. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. He rushed in like a madman, his true yuan exploding out, heading straight for Lin Feng. Raising heaven finger. Ever since Shun Sanbao became the tower master, he had never lost face like this. Being slapped away in front of everyone, this kind of embarrassing thing had never happened before. Therefore, he rushed in from outside and attacked without caring about anything else. Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. Courting death. In the Death Desert, Lin Fei no longer cared about cryptic spirit experts, not to mention a mid-cryptic spirit realm one. Wong. A broken sword flew out. It was the Netherworld sword. It cut the raising heaven finger apart, turning it into nothingness. The Netherworld sword's momentum did not stop. With a flash of cold light, Shun Sanbao was cut into several pieces. Only then did it fly back, leaving behind a pile of broken pieces on the ground. Tower Master Shun Sanbao was dead. Everyone couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. The Tower Master was still alive and kicking, but in an instant he had died. It was like a dream. The eyes that looked at Lin Fei were filled with fear. Even Tower Master Shun Sanbao had died so quickly, let alone them. Even the head elder's face sank. He could kill a mid-cryptic spirit realm expert, but to kill one so easily, he could not do it. This person was stronger than him. The head elder had already made a judgment in his heart. This person was very strong, strong enough to make him feel a deep sense of dread. Lin Fei killing Shun Sanbao also had a reason. It was to let everyone understand that if he could kill a Vice Tower Master, then there was no need to mention you elders. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering chickens and sheep. AI, there are always people looking for death, wanting to follow in the Tower Master's footsteps. It just so happens that I'll send him down. You are all here. Who else wants to follow the Tower Master? Just say it, and I'll send you down for free. Lin Fei's cold eyes looked around. No one dared to look him in the eye, because they were all frightened. Was Cryptic Spirit Realm so strong that anyone could kill him? Resist? Forget it. Even the head elder did not make a move. If they made a move, they would only be asking for trouble. Only fools would do it. Xiao Feng, I lost control of my anger just now and killed him. You won't mind, right? Lin Fei turned his head and said. Jin Feng did not know why, but it was as if she had found someone to rely on. Uncle, don't blame yourself. Uncle Shun did it to follow in my father's footsteps. I think my father will be happy. Don't you think so, uncles? None of the elders present dared to say anything. If they were killed, they would be dumbfounded. At this time, they had already lost their temper because they were all frightened. Going against such a strong person, wasn't it the same as asking for death? They had not lived long enough, and their thoughts were constantly changing. Miss Jean was also very suitable to be the Tower Master. Why couldn't she be? Tower Master Shin died for a reason. Miss Jean is righteous. All kinds of flattering words came one after another. At this moment, they were like grass on the wall. After experiencing that scene, they were already frightened birds. Among them, Xianxia was the most shocked. The Tower Master had left such a trump card, which turned the situation around in one fell swoop. Moreover, he had killed several adopted sons, shunned Sanbao, and suppressed the head elder. It was simply incredible. Great Elder, can I be the Tower Master now? Jin Feng walked up and said to the Great Elder. The Great Elder regretted coming out today. He even encountered a difficult opponent, whose strength might be at the Cryptic Spirit Great Circle, or even stronger than him. Just now, when he asked Jin Feng to give up being the Tower Master, he said it in a reasonable manner. Now, he was going to agree. Wasn't that a slap in the face? Moreover, it was a slap in the face. It was like swallowing a fly. At this time, the Great Elder could not wait to slap Shun Sanbao to death. Unfortunately, he was already dead, leaving behind a pile of corpses on the ground. It seems that this Great Elder is not very willing. Destroy. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge golden millstone appeared above the crowd. The will of destruction came crushing down. Everyone was suppressed, unable to breathe. Cold sweat flowed down, as if they would die at any moment. Many of the weaker people were crushed on the ground, unable to get up. Boom! The huge millstone crushed down, heading straight for the Great Elder. Lin Fei did not care whether you were the Great Elder or not. If you were not the Great Elder, he would kill you on the spot. Crack! Everything around the Great Elder was mercilessly crushed into pieces. As a great perfection realm, profound spirit Grand Elder, when faced with this gigantic millstone, the intent of destruction locked onto his body. His astral chi protection was actually unable to withstand it and was continuously shattering. If the other party wanted to kill him, the Great Elder's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. This old man agrees. This old man agrees. This gigantic millstone was used by Lin Fei to scare people. Any words would be meaningless. However, in the face of strength, words were the real deal. As the Great Elder, he had to lower his head when facing someone stronger than him. Crash! The golden millstone disappeared, and so did the will of destruction. It was as if it had never been there. It was as if the sky had cleared up. If not for the ruins left on the scene, it would have been the best proof. Against the will of destruction, the floor and tables of the meeting hall were all turned into pieces. This was a result that no one had expected. The trump card left by the Golden Phoenix Tower Lord had shattered all their thoughts. They were just a little bit away from death. This fear left an indelible mark in their hearts. It had to be said that from then on, no one dared to look down on the Golden Phoenix Tower. They became respectful, and nothing similar happened again. After Lin Fei dispersed the millstone, he went out with the Great Elder. As for what the two talked about, no one knew. However, everyone noticed that the Great Elder's attitude had changed a lot. Chapter 298. P.S. Thank Luo Yuxuan for the reward of 588 Qidian coins. It was a foregone conclusion that Jin Feng would become the new Tower Master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. No one dared to say anything. Since the Great Elder had agreed, how could they not agree? Wasn't an obvious thing to do? If the mysterious middle-aged man got angry, they would not have a good ending. Moreover, Shun Sanbao was dead, and the Great Elder was almost suppressed. What were they? They were nothing. They had to accept the reality. It was not a bad thing to have such a strong person. Jean Feng felt like she was dreaming. The unreachable position had become a thing under her. She could not help but shed tears of excitement. It turned out that it was such a simple thing to turn the situation around. In the face of powerful strength, any conspiracy was like the moon in the mirror. It would break and become a thing of the past. I declare that the next Tower Master is Miss Jean Feng. As the great elder's voice faded, the position of Tower Master, which had been fought over, was thus settled amidst the bloodshed. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building also had its first female Tower Master. Under such circumstances, Jean Feng became the first female Tower Master, which was beyond everyone's imagination. As the saying goes, a new emperor, a new minister. With Jean Feng becoming the Tower Master, plus such a strong person and the support of the Great Elder, they did not dare to play any tricks. As for the elders who disapproved of it before, they regretted it now. If there was no medicine for regret in the world, they would not offend Jean Feng. If she bore a grudge against them, they would have a hard time in the future. When Jean Feng sat down, she became the first female Tower Master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. The internal strife in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building finally ended. When Jean Feng sat down, she looked at Lin Fei with gratitude. Jean Feng knew that without Lin Fei's help, she would not have the current position. She was grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps the elders would not be so polite to her. I will not let you down, Jean Feng said to herself in her heart firmly. Although Jean Feng was a woman, she was as bold as a man when it came to doing things. First of all, she replaced several important positions with her own people. As for those who were replaced, they did not dare to say anything. The first elder was present, unless they wanted to find trouble. Moreover, they could not find an excuse to refute the reason put forward by Jean Feng. He placed his own men in important positions, and at the same time, he guarded all the foster children. Everything was done in an orderly manner. It seemed that he had already calculated everything. Great Elder, Little Feng's performance was pretty good, right? Lin Fei stood together with the first elder and asked with a smile. After the two of them went out for a while, when they returned, the Great Elder was no longer as angry as before. On the contrary, he became polite. Little Feng is indeed very courageous. I believe that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building will continue to develop in her hands. The Great Elder's tone was respectful, because he was not a match for this middle-aged man at all. He was worthy of putting down his status and identity. That was because in the eyes of experts, his status was nothing at all. The position of Great Elder was just that. Little Feng is not sensible. I will need Great Elder to take care of her in this aspect. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. His meaning was very simple. He wanted to assist Jean Feng. With such a Great Elder in charge, no one would dare to act rashly. The Great Elder had been in seclusion all year round and rarely came out to assist anyone. If it was in the past, he would definitely not agree. But now it was different. He nodded and actually agreed. These 200,000 pure essence pills are worth it. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. Even if you are the Great Elder, you can't resist the temptation of pure essence pills. Right after Jean Feng became the building master, a disciple rushed in from outside the meeting hall in a hurry. Elders, it's not good. A large group of people from Xianxia came outside, saying that they want to marry Miss Jean. This disciple obviously did not notice Jean Feng, who was sitting in the seat of honor. Outrageous. Xianxia is too much. Building master, we can't let this matter go. It's obvious that Xianxia wants to swallow our Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Shameless, too shameless. The group of elders was seething with anger. The previous conflict had been swept away. With the Great Elder and a master overseeing, they were naturally full of confidence. They couldn't wait to go up and fight, to show off the Golden Breeze Drizzle building's strength. Everyone looked at Jean Feng. Don't worry, I'll support you from behind. Lin Fei's voice suddenly sounded in Jean Feng's ears. She looked up and saw Lin Fei nodding at her, injecting a stream of energy into her. Humph, everyone, follow me outside to take a look. Jean Feng stood up and walked out of the meeting hall. This action made the elders' hearts jump with joy. who said that the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head was less courageous than a man. Facing Xianxia, she did not show any fear. Outside the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building's main entrance, the situation was tense, especially since many people from Xianxia had come, carrying boxes of things wrapped in red cloth. These were obviously betrothal gifts. Just as expected, the eldest young master of Xianxia had brought his people to deliver betrothal gifts. Xianxia, which boasted 100,000 members, was not stingy at all when it came to betrothal gifts. Everyone was dazzled by the number of betrothal gifts. Xianxia's eldest young master really came. I wonder what will happen to the Golden Breeze Drizzle building this time. If the Golden Sun building's head was here, Xianxia wouldn't dare to be so aggressive. Recently, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building has been suppressed badly. I'm afraid they would agree to Xianxia's marriage. I heard that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building is going to elect a new master today. Xianxia must be here to elect a new master. The Golden Sun building's head died at a bad time. Now, Xianxia is going to dominate the Mountain River City. Their forces are expanding rapidly. If the Golden Breeze Drizzle building doesn't take any action, I'm afraid it's hard to say. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building's internal power struggle is very fierce. I heard that their adopted sons are not simple people. Outside the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, a group of people had gathered and were discussing with each other. Now, what was the most important thing in a Mountain River City was the competition between the Golden Breeze Drizzle building and Xianxia. Would Xianxia swallow the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, or would the Golden Breeze Drizzle building continue to stand strong? This became a matter that everyone was guessing and concerned about. Privately, they guessed that the chances of Xianxia swallowing the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was very high. After the Golden Sun building's head died, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building's strength had been greatly reduced. Many experts had died. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated and been constantly suppressed by Xianxia. Now, they had personally come to fetch the bride. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to do such an unreasonable thing. From the clues, it could be seen that Xianxia was the general trend. It was only a matter of time before they swallowed the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. If the marriage was successful today, then the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would definitely lose. Xianxia would have found an excuse. With an excuse, everything would be logical. On the surface, they had already obtained the excuse. All that was left was to annex the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. They could easily bring the Golden Breeze Drizzle building into Xianxia. Everyone was concerned about how the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would deal with this matter. Agree? Refuse? From the current situation of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, the former was the most likely. Congratulations, young master, for marrying a beautiful wife. In front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, Chen Ting, the young master, was in a good mood. He was sitting on his demonic beast, and his face was full of pride. After all, the daughter of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was pretty. In the Mountain River City, many people wanted to have a taste of her, but Chen Ting was the first one. How could he not be happy? I heard that this Golden Phoenix has a strong character and is very hot. It should be very fun to play with her. Chen Ting smiled obscenely. It was obvious that he didn't take the marriage seriously. If young master says it's fun, then it's definitely fun. No matter how powerful the daughter is, she can do whatever she wants with young master. Chen Ding, the bodyguard, flattered. The people we've arranged should be working, right? Chen Ting asked. Chen Ding said, if nothing goes wrong, that dog, Jean Fei, will become the building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Chen Ting said with satisfaction, that's good. This is an important step. There can't be any accidents. As long as that dog, Jean Fei, becomes the building master, we, Xianxia, will be able to take the opportunity to plant our people there. In less than half a year, we will control the Golden Breeze Drizzle building and make it a vassal force of Xianxia. The people of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building are coming out. How could it be her? When Jean Feng, who was walking in the front, walked out, the people outside suddenly quieted down. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be a girl walking in the front, especially when everyone knew this girl. She was Jean Yang's daughter, Jean Feng. Obviously, they didn't care so much at this time. As for guessing who would become the building master, no one could guess it at all. That was because men took care of the outside world and women took care of the inside world. There were several forces in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, and they were constantly fighting. It was extremely difficult for Jean Feng to become the building master, unless the sun rose from the west. Everyone thought it was arranged by the Golden Breeze Drizzle building to welcome them. They chose to agree, so they let Jean Feng walk in the front. This result was within their expectations. It was not surprising. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building's strength had been greatly damaged, and it would be difficult for them to resist Xianxia. Miss Jean, are you coming out to welcome your future husband in person? Chun Ting laughed, not realizing that something was wrong. But Chun Ding, who was next to him, noticed something was wrong because a familiar figure had disappeared. How dare you? This is the new building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. An elder stood out and said angrily. There was an uproar. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Building master? She was chosen so quickly, and it was a girl. This, in fact, what they wanted to say was that it was too fast. It wasn't even noon yet, and the Opie had already been chosen. Now, everyone finally understood why Jean Feng walked in the front. She was the building master, and she had this right, not because she was forced to do so. Dumbfounded and tongue-tied were the main expressions of the crowd. How can you be the building master? What about Jing Fei? Isn't he the building master? Chun Ting was shocked. To be exact, he was shocked. He subconsciously blurted out. In order to make Jing Fei the new building master, Chun Ting had used a lot of resources to bribe some elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building and prepare to support Jing Fei at the critical moment. Among them, there was also the giant Shun Sanbao, the deputy building master. It was certain that Jing Fei would become the building master. Jing Feng's face turned cold. The Jing Fei you mentioned has been killed. How can an ingrate like him be qualified to be the building master? I'm afraid young Master Chen's idea will be in vain. Chun Ting's face darkened. He knew that he had revealed something that he shouldn't have said, but he didn't care much about it. After all, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building couldn't do anything to him. He was decisive and didn't want to continue this matter. Then, I have to congratulate Building Master Jean. Chun Ting smiled and said, Today, we can have double happiness. This is my betrothal gift. Let's do it now. Today, I will marry you. Let's have a double happiness. Chun Ting chose to ignore Jing Fei's matter. Jing Fei was already dead. In addition, he couldn't see Shun Sanbao. Naturally, he knew that there was an internal problem. He was a step late. His heart was filled with hatred. The ingrate was really not a good thing. The tables were turned so quickly. And that Shun Sanbao, he had received so many benefits from me, but he didn't know how to do things. Young Master Chun, what do you mean? When did this building master agree to marry you? Jean Feng said coldly, If there is nothing else, young Master Chun can leave now. Chun Ting was shocked again. Was she trying to send him away? This girl dared to refuse him. Didn't she know the current situation of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? Building Master Jean, my young master admires you and wants to marry you. Are you willing? This was promised by Building Master Shun. Do you want to go back on your words? Chun Ding's guard said fiercely. Building Master Shun is no longer the building master. What happened before doesn't count. Jean Feng didn't say that Shun Sanbao was dead. It wouldn't be good for the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Chun Ting's temper wasn't good. It wasn't easy for him to say these words today. In addition, Tianxia's power was expanding rapidly. As a young master of Xianxia, his status was rising. He was in a bad mood. So you're saying that this young master's trip is going to be in vain? If young Master Chen wants to think so, you can think so. Jean Feng said. Chun Ting clapped his hands and said, It seems that Building Master Jean is ready to go all the way. No one has ever dared to refuse me when I personally come to fetch a bride. Even if you're the building master, I will still bring you back today. Chun Ding, go and take her back. Yes. Chun Ding nodded. He rushed out like a ghost. He grabbed Jean Feng with one hand and said, No one can escape from my hands. You should obediently be the young master's wife. Snatching a wife. Chun Ting's move was vicious. Chapter 299. P.S. Thank you Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Congratulations on becoming the first deacon. Thank you, Yin Xianrong, for the monthly vote. The attacker was very fast. Qinding had the strength of cryptic middle stage, so he had the confidence to speak. With a single grab, the true Yuan swept across, causing the nearby warriors to feel pain on their cheeks. So fast, the crowd could not help but exclaim. Qinding's face was already showing a sinister smile. A mere master of golden breeze drizzle building, this was a piece of cake. Xiao, with a light sound, a green wind blade slashed through the air. Qinding snorted coldly. His claws slammed onto the green wind blade, trying to shatter it. In his eyes, a mere attack could stop him. Dream on. Boom! He grabbed onto the green wind blade. Who would have thought that the green wind blade would turn into a cold light, slicing through the attack and turning into a green cold light? Qinding's face darkened. He struck out 2 giant claws from his left and right. Each claw was powerful, hitting the green wind blade. Such a fierce attack could not be dispelled, and the green wind blade did not move an inch. How could this be? 2 attacks, but the green wind blade did not even move an inch. My life is over. The green wind blade swept past, and Qinding's personal guard was cut in half. He fell from the air and became a corpse. Qinding's face was as black as charcoal. He could not help but exclaim, Who killed my personal guard? As a personal guard, Qinding's strength was at cryptic middle stage. He had always been Qinding's right-hand man. Many things that could not be seen in the light were all handled by Qinding. Losing a right-hand man, and a cryptic middle stage at that, it would be strange if Qinding did not feel the pain. This piece of trash wants to snatch people. You, a young master, have the nerve to speak? A sickly middle-aged man walked out, his face full of disdain. This person was Lin Fei. From the moment Qinding made his move, Lin Fei blasted out a wind blade that was as hard as steel, killing the opponent mercilessly. Qinding, the young master, almost vomited blood. He cursed in his heart. Damn it, a cryptic spirit middle stage expert is trash? It's easy for you to say that. You're just a bully. Qinding's strength was ranked among the top in Xianxia. Now that he was killed in one move, Qinding, the young master, felt his heart ache. At the same time, his face was filled with anger. Sir, who exactly are you? Despite his anger, Qinding still retained his rationality. Ha, of course I'm here to beat you up. She's Jinyang's old friend's niece, and you even dare to touch her. As his good friend, I can't just watch and not do anything. Since you actually dared to come and steal the bride today, you don't have to leave. Lin Fei said calmly as he looked at Qinding, the young master. Qinding's heart sank. He hadn't expected Jinyang to have such an expert as a friend. He had even suppressed his cultivation to confuse everyone. Qinding was filled with regret. I am a young master of Xianxia. Could it be that you wish to make life difficult for Xianxia? Qinding said sternly. I'll give you a word of advice. Offending us, Xianxia, will not end well. Lin Fei laughed loudly. I'm not afraid of anything. I love to look for trouble. Isn't your Xianxia very powerful? I'll start with you. Boom! Lin Fei casually raised his hand, and an azure wind blade appeared. It was more than 300 meters long, and it was a flowing azure light. The sharp sword chi spread out on the street like a spiderweb on the hard limestone floor. Everyone felt a huge pressure from this green wind blade. It was as if they couldn't survive this attack. Block it. Block it for me. As a mystic adept, Qinding's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. His killing intent sword. Walala, walala, the green wind blade swept across. All of Qinding's subordinates were killed by the green wind blade, leaving behind a ground full of broken limbs and fresh blood. As the young master of Xianxia, Qinding immediately took out an item. It was a piece of runes. He placed it in front of him, and a white runes formation appeared. You're dead. You actually want to kill me. Qinding's face turned sinister. I've already informed the experts in the sect. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. When the cyan wind blade landed on the array, a stream of light appeared on the surface of the array, blocking the attack. Even so, young Master Qinding was still overwhelmed with shock. Ting was very clear about the power of this runes formation. It had blocked many people's attacks. When the green wind blade descended, the formation actually showed signs of being unable to block it. How powerful was that person? A pretty good tortoise shell. It's a pity that you're going to die today. No one has ever survived to snatch someone in front of me. You're the same. Rumble. 2 green wind blades on the left and right, 2 green flowing lights, one on the left and one on the right, circled around the formation array as if they were cutting it. With a rumble, the formation array broke apart with a crash. Ting was only at the Mystic Adept Great Perfection realm. Facing the 2 green flowing lights, he let out a miserable cry and fought against the runes formation. Silence. The scene was as silent as a mountain. Oh my God, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building actually killed young Master Ting. Something big happened. Something really big happened. Xianxia's death last time already made the sect leader of Xianxia furious. Now that his successor is dead, it's definitely a big deal. Young Master Ting's protective treasure couldn't even block it. What's the background of this person? This is too terrifying. First of all, the surrounding onlookers didn't expect this. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was too bold. This person was too awesome. He was the young master of Xianxia, yet he killed him just like that. Didn't he know that Xianxia was behind him? Xianxia, with 100,000 members? The young master of Xianxia was respected by everyone, and everyone wanted to please him. No one expected that he would die in front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building without being able to fight back. Even his protective treasure couldn't block the attack. Crazy, this is too crazy. The faces of many people from the Golden Breeze Drizzle building turned pale. They were obviously terrified. It wouldn't be a big deal if the person they killed was a cat or dog. However, the person they killed was the young master of Xianxia. The young master. What was his status? He had an illustrious status and could do whatever he wanted in the Mountain River City. This was because he had the support of the sect leader of Xianxia, who was about to become a king stage expert. The elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, including the Great Elder, were in a state of shock. They probably couldn't accept this news, killing the young master of Xianxia in front of them. Damn it, this was too crazy. If you wanted to kill him, at least find another place. Why did you kill him in front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? You didn't mean to cause trouble? It was conceivable that after Xianxia knew the situation, they would think that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was the murderer. There would be a storm soon. The Great Elder, who had received the benefits, was also regretting it. I was fooled. I really was fooled. I shouldn't have accepted the 200,000 pure yuan elixirs. I really shouldn't have agreed. When Lin Fei attacked, the Great Elder already knew that something big was going to happen. Deputy Building Leader Shun Sanbao was killed without hesitation. Moreover, he was the young master of Xianxia. He was probably just an ordinary person in the eyes of such people. The Great Elder knew that with the death of the young master of Xianxia, the relationship they maintained would definitely be broken. Then, Xianxia would definitely launch a large-scale attack. Soon, the war would begin. The Golden Phoenix took a deep breath and turned to the group of elders. Elders, could it be that all of you are afraid? The World Gang has the ambition of wolves. They actually want to snatch this Tower Master back to be their wife. Could it be that everyone here can swallow this insult? It's good that Ting died. I will kill him myself. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is not afraid of a war. Golden Phoenix's cold eyes swept to the elders and deacons behind her, forcing them to make a decision. Fight to the end. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building has never been afraid of a war. The elders complained in their hearts. Their faces were full of indignation, as if they wanted to shed their blood. This scene also fell into the eyes of Lin Fei. This girl is so smart. She knew my intention so quickly. Lin Fei had thought about killing the young master of Xianxia. He couldn't stay in Mountain River City for too long. He couldn't take advantage of the dark and windy night to sneak in and kill them all. Lin Fei liked to be straightforward. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts. What better way was there than to kill the young master of Xianxia? Lin Fei believed that if Xian died in his hands, it would be an irreconcilable conflict. Even with the help of Xianxia, they might not be able to sit still. This was one aspect. The other aspect was to spread the name of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. This was for long-term consideration. If the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building could truly gain a foothold in Mountain River City, the family would also be able to develop in the future. With the help of such a gang, they could form an alliance and form double insurance. Lin Fei was thinking about the long term. Otherwise, he would have killed himself long ago. At the same time, the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building would leave a mysterious expert behind, which could completely deter the other forces. Whoosh, at the end of the long street, figures were moving, their sharp auras rushing over. Everyone subconsciously left this area, and the entire street was suddenly empty. They were afraid that a fire at the city gate would affect the fish in the moat, so they left as far as they could. The world army of Xianxia is here. The Grand Elder appeared beside Lin Fei and explained. Lin Fei glanced at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, are you interested in exterminating them together? From a moment the Grand Elder took the 200,000 pure essence pills. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. Then, with the death of young Master Chen Ting, the conflict could not be resolved. The two gangs were bound to fight. The Grand Elder was destined to be unable to transcend. Chapter 300. Crazy, this is too crazy. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building is preparing to start a war. This isn't a question of whether the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building wants to start a war. A young master died in Xianxia. Another young master died last time. Gang Master Chen can't help but be angry. The world army has been arranged here. Xianxia's most elite warriors with the best equipment are all at the Mystic Adept realm. They're going to make great contributions for Xianxia. Who is that middle-aged man? He actually dared to make a decision for the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. He said he killed the young master, and he killed him. Look at the Great Elder. After the world army arrived, the Great Elder and Lin Fei attacked at the same time. It shocked everyone again. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building started to move. They actually wanted to attack the world army. Did they not know how powerful the world army was? Hundreds of black world army emitted a murderous aura. They were covered in black armor, and only their eyes were exposed. Their killing intent soared to the sky, and people didn't dare to look at them. Where's the young master? In front of the Under Heaven army, 3 armored commanders appeared. These 3 commanders were the 3 commanders who were quite famous in the world army. Each of them controlled 500 world army. The reputation of the world army could be said to cause people to flee. Even if it was a mystic spirit expert, they wouldn't dare to attack the world army and would definitely flee. Because the world army had another name, the Bane of the Strong. Countless mystic spirit experts died in their hands. Because of this, the world army had a reputation. Anyone who heard that the world army attacked would definitely be scared out of their wits. They would either choose to admit defeat or choose to flee. The young master is dead. After sending back the news, the 3 commanders' expressions changed greatly. It was no less than a bolt from the blue. No one dared to believe that this was true. The young master was dead. The 3 commanders' hair stood on end. Attack and kill them. Avenge the young master. The 3 officers exchanged glances. The eldest young master was dead, and it was difficult for them to escape responsibility. In that case, they had to perform a meritorious service. Otherwise, when they returned and faced an enraged gang leader, Chun, their foreheads would be covered with cold sweat. Attack! Walala, walala, behind the 3 commanders, there was a total of 300 Under Heaven army. All of them were mystic adepts. They were well-equipped and had great lethality. Furthermore, the Under Heaven army focused on killing. Ever since they came out, they had never suffered a defeat. Kill without mercy. Neat and clear voices rose into the sky. The killing intent that gathered together turned into a black fog above their heads. That was the manifestation of their killing intent condensing together. It was easy to imagine how many cultivators had died at their hands. That was why they had such a lineup. 300 people of the world army transformed into a sharp arrow and charged forward, forming a black stream. Xianxia's young master had died. It immediately appeared on the tables of the major families. Because this matter was too big, the spies outside immediately sent the news back. For this patriarch, the battle between Xianxia and the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was something they were happy about. The ancients had a saying that when two strong forces fought, one of them would definitely be injured. No matter if Xianxia won or if the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building maintained the situation, it wouldn't affect them. Of course, if the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building could teach Xianxia a lesson, it would definitely be a good thing. They could teach Xianxia a lesson so that they wouldn't be too arrogant. City Lord's Mansion. City Lord of Mountain River City. At this moment, he also received news from the spies. Compared to other spies, his news was more accurate. This person is quite capable. I didn't expect Golden Sun to have such a trump card. City Lord's Mansion. In the study room, there was more than just the City Lord. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar. He wore a white robe and exuded a scholarly aura. City Lord Lu Quan said, "This person is too hot-tempered. He doesn't know how deep the waters of Xianxia are. Who knows, the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building might suffer a great loss this time. They might even be annexed by Xianxia." The middle-aged scholar said, "Isn't this just what you want? Xianxia's power has been expanding too quickly recently. It's a good time to use the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building to teach them a lesson. When necessary, give them some help. I think the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building will be able to persevere." As expected of the resourceful star, Lu Quan smiled and said, "Mountain River City has been in my hands for 50 years. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find an opportunity to uproot Xianxia and the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. I think this will be an opportunity. Let's wait and see. Perhaps this will be your opportunity to truly control the Mountain River City in your hands. You won't have to worry about others anymore." The Great Elder and Lin Fei rushed towards the Under Heaven army. Demon Sealing Sword Technique. The Great Elder was a martial artist who used a sword. He used two black swords, which were inferior grade spiritual treasures. He stabbed at the Under Heaven army in front of him. Sword chi like silk. Xiao xiao xiao. Sword chi like silk was also a powerful technique. Only those who had high attainments in swordsmanship could truly comprehend it. Its lethality was terrifying. Dang, dang, dang. The Under Heaven monarch lived up to his reputation. Facing the sword chi like silk, the black armor on his body emitted a black radiance. He actually blocked the sword chi like silk and only suffered a small injury. Kill. Fist Radiance, Sword Chi, Saber Chi. There were more than 100 of them that flew towards the Great Elder. The neat and orderly attacks shocked everyone. The Under Heaven army is really strong. Facing this technique, everyone was speechless. Over 100 mystic masters attacked at the same time. It was normal for a mystic spirit expert to die in their hands. That was because they had armor for defense. They only needed to attack continuously. Attack was the best defense. The Great Elder was instantly surrounded. The power of the Under Heaven army was still unimaginably strong. On the other side, Lin Fei also encountered a torrential attack. Xianxia is indeed famous. Gathering everyone's strength to deal with one person, it is indeed a terrifying martial artist army. Even the Great Elder is in a difficult situation. Lin Fei thought. Windstorm. The green wind blades whistled, and the green wind blades that filled the sky went up to meet the attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green wind blades were like steel sabers, shattering all the attacks of the Under Heaven army. The power did not stop and directly hit the Under Heaven army. Whoosh. The green wind blades were like scythes that harvested the enemy's life. The tough armor was unable to block the azure wind blade at all. It immediately lost its effect and was cut in two. This was because the azure wind blade contained a state. The power of the concept was unimaginable. Whirlwind. After the windstorm, Lin Fei's sword technique changed and turned into the swift and fierce whirlwind again. With this big move, the Under Heaven army suffered heavy losses. Under the wind blades, 50 to 60 of the Under Heaven army died tragically on the ground. In such a short time, so many of the Under Heaven army died. This person is so strong. The strength of the Under-Heaven army was obvious to everyone. But today, everyone realized that the powerful Under-Heaven army was like an ant in front of that mysterious person. In an instant, there were heavy casualties. How long could the 300 of the Under-Heaven army last? The people from the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were all shocked. Killing building master Xianxia and suppressing the Great Elder was already terrifying. But now, killing the Under-Heaven army was like crushing an ant. They sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they looked at the Golden Phoenix Pavilion Master with deep fear and dread. Unknowingly, they had already regarded the Golden Phoenix Pavilion Master as the Pavilion Master. They no longer had any thoughts of resisting and wholeheartedly supported the Pavilion Master. With such an expert helping them, they didn't dare to do anything. Lin Fei didn't know that killing the Under-Heaven army would bring about such an effect. It would leave such a deep impression in their hearts that they wouldn't be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. This person is an expert. Let's attack together. The three commanders of the Under-Heaven army saw the Under-Heaven army falling one by one, and their hearts were bleeding. The Under-Heaven army that Xianxia had nurtured was only around 5,000. In the blink of an eye, over 100 of them had died. They didn't know how to explain when they returned. This person had to die. They had to kill him first. If they allowed the Under-Heaven army to continue dying, the entire army would be annihilated. 10,000 miles of ice. Rampage. Broken Cloud Sword Art. The three commanders immediately attacked. Surging true essence auras swept across the area. All of them possessed the strength of late mystic spirit realm as they attacked Lin Fei, preparing to kill him in one fell swoop. Such a ferocious attack caused the crowd's expression to change. This person is in danger. With the three commanders joining hands, even a perfect mystic spirit expert will die in the underworld. Lin Fei didn't put them in his eyes. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that you are Xianxia's lackeys. You deserve to die." Boom! A giant green millstone spun in midair, tearing cracks in the void as it ruthlessly crushed towards them. This was the giant millstone created by Lin Fei using his wind concept. It was a powerful attack that specialized in crushing all enemies. Rumble. Before the giant millstone, the three commanders' attacks were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were crushed by the millstone and dissipated in the void. Moreover, their attacks couldn't block the giant millstone. Damn it, this is a concept. Concept attack. The three commanders were experienced people. When they saw this scene, they cried out involuntarily. They were very powerful when they joined hands. Even a perfect mystic spirit expert wouldn't fear them. However, in front of concept attack, everything seemed so weak. Especially when this concept attack was driven by a huge amount of true essence. Its power was imaginable. The green millstone ruthlessly smashed towards them with a destructive aura. The place where the three commanders were was instantly crushed into pieces. Under the will millstone, their armors were crushed into pieces, and their bodies were also crushed into pieces. The Under-Heaven army below was also in the range of the crushing. Whoosh, crack, crack. The giant millstone crushed over like a spring breeze. Everywhere it passed, no one was spared. The street was turned into ruins. It was unimaginable that these ruins were created by a single attack. Chapter 301. Defeated, completely defeated. I didn't expect the powerful world army to be defeated so quickly. Even the Great Elder of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building might not have the ability to annihilate the world army, but that sickly-looking middle-aged man actually managed to completely wipe out the 300 world army. This person's ability is too tyrannical. Could it be that he has the ability of a king level? King level expert? Is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They were at a loss and couldn't digest this news. The world army that could easily kill mystic spirit experts was actually defeated by a middle-aged man. Almost no one from the 300 world army survived. Other than a few who left, the rest were all dead. It was fine if the world army died, but 3 commander-level experts died. That was horrifying. The sky was turned upside down. After personally witnessing the middle-aged man kill 3 mystic spirit experts, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building became infinitely larger in their eyes and became an existence that couldn't be provoked. Your Excellency has great skills. I admit defeat. The Great Elder flew over. If he was still unconvinced before, then after the other party killed the World Army, he was truly convinced. The Great Elder had experienced the power of the World Army. Powerful defense and powerful attack. Even with Xianling's strength, he would have to use all his means to be able to contend against them. Otherwise, the Underheaven Army would not have become the strongest trump card of the World Gang. Just the mention of it would cause one's face to change. Great Elder is also powerful. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building has been able to contend against Xianxia. Great Elder has contributed a lot, Lin Fei said to the Great Elder. A hint of joy flashed in the Great Elder's eyes, but he said modestly, "That's nothing compared to you. It's not worth mentioning." Most of the 300 World Army were dead. Everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was shocked. They usually had to be careful when they saw the World Army. They never thought that one day the powerful World Army would die in front of them. The elders were shocked. The deacons were shocked. The disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were also shocked. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is mighty. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is mighty. It was unknown who started shouting, but soon after, it became a chorus of heartfelt excitement. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building that had always been at a disadvantage finally had their morale greatly boosted after killing the World Army, sweeping away their previous dispiritedness. At this time, as long as they made use of it, the combat power of all the disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would once again be united. They could even kill the powerful World Army, so why should they worry about Xianxia's counterattack? That was because that mysterious middle-aged man had become the role model in their eyes. With such an expert overseeing things, would the Golden Breeze Drizzle building need to be afraid? The answer was, of course, there was no need to be afraid. Although Jean Feng was a woman, her mastery of momentum was not inferior to that of a man. She quickly seized the opportunity to pull up the previously depressed taxi. If Xianxia attacked now, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would have the morale to fight. Morale was such a simple thing. When the army was defeated, they were at a disadvantage and their morale was low. Once they saw the hope of victory, their morale would easily rise again. Why was the army defeated like a landslide? It was because they had lost the morale to fight, because they could not see any hope of victory. When the powerful World Army died in front of them, everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building felt delighted. It was refreshing to kill. It was refreshing to kill, and it was good to kill. The World Army was nothing more than this. They would still be killed. The World Army was defeated. 3 commanders had died in battle. The news was like a spring breeze that swept through the entire Mountain River City. The big and small forces were all shocked, and the same sentence hung on their mouths. How could this be possible? It was only when the spies sent back the news did they confirm that the news was not wrong. The World Army was defeated, and 3 cryptic late-stage commanders had died. Something big has happened this time. All the clan leaders said the same thing. The World Army was almost completely annihilated, and there were only a few survivors. This was already terrifying. With the death of 3 commanders, Xianxia had lost 3 experts. If Xianxia did not show an attitude, how could they make everyone look at them differently again? The big and small forces that received the news all noticed that the sickly middle-aged man had almost single-handedly annihilated the World Army and killed 3 cryptic late-stage commanders. What was the background of this middle-aged man? Everyone had this question in their hearts, and it was followed by speculations about his strength. Cryptic Great Circle? Or a king-level expert? If it was the former, Xianxia was completely capable of killing the other party. If it was the latter, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It would definitely be a battle of life and death. The spies in Mountain River City were fully activated, paying attention to the latest developments of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building and Xianxia for fear of falling behind. It could be said that Lin Fei's attack had turned the compound of Mountain River City upside down. For a moment, Mountain River City was like a pool of muddy water. In a quiet room in Xianxia, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered. It seems that Brother Xianxia is going to lose this game. Shun Tianba put down a black chess piece and killed a small white dragon. He seemed to be in a good mood. Sitting opposite him was Lin Fei's old acquaintance, Xianxia. He reached out and put down the chess piece. Lost. Brother Tianba, this game is getting more and more powerful. It has a courageous momentum, just like the momentum that Xianxia is in now. Shun Tianba laughed. Brother Xianxia, you flatter me. It's all thanks to the care of the Black Tortoise sect that Xianxia can have today's achievements. Otherwise, Xianxia would just be a first-rate sect. You have the strength, so you can become the spokesperson of the Black Tortoise sect. You and I will benefit from each other and take care of each other. Brother Tianba, you don't have to be so polite. Xianxia shook his head and said seriously. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of hurried footsteps was heard, and the door was pushed open. Father, something bad has happened. Shun Tianba raised his eyebrows and seemed unhappy, even if this person was his son. He scolded, Little Guang, who let you in? Don't you know that I am entertaining a distinguished guest? Chen Yaowang was the second son of Shun Tianba. He looked fair and clean. When he heard the scolding, he could only bite the bullet and said, Father, big brother is dead. What? A horrifying aura broke out. Shun Tianba stood up with a whoosh and his anger soared. The objects around him were turned into powder under the strong wind of the true Yuan. Xianxia, who was sitting opposite, also showed a surprised expression. What had happened? Chen Yaoguang knelt down with a puff, unable to bear this wave of horrifying aura. Big brother is dead. The 300 Heaven Army is also annihilated, and the 3 commanders are also dead. Chen Yaoguang's forehead was full of cold sweat, and it took him a lot of effort to say what had happened. The people who killed them were from the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Kacha. The quiet room was instantly razed to the ground. How hateful. My son. Chen Tianba's eyes were red. The death of his beloved youngest son was enough to make him distressed. He did not expect that after a few months, his favorite eldest son was also dead. His future successor was dead. Chen Tianba felt like the sky had collapsed. Golden Breeze Drizzle building. I want you to die a horrible death. At this moment, Chen Tianba was extremely angry. Within the surrounding area, the strong wind of the true Yuan mercilessly strangled some objects. Nothing good could be found in the surroundings. Brother Tianba, calm down, Xianxia said. Among the people present, only Xianxia was qualified to speak. Chen Tianba calmed down and did not dare to continue to release his powerful aura. I have let brother Xianxia see a joke. If you need any help, just tell me. Such a big thing has happened, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle building must answer for it, Xianxia said. Chen Tianba's eyes were filled with anger. I really need Elder Xianxi's help in this matter. The death of my son must be avenged. This time, I will uproot the Golden Breeze Drizzle building and not give them a chance to breathe. Xianxia nodded. This time, the Black Tortoise sect will definitely help you. Brother Batian, go ahead and do it. The other forces will not interfere. I can guarantee this. In front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, Lin Fei brought over a chair and swaggered to sit in front of him. He looked like he could hold back 10,000 enemies by himself. In fact, this was Lin Fei's mentality. He was waiting for them to come up. After killing so many people in Xianxia, I don't believe that you, a coward, can hide for long. After killing you, I will also kill the elders, and then Xianxia will fall. Lin Fei guessed. Lin Fei did not want to stay in Mountain River City for too long. Calculating the time, half a year was almost up, and he still had to return to the Divine Force sect. Today's killing was to force that bastard out. Uncle Lin, is it too dangerous to do this? Jin Feng walked lightly and appeared beside Lin Fei. Naturally, the people behind her did not dare to call out her full name. There's danger in everything, but to me, there's not much danger today. Lin Fei smiled. I believe that without the higher-ups of the World Gang, your position as the floor master will be stable. Are you going to leave? Jin Feng suddenly asked. Lin Fei looked back and saw a flash of reluctance on Jin Feng's face. I have no choice. I was born to work hard. You know, will you come back? Lin Fei blinked. Of course I will come back. I believe that when I come back, you will be the building head. At that time, don't whip me again. The golden phoenix burst into laughter. Suddenly, Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Here comes the show. Jin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. She looked at the end of the street and saw a large number of people moving toward them. An earth-shattering aura rushed toward them like a dark cloud, giving people a strong shock. Disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, gather. Jin Feng ordered, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building moved. Who killed my son? Come out. A loud rumbling sound reverberated in the air and spread throughout the entire street. Almost half of the Mountain River City could hear it. Chapter 302. Chen Tianba's attack caused quite a stir. The loud rumbling announced that the leader of Xianxia had come in anger. He was not only here for revenge, but also to destroy the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Just the black mass of Under Heaven army behind him was enough to make people fearful. No matter where they were, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. And the one who would not be able to eat or sleep in peace was the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Not to mention the Under Heaven army. The experts that Chun Batian had brought were enough to make everyone fearful. They did not dare to fight against Xianxia. It was a one-sided situation. Xianxia was really going all out this time. They were prepared to teach the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building a lesson. Old thing, are you blind? Can't you see that I am the one who killed your son? Lin Fei did not try to control it. His loud and clear voice rang out like thunder on a sunny day, landing in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Everyone's hearts were in their throats. This middle-aged man was really arrogant. Did he not know that it was Chun Batian in front of him? He was the leader of Xianxia. He was a big shot that could shake the entire Mountain River City. Now, there was someone who did not give Chun Batian any face, calling him old thing directly. He really did not know how to spell the word death. If not for the previous scene, they would have suspected that there was something wrong with this person's head. How dare he provoke such a big shot? Once Chun Batian attacked, this person would not have a good ending. Between the middle-aged man and Chun Batian, everyone was more optimistic about Chun Batian. This was because Chun Batian had once escaped from a king-level expert. A king-level expert was a terrifying existence. Everyone could imagine the result. This was because king-level experts were the ones in charge of small empires. The strength of a king-level expert could disregard warriors below the king level. It could be said that no matter how many came, they would be killed. In any empires, if anyone dared to rebel, even if they were strong and had many helpers, they would not be able to stop a king-level expert. They would all be killed. In the past, there was a large family in a dynasty that was preparing to rebel. They raised a large number of experts, most of whom were profound spirit realm experts. They used their strength to sweep through the world and almost took over the dynasty. In the end, the dynasty arranged for a king-level expert to mercilessly kill them. Even if they worked together, they couldn't block a single blow. The strength of a king-stage expert was still fresh in everyone's mind. The fact that the leader of Xianxia was able to escape from a king-class elite was a testament to Chun Batian's abilities. Later on, no one at the same level dared to fight Chun Batian, as they didn't have much confidence. Although the two of them had similar strength, the difference between them was huge. One was like the sky, and the other was like the ground. Therefore, they believed in Chun Batian's strength. This kind of provocative action would undoubtedly cause Chun Batian to die even faster, because no one had ever dared to call Chun Batian an old thing, especially in front of so many people. This already put Chun Batian on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few figures landed on the long street. The one in the lead was Chun Batian. His eyes were like lightning, and a murderous aura locked onto Lin Fei. You killed my eldest son? Lin Fei didn't stand up and said lazily, Old thing, you've already guessed it. Why bother asking? I really don't know how you became the leader. You don't even have the ability to analyze things. What a failure of a person. You're courting death. Chun Batian was furious. He took a step forward and punched out. Roar. The roar of a tiger soared into the sky. A white tiger, several meters long, leaped several meters with each leap. It pounced at Lin Fei, turning everything in its path into ruins. Xiaofeng, stay back. Lin Fei stood up with a swoosh and slapped his hands in front of him. Boundless true essence gushed out, and the space around him crackled like beans being fried. Boom! The green gale blade slashed down and landed on the white tiger's body. The white tiger's huge body was smashed into pieces, and a ravine was left on the street. Old thing, it seems like your attack is useless against me. Chen Batian had just used the white tiger killing fist. The white tiger was mainly used for killing, and this fist technique also carried a murderous aura. He had always used this move against ordinary people. You do have some ability. No wonder you dare to kill my son, Chen Batian said coldly. He was shocked and had already classified his opponent as an expert. Luckily, his opponent wasn't a king-level expert, so he was relieved. If he wasn't a king-level expert, then everything would be fine. The two exchanged a quick move, and it was a peaceful exchange. The result was beyond imagination. This guy is really strong to be able to block Chen Batian's fist. Chen Batian's strength belonged to the top in the Mountain River City, and he was famous for being able to escape from a king-level expert. His fist technique had always been ferocious and filled with murderous aura, and he had always killed people in less than 10 moves. Lin Fei took a step forward and laughed. If I wasn't strong, how could I have killed your son and annihilated the world army? Today, not only will I kill your son, I will also kill you, old thing, and let you accompany your son in hell. Arrogant. Lin Fei already had the capital to be so arrogant. Lin Fei hated war of words the most, and the feeling of killing someone in front of him felt really good. In the past, he might not have had the confidence to do so, but Lin Fei now had enough strength, and he didn't need to worry about this powerful Xianxia. He could just pack up and leave. Voila! The crowd was shocked once again. How could there be such an arrogant person? Calling him an old thing was already arrogant enough, and now he said, I will kill you, old thing. If it was them, they wouldn't have dared to say such words. The elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building heard this, and they felt especially carefree, a carefree feeling that they had never felt before. These words could only be said in their hearts in the past, but now that they heard it, it was as if they were the ones saying it, and it felt really good. This Uncle Lin is so mighty. Ever since Chen Batian became the leader, he had always been scolded as an old thing, and now he actually said that he wanted to kill him. His tone was really not ordinary. Did he really think that he was a king-level expert? Your tone is really big. If you want to kill this leader, you have to show your strength. You don't know how many people wanted to kill this leader, but in the end, they all died in my hands. Chen Batian did not get angry, but instead laughed, as if he was looking at a stupid person. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The person beside you is Elder Xianxia, right? Xianxia was also startled. You know me? Xianxia did not have any impression of the person in front of him. From the moment he appeared, he had been sizing him up, but he couldn't remember such an expert, especially that this person knew him. He was quite surprised. Of course I know you, because today you will also die. Voila! The crowd was shocked again. This tone, after a wave of injustice, another wave was born. What kind of person was Xianxia? He was one of the elders of Black Tortoise Sect, and was quite powerful. The power behind him was Black Tortoise Sect, which had more influence than Xianxia. If Xianxia was already strong enough, but in front of Black Tortoise Sect, they did not dare to make a sound, as the power of life and death depended on one sentence. If killing Chen Batian could be said to be arrogant, then killing an elder of Black Tortoise Sect would mean going against Black Tortoise Sect, and that was really arrogant, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Xianxi's face darkened. Your Excellency, do you know who I am? Do you know who is standing behind me? You're going against Black Tortoise Sect. Don't you know what will happen to you? Lin Fei originally wanted to kill Chen Batian, then go to Black Tortoise Sect to kill Xianxia, but now that he had met him here, he would not be polite and kill him at the same time, saving him a wasted trip. As for Black Tortoise Sect, Lin Fei was not worried at all, nor was he afraid. Black Tortoise Sect would not want to go against a king-level expert, right? The Black Tortoise Gate wouldn't fight to the death just for an elder who had the strength of a king-ranked expert. Although Lin Fei was not a king-level expert yet, his battle power had already reached king level. Unless the king-level expert from Black Tortoise Sect wanted to die, Lin Fei did not mind killing him. At least it was experience points. Black Tortoise Sect? Just a lowly sect. If I kill you too today, you will not live to see tomorrow's sun. Lin Fei took another step forward, his eyes cold. Xianxia had never been called out by name like this before, and even wanted to kill him on the spot. Although he was not strong, he was at the late stage of cryptic spirit, and he had a huge Black Tortoise sect behind him. A sect's influence was the biggest deterrent. Crazy, he's really crazy. The great elder was in a good mood, but after hearing these words, he was in pain. Who was this person? Why did he look like a mad dog? Black Tortoise Sect. That was the most famous and powerful sect in Xianxia province. If the Black Tortoise Sect wanted to kill someone, unless that person left the Xianxia county, he would die without a doubt. Who asked the Black Tortoise Sect to have such a powerful master? To be able to compete with the Divine Martial Sect for so long, they should have at least one king-level master, right? No matter how good Xianxi's temperament was, when faced with this kind of words, he would fly into a rage. Moreover, he came from the Black Tortoise Sect, so he had always been arrogant. Seeing someone humiliate the Black Tortoise Sect, his heart was filled with anger. True Yang's sword art. Xianxia moved. This person dared to provoke him, so he must be taught a lesson. The scorching sun was burning, and the blazing True Yuan was like a burning sun, floating behind him. The temperature of the whole street suddenly rose, and the hot air made it feel like he was in a desert. Scorching sun, burning sky. The fiery sun turned into a long sword, emitting the true yang qi, and slashed at Lin Fei from the sky. Hualala! The ruins were incinerated into nothingness under this long sword. Lin Fei was suddenly in a hot environment, facing the scorching sun. Lousy true yang sword art. Let me show you what a real scorching sun is. Boom! Destructive qi burst out from Lin Fei's body. Golden suns appeared behind him, and the destructive qi was earth-shattering. Immediately, the golden suns turned into long swords and slashed at Xianxia. Scorching sun versus golden Sunday. With the destructive qi, how could the scorching sun be a match for Xianxia? The suns were destroyed one by one, and the scorching sun pierced through the blockade and slashed at Xianxia. True Yang shield. Xianxi's heart skipped a beat, and the scorching sun surrounded him as he retreated. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 303. P.S. Thanks to Dubious Little Girl and Uncle Bill for their monthly votes. Such a powerful attack was not something that Elder Xianxia could withstand. Lin Fei's annihilation sword art crushed over mercilessly, crushing this Elder Xianxia to death. His physical body was crushed to a pulp. Even if he had a miraculous elixir, there was no way he could survive. Old thing, it's your turn now. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and the golden millstone once again pressed down towards Chun Batian, causing the void to collapse layer by layer. Rumble, the horrified millstone pressed down from the sky. The giant millstone, which contained the intent of destruction, immediately caused the experts of Xianxia to feel a sense of danger that could kill them. Elder Xianxia died, and they could not react in time. The killing move arrived with a loud bang. Madman, this guy must be a madman. He even dared to kill Elder Xianxia. Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the Black Tortoise Sect? Damn it, I don't want to die. As the giant millstone approached, Chun Batian grabbed the air from his left and right, and two figures were caught in front of the giant millstone, trying to block the attack. Walala! The two figures directly turned into a mist of blood, and a rain of blood immediately fell on the street. Damn it! Chun Batian raised his eyebrows, and the destructive aura locked onto him, as if it wanted to crush him to death. I don't believe that you can last long with this big move of yours. Once again, they grabbed left and right, forming a human wall, trying to block the attack. The most tragic thing was that the experts were caught and thrown by Chun Batian, becoming a scapegoat. No one would have thought that they would become a scapegoat. Haha. Old thing, are you afraid? Today you will die. Lin Fei stepped forward, and the great millstone continued to crush over. Everywhere he passed, everyone was crushed to death by the great millstone, not leaving a single survivor. His methods were extremely cruel. Killed Triple X. Obtained 150 sin points. Killed Triple X. Obtained 250 sin points. Killed Triple X. Obtained 180 sin points. Every time the giant millstone crushed a person to death, the system would immediately send out a cold voice. Awesome, this is too awesome. It feels so good to kill people. Along with the system's voice, Lin Fei was in a good mood. This kind of opportunity to gain experience by killing people was really rare. Moreover, these people from the World Army had sin value. Based on this conversion, I'm afraid it will be at least millions or even tens of millions of experience points. Right? Lin Fei thought. Chun Batian, the leader of the Xianxia sect, was in a complete mess right now. To think that the leader of the Xianxia sect would be forced into such a state by a single person. He didn't know how many of the Under Heaven army had died because of him, but he still couldn't block the other party's attack. That damned killing intent was undoubtedly going to kill him. White Tiger killing fist. Chun Batian was infuriated. Seeing him being chased like this, he couldn't help but think back to the time when he was chased by a king. In fact, Chun Batian himself knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely die. If he took a gamble, he might have a chance. Roar! This time, Chun Batian's berserk true origin surged out, and a boundless killing intent gathered together. The 100-Zhonglong White Tiger emitted a terrifying aura. In a White Tiger killing fist, the most powerful move, White Tiger Biting Kill, was activated by killing intent. It consumed half of the true origin to activate this powerful attack, killing without mercy. Just in time. Rumble. The great millstone's aura spread out and directly collided with the White Tiger's body, crushing it from left to right. The White Tiger let out a roar, obviously extremely angry. Crash! The huge White Tiger was mercilessly killed by the great millstone again and again. Old thing, you could die now. The great millstone streaked across a stream of light and crashed into Chun Batian's body. Instantly, a violent gust of wind was set off in the surrounding area. Those with low strength nearby were suppressed to the point that they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Not dead, Lin Fei frowned and looked at the ruins. Because there was no notification from the system, he couldn't help but start to doubt. Boom! A figure soared up into the sky and stopped in midair. That person's entire body was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled, like a beggar on the street. At this moment, he was dancing with joy. Haha, I have finally advanced to the profound king realm, becoming a king level expert. Thanks to you, I managed to advance to the profound king realm. Now, let's see how you will kill me. The person who came out from below was none other than Chun Batian, who was blasted down. At this moment, his powerful aura made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Oh no, Chun Batian actually became a profound king realm expert. Everyone was shocked, especially the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Once a martial artist advanced to the profound king realm, the gap was like heaven and earth. Even if it was the early stage of the king level, his strength would soar rapidly and was far from what a profound spirit expert could contend with. No one would have thought that Chun Batian would advance to the profound king realm in the face of a life and death crisis. Lin Fei was very surprised. Old thing, your luck is really not bad. To be able to become a king-level expert before your death, it seems that you will be able to leave in style. Chun Batian laughed. Soon, I will let you know what the true strength of a king-level expert is. Xiao, Chun Batian leaped hundreds of zhong and appeared in front of Lin Fei. He punched towards Lin Fei's face and grinned. Die for me. Rumble. After advancing to the king level, his speed was so fast that no one could react in time. Many people below were shocked by this speed. How many people could block such a blow? No wonder it was said that no matter how strong one was below the king level, it was impossible to contend against a king-level expert. They would die without a doubt. Uncle Lin. Lin Fei was about to be blasted into pieces. Jean Feng couldn't help but shed tears. She couldn't bear to watch any longer because the speed was too fast. What she saw was the scene of Lin Fei being blasted into pieces. "Old thing, your speed is too slow." A lazy voice suddenly came from behind Chen Batian. Not dead. Chen Batian was shocked. What he destroyed was just an illusion. Immediately, a figure attacked and kicked Chen Batian. "You want to kill me with this speed? Dream on." Bang! Chen Batian was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into a house and immediately turned it into ruins. Dust flew everywhere. There was complete silence. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. This man was a king-level expert. Other than king-class experts, no one would be able to react fast enough to block this sudden attack. Everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was stunned. King-level expert? Jean Feng also stopped crying. Her heart was in turmoil. Previously, she had estimated Lin Fei's strength to be between the Cryptic Spirit late stage to the complete Cryptic Spirit. She had never thought that he would reach such a terrifying level. How on earth did he cultivate? Jean Feng couldn't think of a reason. Even geniuses couldn't cultivate at such a speed, right? I am a king-level expert. How could I not block it? Chen Batian stood up from the ruins. His eyes were filled with fear. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He was a king-level expert, but he couldn't even block a single kick and was sent flying. This was too much. Seeing that you are a king-level expert, I will use the most powerful method to send you to hell. Lin Fei rushed over. The sword array formed behind him. Total annihilation. Killing must be done in a spectacular manner so that no one would dare to look down on the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. This scene would be remembered by everyone. Lin Fei believed that all the spies present would bring the news back. They wouldn't dare to hide anything. Rumble. 2 white sword rivers rushed down. The sword chi slammed into Chun Baishan's body. 720 flying swords. Even the strongest experts of the 18 clans were injured and had to flee. Moreover, he was only at the initial stage king level. He hadn't even consolidated his strength. After the total annihilation, the ground collapsed. The houses became ruins. At the same time, a huge crater appeared. The surrounding cracks were like spider webs. It was horrifying. Lin Fei's eyes turned and fell on the World Army and the other experts. His eyes were cold. Run. Chen Batian had died when he became a king-level expert. Not to mention the opponent was a king-level expert. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The experts of Xianxia panicked. They ran in all directions. They were scared out of their wits. Die! 720 flying swords turned into a sword light and flew in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. Those who ran away were all killed by the flying swords. Their corpses fell down. The whole street was full of corpses and blood flowed like a river. After this battle, all the experts of Xianxia were killed. As for the World Army, they died in Lin Fei's hands. They were exchanged for a lot of experience points. Surrender was unnecessary. It was better to exchange them for experience points. Boom! Lin Fei blasted out his sword light. The people of the Black Tortoise Gate are so uncultured. You want a sneak attack? In the sky, a figure was blasted away. His face was aghast, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Senior, you misunderstood. With my strength, how could I sneak attack you? The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate secretly wiped their cold sweat. They regretted coming to check the situation. They met an existence like a fiend. A king-level expert could easily kill him. He was a king-stage expert, and he had almost been killed. Lin Fei frowned. Really? The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. His face was pale, as if he was seriously ill. Senior, even if you give me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare to do it. Lin Fei coldly snorted. Go back and tell your Black Tortoise Gate master that I have a grudge against Xianxia. If he has any thoughts, he can come and find me. Also, Tianxia was also destroyed by me. If you're not satisfied, you can come and find me. The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate hurriedly shook their head. Xianxia is no longer a member of the Black Tortoise Gate. He deserved to die in the hands of Senior. Tianxia has nothing to do with us. They offended Senior, that's their own business. At this time, this expert of the Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to say anything. Chun Batian had become a king-level expert, but he was still killed so quickly. Their Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to offend such a king-level expert. Elder Xianxia, the Underheaven gang, they didn't dare to say anything. Offending such a powerful king-level expert would greatly damage the Black Tortoise sect's strength. Chapter 304. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Recently, Xiaoku has returned from Qingming. My body isn't feeling well, so 10,000 has become 6,000. I will explode in a few days. What is shocking? What is awesome? The corpses and wreckage on the streets were the best proof. No one at the scene could have imagined that this person could be so powerful and cruel. Chun Batian advanced to the king-class expert before his death, but he was still killed. The casualties of the Xianxia experts he brought was almost the same. It was a shocking, bloody battle, and the one who made the move was a king-class expert. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had a king-class expert standing behind it, which made everyone fearful. What did it mean to have a king-class expert overseeing the place? Everyone was clear that at least in a mountain river city, no one dared to not give him face. This was the deterrent force. Even if you were gnashing your teeth in hatred, you still had to maintain a smile on your face, as you couldn't afford to offend him. From now on, no one would look down on the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Its influence suddenly rose to the level of a household name. Even Mountain River City Lord would have to be polite to them. The Black Tortoise sect's elder expert didn't even dare to make a sound in front of a king-class expert, and was as respectful as a turtle. This was strength. Elder Xianxia was still an elder previously, and the Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to question him. Instead, they expelled him from the Black Tortoise sect. As for the entire Xianxia, they were abandoned because they didn't want to offend a king-class expert. Chun Batian became a king-class expert and was killed so easily. Unless the Black Tortoise sect wanted to be entangled to the end, they wouldn't be angry over this matter. Once they offended a king-class expert, their Black Tortoise sect strength would definitely be greatly damaged. The Black Tortoise sect swallowed the insult and humiliation, and that was the best choice. Lin Fei was more or less disappointed. If the Black Tortoise sect made a move, he wouldn't mind going to their doorstep and might be able to extort a huge sum of money. Unfortunately, the Black Tortoise sect didn't fall into the trap. Elder Xianxia was expelled, and Xianxia was abandoned. Most of the Xianxia experts were dead, and countless of the Underheaven army were slaughtered by Lin Fei. Xianxia's strongest force was lost by at least 2/3. What would the result be like? Everyone would kick a collapsing wall. You can scram now. If I find out that your Black Tortoise sect is playing any dirty tricks, I'll make your sect leader pay attention to his own head. A cold voice resounded throughout the street. The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate did not dare to breathe loudly, nor did they dare to show any dissatisfaction. I will definitely pass on Senior's words. The Black Tortoise sect's expert let out a long sigh of relief as he was able to escape from the hands of a king-level expert. He was so close to dying at the hands of the king-level expert. The reason why Lin Fei let the Black Martial School's elder go was because he didn't want the Black Martial School to hold a grudge against the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. He landed again and appeared next to the Golden Phoenix. Xiao Feng, you can now arrange for people to clean up the battlefield and launch an attack on Xianxia. Lin Fei knew that with him here, no one would dare to make a move. Once he left, Xianxia would definitely become a fat piece of meat for everyone, and everyone would want to take a bite out of it. Xianxia was such a big piece of meat. If Lin Fei wasn't in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, he wouldn't be able to eat it, and he might even be pushed out. Lin Fei was a super strong existence, and he was the best deterrent. If they wanted a share of the pie, they would have to think about whether they had the ability or not. Uncle Lin, I will listen to you. The great elder also said respectfully, I will personally take action and kill the remnants of Xianxia. Very soon, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building moved. Although it was constantly being suppressed and had lost a part of its strength, its current fighting strength was like a ferocious tiger that could devour people at any time. Following the order, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building moved at the fastest time, heading straight for the headquarters of Xianxia. After losing Chun Batian and the other experts, coupled with the matters outside, everyone was already panicking. When the Golden Breeze Drizzle building attacked Xianxia and met with a brief resistance, they took the opportunity to blast open the main gate and kill their way into Xianxia. The Black Tortoise Sect's elder Xianxia was killed. Xianxia's Chun Batian, who had advanced to the king level, was killed. The world army was defeated. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had produced a king-level expert. The entire Mountain River City was in an uproar. When they heard this news, their first thought was disbelief. A king-level expert was a high-level fighting strength. How could he be killed? But when the news came, they were shocked. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had a king-level expert, and his strength was especially tyrannical. Chun Batian, who had just advanced, was like a child in front of him. A gang with a king-level expert overseeing it would have a completely different influence. The Black Tortoise Sect was powerful, right? Facing this king-level expert, the Black Tortoise Sect elder lowered his head, not daring to have any thoughts of going against him. He also understood that this king-level expert was not to be trifled with. After this news was confirmed, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The powerful Xianxia had disappeared just like that. With such a king-level expert overseeing it, all the forces in Mountain River City didn't dare to interfere. A big piece of meat. But such a big piece of meat also required strength to eat. Everyone understood that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would become a bigger force than Xianxia in the future. Even if this king-level expert was Jin Yang's good friend, as long as he existed, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would be free of worries. As long as they didn't offend the public, who would dare to attack the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? No one dared, and no one dared to do it. Xianxia was a big force in Mountain River City, and its leader, Chun Batian, had many experts under him. But all of this was like an illusion, broken with a light touch. From today onwards, Xianxia would become a thing of the past, a memory in history that might occasionally be remembered by someone. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the mission to annihilate Xianxia. Obtain 10 million experience points, 100,000 points, 10,000 points of special elemental energy, and a lottery ticket. The system's voice sounded in Lin Fei's mind as he sat in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. A warm feeling flowed through his body. That was the benefit of leveling up. After leveling up this time, Lin Fei was slightly surprised. What is this special elemental energy? When a mission was issued, there was no mention of special elemental energy. Only after receiving the reward did Lin Fei know that he had obtained this elemental energy. It was impossible for Lin Fei not to be surprised. Special elemental energy, a super explosive power that doesn't belong to this world. Once it explodes, it will produce a huge force. Congratulations on killing the enemy. There's such a power? Lin Fei thought. Damn, could this elemental energy be from the upper realm? Isn't this too awesome? The appearance of this kind of power really surprised Lin Fei. He didn't know that the system had such a heaven-defying function. Lin Fei didn't care about the experience points. With 100,000 points, he felt really good. In addition to his previous points, he had about 200,000 points. I wonder what kind of power this elemental energy explodes with. Lin Fei opened the system and found that the experience points had increased from 100 million to 500 million. It was a 5-fold increase, which was within the normal range. On the system attributes, Lin Fei found the elemental energy interface. When he saw the label, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was too heaven-defying. This elemental energy can actually be extracted from the body of a powerhouse. The system rewarded him with special elemental energy, and he immediately unlocked the super elemental energy branch. Elemental energy, 10,000 points. The branch introduction was very simple. 10,000 elemental energy exploded, and the combat power actually reached a level that Lin Fei didn't even dare to imagine. It actually reached the profound Emperor Great Circle. Awesome, a group attack skill. Lin Fei was beaming with joy. This branch system was too awesome. In online games, there had always been supergroup attack skills. For example, back in the day, Lin Fei once played Fantasy World, there was a super large group attack. That kind of super large group attack had a time constraint. Now, this required elemental energy, and it could only be obtained by killing powerhouses. It was equivalent to magic mana potions in games. This attack started with 10,000 elemental energy as the driving force, and when it was unleashed, it displayed a powerful lethality. The strength of the profound Emperor Great Circle was such a terrifying attack. This feels great. Out of all the breakthroughs, this was the one Lin Fei was most satisfied with. He did not care about experience points, but he cared about elemental energy. He believed that after activating this branch, he would have a chance to obtain elemental energy by killing experts in the future. After calming himself down, Lin Fei started the lottery. At this time, no one would come to the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Lin Fei happily started the lottery. This time, Lin Fei was much calmer. He opened the lottery page and opened the system. This time, he was going to rely on his luck and draw whatever he got. Previously, he had used the 72 mortal flying swords and the strengthening skill stone to strengthen his wings of the wind and increase his speed. He wondered what he would get this time. Lin Fei thought, "Ding, congratulations to player Lin Fei. You have obtained the strengthened version Waterfire Lotus. The system will immediately upgrade it for you." Ding, congratulations to player Lin Fei. Strengthening skill completed. Obtained strengthened version Waterflame Lotus. And why did I get this? Lin Fei was very surprised that he actually got the strengthened version Waterflame Lotus. His luck seemed to be too good. The Waterflame Lotus could be said to have helped Lin Fei solve a lot of problems. After his strength kept increasing, the power of the Waterflame Lotus couldn't be increased. This time, Lin Fei was also very surprised to get this ability and suspected that he had seen wrongly. Waterflame Lotus. With a thought, a lifelike lotus appeared on Lin Fei's hand. When this Waterflame Lotus appeared, it emitted a powerful and dangerous aura, which was far stronger than before. Now, every leaf of the Waterflame Lotus was vivid and lifelike. One could feel the aura of fire on it. This was something that didn't exist before because previously it was just a form. But now, the Waterflame Lotus not only had a form, but it also had an intent. When placed in front of him, it seemed real and couldn't be seen as fake. Chapter 305. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for becoming the second leader. Mountain River City. What was the most noteworthy event in recent days? It should be said that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building had become the biggest gang in Mountain River Prefecture. Especially after taking over the remaining forces of Xianxia, no one dared to underestimate it anymore. 3 days passed. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had finished digesting its forces. Under the jealousy of the public, it had completely digested the territories that it had swallowed before. Someone should have asked if it was possible. One cannot become fat with just one mouthful of rice, let alone the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. What if there was a king-level expert in charge? The situation would be completely different. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building would not have any trouble when digesting the territories, nor would it give the public a chance. They could only watch helplessly as they were digested. During these 3 days, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building had become the target that all the forces in Mountain River City wanted to rope in. Even if they could not rope in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, they could not become enemies, especially since they had a king-level expert. In the end, it all depended on the king-level expert. When the head of the Black Tortoise sect came in person, no one knew what had happened. However, everyone could see that when the head of the Black Tortoise sect came out, his face had changed a little. A fight between king-level experts? Or, that was unknown. At least on one point, the Black Tortoise sect admitted defeat. After the head of the Black Tortoise sect left, everyone knew that the situation in Mountain River City had changed again. In the afternoon, the city lord of Mountain River City also took the initiative to visit. He was very polite and obviously wanted a rope in Mountain River City. The meaning was obvious. It was worth the city lord's initiative. Lin Fei stayed in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building for a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, it was nothing more than a deterrent to other forces, especially the secret fight with the Black Tortoise sect and so on. Now it was all gone. Lin Fei's task was completed. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building only had time to develop. One night, the building master, Golden Phoenix, came to Lin Fei's room in person without any servants. Even so, Golden Phoenix already had the aura of a superior. In these few days, Brother Lin, are you there? The door is not locked. Come in. Lin Fei's voice sounded from inside the room. The Golden Phoenix pushed the door open and entered. Lin Fei, who was in the room, had already returned to his original appearance. His bronze skin was filled with the scent of a man. The black robe he was wearing was very fitting. How is it? Have you gotten used to it? Fortunately, I finally understand Father's painstaking efforts and hardships to be the building master. Jin Feng sighed softly and sat down beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei also heard the sigh and didn't know what to say. To be a tower master, to be a member of a sect, the price one had to pay was freedom. Xiaofeng, this is for you. I believe you will be able to use it at critical moments. Lin Fei took out a small bag. It was the runes bag, a disposable item. Are you leaving? Jin Feng said faintly. She didn't take the bag of runes. Lin Fei was indeed ready to leave. He nodded. It's time to return to the sect. I've been out for more than half a year. It's time to go back. It was a very casual sentence. Jin Feng actually burst into tears. Before Lin Fei came back to his senses, she directly hugged him and pressed her hot body against Lin Fei. Don't say it. Let me remember this feeling again. Lin Fei was not a stone-hearted person. He held back the words he wanted to say. Smelling the faint body fragrance, he already understood what it meant. Jin Feng liked him? Lin Fei never thought that he would be liked by a girl. It seemed that he had always been the one chasing girls. No girl had ever chased him. At this moment, Lin Fei was very proud. It should be no problem to push her down now, right? Somehow, Lin Fei came up with this idea. Lin Fei didn't move. Jin Feng didn't move either. At this time, the atmosphere between the two was very ambiguous. Half an hour later, Jin Feng hugged Lin Fei and slowly released him. I will remember this day. Lin Fei, who turned his head, saw Jin Feng's red eyes. Lin Fei sighed softly. Why are you doing this? Suddenly, Jin Feng kissed him. I do. I like you. You're the first man who made me fall in love with you. This time, Jin Feng actually confessed her love. Last time, he was counterattacked and kissed. Unexpectedly, this time, he was counterattacked again. Last time, he didn't pay attention. This time it was the same. Damn, counterattacked me? Lin Fei didn't hesitate. His brain was full of blood. He directly counterattacked and kissed her fiercely. For more than half a year, Lin Fei stayed away from girls. In addition to the counterattack and the matter of practicing martial arts, he had been suppressing his desire. In terms of kissing skills, how could Jin Feng be the opponent of Lin Fei? What wet kiss, what tongue kiss? Jin Feng moaned and gasped. Her face was all red. Her whole body collapsed in Lin Fei's arms. She was weak. Apart from moaning, there was nothing else. Brother Lin, take me. You don't regret it. I don't regret it. I know you will have many women in the future. As long as you can occupy a part of your heart, I will be very happy. Jin Feng was firm. Lin Fei reached out and kissed her. From now on, you are my woman. That night, Jin Feng became Lin Fei's woman. The first woman in Xianxia continent. Lin Fei stayed for another 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Fei accompanied Jin Feng. On the day of departure, Lin Fei left a large number of pure elemental pills and treasures to Jin Feng. It was enough for her to cultivate for the next 10 years. It would not be a problem for her to become a Xianling expert. Just like that, Lin Fei left Mountain River City with Jin Feng's heart. She didn't know that it was 10 years later when Lin Fei came back again. Out of Mountain River City, Lin Fei had a feeling of parting. No one can resist the charm of Wuxiang. It almost makes me want to stay and be the king of the mountain. Lin Fei sighed. He finally understood why those heroes and ancient emperors were willing to abandon their country and country for a woman, all for the woman in their hearts. Withdrawing his thoughts, the wings of the wind appeared behind him, and he flew towards the Divine Force sect. The last time he went down the mountain was 7 months ago. Lin Fei was travel-worn. This time, it only took him one day to reach the territory of the Divine Force sect. After arriving at the territory of the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei simply stopped and leisurely went to the Divine Force sect. Anyway, there was more than enough time for the promise of half a year. When standing at the foot of the mountain again, Lin Fei sighed. 7 months ago, I was just a low-level martial artist. Now, even a king stage expert is no longer a match for me. I'm afraid none of the geniuses in the Divine Martial Arts sect are as strong as me. Lin Fei lifted his head and looked at the mountain path. The Divine Force sect was as usual. The path at the foot of the mountain was filled with disciples of the Divine Force sect. Many of them were new disciples because the Divine Force sect had recruited a new batch of disciples. The first thing Lin Fei did when he returned to the Divine Force sect was to meet Gao Chang. They were his only friends in the Divine Force sect. When he was in the Divine Force sect for 5 years, he only had a few friends, and Gao Chang was one of them. After finding the direction, Lin Fei went straight to where Gao Chang was, which was where the low-level disciples were. Junior brother Li Wudi, you have to think this through. If you're going to protect this person, then you're going against senior brother Eternal Wind. You've just been promoted to an inner disciple, while senior brother Eternal Wind is a veteran inner disciple. I advise you not to offend him. On the training field of the Divine Force sect, the atmosphere was tense. Li Wudi stood in front of Gao Chang, who was supported by someone behind him. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was injured. In front of Li Wudi were a few inner disciples, who were staring at him impolitely. Li Wudi said coldly, "Forgive me for not being able to accept senior brother's request. Gao Chang is a friend of mine." Furthermore, during the sparring earlier, it was clearly that person who launched a sneak attack on him, which resulted in his Dantian being destroyed. All the disciples saw it clearly. Even if this matter were to be reported to the elders, you would still be the ones to suffer. I believe senior brother Eternal Wind wouldn't blame the elders for this, right? Gao Chang was very excited. Although he knew that it was because of Lin Fei, he was still very excited. Senior brother Wudi, this matter was caused by me. Gao Chang, will take responsibility for what I did, Gao Chang said in a low voice. He knew that senior brother Changfeng was powerful, and he did not want Li Wudi to be involved. Most of the veteran inner disciples had reached the mystic adept realm, and they were qualified to become elders in the Divine Force sect. It was not a good thing to make things difficult for these inner disciples. Li Wudi glared at him. I'm good friends with Lin Fei. Your matter is my matter. Junior brother Gao Chang, you don't have to say anything. Li Wudi, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If it was something else, we could let it go on account of your talent. It's hard to avoid mistakes in sparring, but this friend of yours injured senior brother Changfeng's only nephew and destroyed his Dantian. If you want to be a good person, let's see how strong you are. The man snorted coldly. Attack! The surrounding disciples did not dare to say anything. Senior brother Eternal Wind had a resounding reputation among the inner disciples. Adding on the fact that such a huge matter had happened, even some of the elders would give him face. Moreover, Gao Chang was only in the 8th level of the martial path, so he had no value at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 of the 3 rushed at Li Wudi, and 1 went for Gao Chang. Li Wudi's face darkened, and he immediately felt a great pressure. In half a year, he had risen from Mystic Adept Realm to Mid-Stage Mystic Adept Realm, and the 2 rushing at him were both in the late stage. Icebound World. Whoosh! Frost Origin energy swept out, and the surrounding area suddenly turned into a white world, trapping the 2 disciples. A moment later, they broke out of the ice, accompanied by disdain. Icebound World, so this is the basic battle technique. One of them sneered and threw a punch at Li Wudi. Tiger Cannon, 3 punches. A tiger's roar resounded through the air. Li Wudi's face darkened again, and he was immediately surrounded. Who dares hurt my friend? Chapter 306. As the 2 late-stage abstruse disciples were sent flying, everyone was shocked. A young man had appeared in front of Li Wudi at some point in time. He looked angry, and everyone present could feel his anger. It was an undisguised anger. What's going on? Just who is this person? He's so angry. Did he attack just now? What terrifying strength. He sent 2 senior brothers flying with one move. Why does he look so familiar? Right. Isn't he senior brother Lin Fei, the dark horse of the outer sect assembly half a year ago? What? He's senior brother Lin Fei? How can he be so powerful? I remember he was only at the 7th or 8th stage of the martial path. How long has it been? How did his strength soar so quickly? Terrifying. This is too terrifying. The person who had appeared was none other than Lin Fei, who had rushed all the way from the foot of the mountain. With his powerful perception, he could easily see the situation on the field. That was why he attacked in a rage and sent the 2 disciples flying. Even so, the 2 disciples would have to be bedridden for at least half a year. If they were somewhere else, it wouldn't be as simple as being heavily injured. They would have been killed on the spot. Junior brother Lin Fei. Li Wudi was also shocked and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Gao Chang, who was behind him, was also shocked. The inner disciple who had pounced on him was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. If it weren't for his aura, he would have suspected that he was already dead. More importantly, he didn't even see how Li Wudi attacked. Lin Fei turned his head. Yeah, I'm back. If I didn't come back, how would I know that my friends were being bullied? Li Wudi knew that Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds in Mountain River City. Now that he saw Lin Fei again, he felt that his strength was unfathomable. Lin Fei, you're finally back. I thought I wouldn't see you again. Gao Chang was happy, but when he heard Lin Fei's words, his heart warmed and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei appeared in front of Gao Chang and took out a healing pill. Don't talk. Eat the pill first. Someone wasn't too happy. You're Lin Fei? Qi Zhen glared at him with a stern face. Lin Fei turned his head and, with a whoosh, appeared in front of him. He closed the distance of several dozen meters in an instant and grabbed him by the throat. With a wave of his hand, he slapped him. Pa 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 pa. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. The crowd was in an uproar. Humph! You dare to offend a friend of mine, Lin Fei? How dare you? Lin Fei coldly snorted and immediately pointed his finger. The Divine Force sect has more trash like you, causing the Divine Force sect to be in a foul atmosphere. On my Dantian. Lin Fei waved his hand and slapped him again. So what if I cripple your Dantian? You attack my friend for a martial arts disciple. Now that I've crippled your Dantian, do you have the ability to fight me? Qi Zhen was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. He looked like he had aged more than 10 years. He had not expected that in such a short period of time, he, who had been strutting around earlier, would turn into a cripple in the blink of an eye. Ah, bastard, you destroyed my Dantian. The Elder will not let you off. Lin Fei waved his hand, and Qi Zhen was thrown out like a piece of trash. He fell to the ground and rolled away. Then he clapped his hands and looked around. Those who know him, feel free to go and report. I, Lin Fei, will wait here. A mere inner sect disciple, Lin Fei did not take him seriously at all. Qi Zhen was a profound perfection realm expert and was only one step away from the mystic adept realm. The disciples did not expect that Lin Fei half a year ago would be so brutal and cripple Qi Zhen's Dantian as soon as he attacked. This was a profound perfection realm expert disciple and an inner sect disciple at that. Yet, he destroyed his Dantian with one finger. Crazy, he must be crazy. Could it be that he was not afraid of the law enforcement hall's punishment? No one could figure out what was going on. Lin Fei, you were too impulsive. How could you destroy Qi Zhen's Dantian? What should we do now? Li Wudi's face was full of worry as he frowned. The Divine Martial Gate did not forbid martial arts competitions. Even if someone was injured, it was pardonable. But once it involved the destruction of someone's Dantian, it was a serious matter. Lin Fei chuckled. Brother Wudi, since I dare to make a move, it means that I had full confidence. Don't you think that they went overboard just now? Li Wudi nodded in anger. They did go overboard. Gao Chang accidentally destroyed his Dantian during a spar. That was a sneak attack and hidden weapons. He only has himself to blame. Instead, they want to take Gao Chang away. The Divine Martial Gate's rules were broken by these disciples. I still have to thank you for today's matter. Otherwise, Gao Chang would not have been able to keep his strength, Lin Fei said gratefully. Li Wudi glared at him. If you treat me as a friend, then don't say such words. Lin Fei could feel that Li Wudi's words came from the bottom of his heart. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Li Wudi had stood up for Gao Chang when he was in trouble. Haha, of course you're my friend. You destroyed Qi Zhan's Dantian. The disciples of the law enforcement hall will be here soon. Why don't you go to Uncle Zhang Wan and explain things clearly? They won't dare to make things difficult for you anymore. Li Wudi suggested. Lin Fei shook his head. No need. I just want to see if they will protect Qi Zhan and his group. Or, Lin Fei, I think Brother Wudi's suggestion is good. The disciples of the law enforcement hall are all inner disciples. Maybe one of them is familiar with Changfeng's group. Gao Chang's complexion had improved. Li Wudi and Gao Chang were worried that Lin Fei would not bow down, especially since he had crippled Qi Zhan and injured 3 inner disciples. The law enforcement hall would not be polite. Moreover, there were also veteran inner disciples behind them. They might put pressure on them. Inner disciples could be mighty in the divine martial gate, but they had no confidence in front of the disciples of the law enforcement hall. Any inner disciple who was taken away by the disciples of the law enforcement hall ended up in a miserable state, especially when something so serious happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The disciples of the law enforcement hall had arrived. They were in groups of 15. They were dressed in black and held black locks in their hands. Killing intent surged from them. One look and anyone could tell that they were not easy to negotiate with. Suddenly, a vacuum appeared on the training field. The disciples of the divine martial gate were so scared that they left. Not good. I know the disciple leading the group. Li Wudi's complexion turned ugly. He recognized the origin of the disciple leading the group. He's in the same circle as Changfeng. Gao Chang's expression changed as well. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Senior brother Changfeng's influence was really great. He even made the law enforcement hall take action. Disciple Lin Fei is in trouble. Who doesn't know that Qi Zhan is senior brother Changfeng's man? Now that he crippled Qi Zhan, senior brother Changfeng will definitely not let this go. The disciples of the law enforcement hall are all here. Anyone brought in will definitely suffer a great deal of damage. I wonder if senior brother Lin Fei is going to obediently leave, or is he going to resist? Everyone's eyes were filled with fear when they mentioned the law enforcement hall. Then, they looked at Lin Fei with schadenfreude. A newly promoted inner disciple had offended a veteran inner disciple. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? If it were them, they wouldn't do such a thing even if they were beaten to death. We're from the law enforcement hall. Who's Lin Fei? Come out. Wang Chang was expressionless. At the same time, he noticed that Qi Zhan, who was being helped up, had a strange expression. Senior brother Wang Chang, he's Lin Fei. Qi Zhan's eyes were filled with resentment. He was the first to point out, but he was extremely weak. With his Dantian destroyed, Qi Zhan's only wish was to kill Lin Fei to vent his anger. With his Dantian destroyed, it couldn't be repaired unless it was a miraculous pill. You're Lin Fei? Wang Chang's eyes were cold. You really have guts to destroy someone's Dantian in front of everyone. And the 2 of you, come with us to the law enforcement hall. Behind Wang Chang, 4 disciples of the law enforcement hall walked up. They were all mystic adepts. Mystic adepts were the most basic requirement to become a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Don't worry. With me here today, I want to see who dares to touch us. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He couldn't help but shake his head. He was very dissatisfied with the way the law enforcement hall handled things. Take him down. 4 law enforcement hall disciples, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, charged at Lin Fei. They were already used to dealing with this kind of person. The black iron chain coiled over like a long snake. This was the auxiliary spirit treasure refined by the divine martial sect. It could suppress Zhen Yuan and prevent martial artists from using it. The strength of a martial artist lay in their true essence. Once their true essence was suppressed, it was the same as losing their strength. When the divine martial sect law enforcement hall made a move on a disciple, no one could stop them. They could only obediently be taken away by the law enforcement hall disciples. This was mainly because of the auxiliary spirit treasure. No matter how strong one was, they were nothing if they couldn't use true essence. Get lost. 4 streaks of light shot out, and the 4 law enforcement hall disciples were sent flying. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Li Wudi and Gao Chong felt their scalps go numb, their mouths agape. When did Lin Fei become so strong? He actually defeated 4 mystic adept law enforcers in one move. It was like a dream. The surrounding disciples of the divine martial sect were all stunned. Lin Fei really made a move and even injured the law enforcement hall disciples. Didn't he know how strong the law enforcement hall was? Something big had happened. Something really big had happened. Go back and tell senior brother Changfeng that if he wants to make a move, let him do it himself. Don't sneak around. Lin Fei said indifferently. You law enforcement hall disciples can only scare ordinary disciples. It's useless against me. Wang Chang's face was cold. He was shocked. Didn't Lin Fei just become an inner disciple? How can he be so strong? I can't see through his strength. Did he have some fortuitous encounter outside? Being able to become a disciple of the law enforcement hall and a squad leader, Wang Chang's mind was deep. His own strength was only at the late mystic adept realm, and his 4 disciples were sent flying. Naturally, he wouldn't go up and look for trouble. If he didn't bring them back today, he would lose face. How would the people in the law enforcement hall look at him? How would the disciples of the divine martial sect look at the law enforcement hall disciples? What should I do? What should I do? Wang Chang was at a loss. Suddenly, Wang Chang frowned with a hint of joy in his eyes. Chapter 307. It was a hot potato. Wang Chang, a disciple of the enforcement hall, finally understood what it meant to be a hot potato. If a disciple of the enforcement hall couldn't suppress a newly promoted inner disciple, he would be a laughingstock. In fact, he really couldn't suppress Chi. Just as he was worrying about what to do, Eternal Wind's appearance resolved his embarrassment. At least he had a reason to step down. Qi Zhen is Eternal Wind's man. It's good that he's here. If Eternal Wind can suppress Lin Fei, then everything will be fine. If Eternal Wind can't suppress Lin Fei with his strength of a mystic adept, then I can only ask the elders to take action. Wang Chang had become a disciple of the enforcement hall and a captain, so he was naturally scheming. He planned to observe for a while before making a decision. Senior Eternal Wind is here. A sword light flew over from the horizon, and a person could be vaguely seen standing on it. As the sword light flew over, many streaks of light appeared in the surroundings, all of which were inner disciples. News of what happened in the arena spread quickly. Coupled with the fact that Eternal Wind was very famous among the inner disciples, it naturally attracted the attention of the inner disciples. Moreover, it was very rare for a newly promoted inner court disciple to dare criticize a veteran inner court disciple. Lin Fei, we've caused a lot of inner disciples to be unhappy, Li Wudi said in a low voice. Even though Li Wudi was famous among the outer disciples, he was only slightly famous among the inner disciples. So it was only natural for him to be nervous when he saw so many famous inner disciples. Did they teach you a lesson? Lin Fei was very direct. Li Wudi laughed dryly. This is already the inner sect's rule. Newly promoted inner disciples are always challenged by others. Just take it as a lesson to prevent new disciples from challenging veteran disciples in the future. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. I was just wondering why so many inner court disciples showed up. It turns out I'm the one who broke the rules of this trade. Li Wudi smiled bitterly. That's why we're in big trouble. It's said that among the inner disciples, there are very few geniuses who haven't been taught a lesson. You're an exception. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had only made a move to teach someone a lesson, but he had unknowingly broken the unspoken rules of the inner court and actually incurred the displeasure of the inner court disciples. However, this is also good. Uncle Zhang recommended me to participate in the dynasty war. I am a newly promoted disciple and have no reputation among the inner disciples. Everyone will not agree to it, and the elders will not agree to it either. Today, I can use them to intimidate them and save myself some trouble later. Lin Fei thought about it and clicked the pass button. Whoosh, 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 silhouettes flickered and landed around the ring. Voila! His gaze instantly landed on Lin Fei, curiously sizing up this inner sect disciple, arrogantly and despotically destroying Xianxia's Dantian. This method was really cruel. He is Lin Fei. It's just ordinary. I really don't know what gave him the courage to offend senior brother Eternal Wind and teach a law enforcement hall's disciple a lesson. Could this Lin Fei be cultivating some kind of special cultivation technique? Why can't I see his strength? The inner sect disciples gathered in twos and threes, quietly discussing. Then they found Lin Fei was different. They couldn't see through his strength. The cryptic spirit realm? Someone started to guess. Then all the inner sect disciples couldn't help but shake their heads. The cryptic spirit realm was a core disciple in the divine force sect, which was higher than the inner sect disciples. Usually, when they saw him, they had to call him senior brother. It was rare for more than 10 inner sect disciples to appear at the same time. Usually, the inner sect disciples were either cultivating or going out to complete tasks. It was rare for them to be so free. Today was the only exception. You are the Lin Fei who destroyed Xianxia's Dantian? After landing, Eternal Wind in cyan clothes glanced over with his eyes like lightning, and his momentum was oppressive. Don't try to test me. This pressure is useless to me, Lin Fei said indifferently. The pressure in front of him instantly disappeared. Xianxia's Dantian was destroyed by me. If you want to help your people, just do it. As for the law enforcement hall, don't count on them. Eternal Wind was surprised. Seeing Wang Chang's apologetic look, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. You took my benefits and didn't do anything. What a bastard. Originally, Eternal Wind was accompanying his junior sister. When he heard that his nephew's Dantian was destroyed, he asked Xianxia to bring the people over and let his nephew deal with them. In the end, Xianxia's Dantian was destroyed and he became a cripple. Therefore, he asked someone to inform Wang Chang of the law enforcement hall to take the people away, and then he would deal with them. After sending his junior sister away, Eternal Wind came in person. He didn't expect that things would change so much. Seeing Wang Chang's look, Eternal Wind knew that he had to do it himself. If he hadn't tested him with the pressure before, it might have been nothing, but the other party easily broke through his pressure. Eternal Wind had a bad feeling. Moreover, there were other inner sect disciples here. They obviously wanted to see him make a fool of himself. His nephew's Dantian was destroyed. His subordinate's Dantian was destroyed. He had to take revenge. Otherwise, how could he continue to stay in this circle? Junior brother Lin Fei, it's good that you admit it. Chang Feng said, since you dared to lay a heavy hand on an inner court disciple, senior brother will come and experience exactly how strong you are. Whoosh, Eternal Wind's long sword flew in the air, making a loud sound. Sword chi rain. Drip, 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 drip. Rainwater fell from the sky between Lin Fei and Chang Feng, hitting the ground. Everywhere the rainwater passed, the limestone was filled with holes. This was the rainwater sword principle that Eternal Wind cultivated. His swordsmanship had been cultivated to the great success level, as expected of senior brother Eternal Wind. The power of the rainwater sword principle is even stronger than before. With this move alone, I think that Lin Fei won't be able to break it. His defeat is inevitable. Senior brother Eternal Wind's moves are extraordinary, just like before. The sword rain fell from the sky, surrounding Lin Fei. If an ordinary disciple were to face this move, they would definitely be terrified. Its power was too strong. The strength of the divine Martial Gates disciples can't be underestimated. This rainwater sword principle is clearly a Tao that is close to the state. Could it be the rainwater Tao after cultivating it to the great success level? Lin Fei was slightly surprised. If this is senior brother Eternal Wind's strongest move, I'm afraid that senior brother is going to lose. Lin Fei walked forward leisurely, wandering through the rain. All the rain was blown away by the cool breeze. The sharp rain collapsed, not harming Lin Fei in the slightest. Uproar, the inner sect disciples were the most shocked. They had all experienced senior brother Eternal Wind's rainwater sword principle. Once trapped, it would definitely be a difficult thing to deal with and break. But now, Lin Fei was actually unharmed. They almost suspected that they had seen it wrong. If they were not wrong, how could he block the rainwater sword principle? Eternal Wind took a deep cold breath. The rainwater sword principle inherited the rainwater. It was continuous and airtight. After cultivating it to the great success level, its power was boundless, and few could break it. It's just a bluff. Eternal Wind snorted and changed the rainwater sword principle again. Continuous sword rain. First clear after the rain. Violent wind and rainstorm. In an instant, Eternal Wind changed his moves and used his strongest moves. He rarely used them during sparring and treated them as his trump cards. Senior brother Eternal Wind is using his ultimate move. The intersect disciples naturally hoped that Eternal Wind could defeat his opponent and teach Lin Fei a lesson. If Eternal Wind lost, they wouldn't be able to raise their faces. Even the senior intersect disciples couldn't suppress a newly promoted intersect disciple. They would all hold their anger in their hearts. Let's see how you block it this time. Eternal Wind sneered in his heart. At the same time, he secretly used the rainwater sword principle to cripple Lin Fei. Even if the law enforcement hall wanted to punish him, he could say that it was because he didn't fully grasp the moves. His nephew was crippled. This already made Eternal Wind angry. In addition, Qizhan's Dantian was crippled. With all these factors added together, he had to vent his anger. The wind came and the rain dispersed. Eternal Wind only felt a cool breeze blowing over. The sword rain that he executed actually drifted away with the wind and disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Eternal Wind was astonished. This was out of his expectation and imagination. Lin Fei's cold voice sounded in his ears. Originally, I wanted to teach you a lesson and didn't want to make things difficult for you. However, you used a sword move to cripple my Dantian. If it was someone else, they might fall for it. To deal with a narrow-minded person like you, becoming an ordinary person is the most suitable. No, Eternal Wind was terrified. His secret move was discovered by his opponent. His face instantly turned pale, and he let out a scream. Lin Fei casually pointed his finger at Eternal Wind's Dantian. To deal with such a person, Lin Fei wouldn't show any mercy, especially when he was a narrow-minded person. Eternal Wind was sent flying and crashed into the edge of the stage. His powerful aura dissipated along with it. He was on the verge of death, no longer as mighty as before. Senior brother Eternal Wind. Senior brother Eternal Wind. His Dantian has been destroyed. It's over. The spectating inner court disciples didn't expect the situation to take such a drastic turn. Senior brother Eternal Wind, who executed a powerful move, didn't even last for a round before his Dantian was destroyed by Lin Fei. In a single day, the Dantian of 2 inner court disciples was destroyed. Furthermore, the one who did it was a newly promoted inner court disciple. This was no different from a slap to their faces. Lin Fei looked around and said, Senior brother Eternal Wind wanted to cripple my Dantian. This is called the cycle of karma. If there is a senior brother here who is dissatisfied, feel free to spar with me. Otherwise, scram as far as you can. Arrogant. The inner court disciples felt as if they were slapped in the face. Lin Fei, an inner court disciple, said angrily before he was sent flying. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Lin Fei looked at Wang Chong and said, Senior brother Wang, are you going to bring me back? Wang Chong was dumbfounded. When he regained his senses, he smiled and said, Junior brother, you're joking. This is just a spar. The enforcement hall usually doesn't deal with such matters. Chapter 308. Facing the ferocious Lin Fei, Wang Chong, the disciple of the law enforcement hall, had no choice but to lower his head. This was a result he had never imagined. When Chongfeng's Dantian was destroyed and he became a cripple, Wang Chong knew that he had to lower his head. If he didn't lower his head, what if he became ferocious and crippled himself? Wang Chong didn't want to become a cripple because it wasn't worth it. So what if he lowered his head? Survival was the most important thing. Changfeng's rainwater sword Dao was extraordinary. Even Wang Chang himself couldn't break it, and his chances of winning weren't high either. But it was easily broken by Changfeng. This was called strength. What could he do if he didn't accept it? Changfeng had already become a cripple. He was no different from a dead man and had lost his value. It was like a living person and a dead person. No matter how mighty and domineering one was when he was alive, once he died, he would vanish into thin air. On the Xintian continent, strength was everything. If you lost strength, you would lose the right to speak. Thus, Wang Chang smiled apologetically and left with a disciple of the law enforcement hall. As the disciple of the law enforcement hall left, the scene was silent. Then the inner sect disciples also left, or rather, they left with grievances. The inner sect disciples were swatted away like flies. Lin Fei's strength had already made them feel fear. How could they dare to stay? This Lin Fei was too ferocious, terrifyingly ferocious. He would never reach the king realm in his life. Right now, the only thing they wanted to do was to bring the news back. As for the inner sect disciple who was swatted away, he had already left. He didn't have the face to stay. Whether he wanted to find help or something else, no one knew. At least, he was bitterly disappointed. Finally, it's quiet. Lin Fei didn't take the previous incident to heart. He wasn't afraid of the elder coming to find him. 5 years ago, he was in a sorry state. So what if he was high profile now? He turned around and found that Li Wudi and Gao Chong were looking at him as if he was a monster. What? Is there something on my face? Li Wudi and Gao Chong were both in shock. Chang Feng and the disciple of the law enforcement hall had admitted defeat just like that. It was like a dream. No. The two shook their heads. Lin Fei suddenly understood what was going on. No matter how much my strength increases, the two of you are still my friends. It won't change because of the difference in strength. In the past 5 years, the Divine Force sect didn't leave many memories for Lin Fei, and he didn't have many friends. Li Wudi sighed. I thought I'd be able to catch up to him in half a year, but I didn't expect the gap to be so wide. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up to him for the rest of my life. Senior brother Everwind is done for. Gao Chong did not have much admiration for the inner sect disciples. I realized that I can finally show off for a bit. Everyone has to be polite to me. Lin Fei and Li Wudi laughed. I'm happy today. Let's go drink. In the Divine Force Gate, there were many mountains. At this moment, on a mountain peak, an inner disciple landed on the peak of the mountain and immediately ran toward a residence. Junior brother Zhang Xing, is someone trying to kill you? In the courtyard, there were 2 people playing chess. One of them put down a chess piece and joked. Senior brother Li, you guessed it right. If it wasn't for my good luck, I might have been crippled. Zhang Xing sighed. You guys don't know, but something big happened today. Then, Zhang Xing told him what had happened earlier. The two of them unknowingly stopped playing chess. You're saying that Everwind's rainwater sword Dao was easily broken by that person? Can't you tell what move he used? Asked the person called Senior Brother Li in surprise. Zhang Xing nodded. It was a very strange attack. I only felt like a wind blew by, and then Everwind's attack was broken. He broke Everwind's Dantian with one move. It was unbelievably fast. Looks like something big happened, Senior Brotherly said in a deep voice. There's an amazing person in our Divine Force sect. Maybe he has already reached the cryptic spirit realm and can become a core disciple. The other person said with a grave expression. Zhang Xing was shocked. Is that possible? Nothing is impossible. To be able to break the rainwater sword Dao so easily, he must be at the cryptic spirit realm. I'm afraid those core disciples will have a headache. This Lin Fei is really amazing. Interesting. I thought there were only a few people competing among the core disciples, but now there's this Lin Fei. He seems to be quite strong. He'll be a good opponent. Lei Meng stood up, his body making cracking sounds. Lei Meng was one of the core disciples. His position was a level higher than the inner disciples, and he was at the cryptic spirit realm. In such a large divine force sect, they would be the first to know if anything happened. Senior brother Lei, should we go and rope him in? An inner disciple asked. Lei Meng shook his head. There's no need to rope him in for now because he doesn't have the qualifications to do so. He crippled 2 inner disciples in a row. Wait until he has to deal with the law enforcement hall and the elders' questions, then he will have the qualifications. Right now, the one with a headache is the blood shadow behind Changfeng. Changfeng was his right-hand man. Now that he's dead, it's the same as losing an expert. Let's see how his strength has improved. Don't look at how peaceful the inner sect disciples were. What they didn't know was that there were many factions within. Core disciples recruited inner sect disciples, and inner sect disciples recruited outer sect disciples. They formed many circles, and the struggles were complicated. The divine martial gates, upper echelons, turn a blind eye to this, allowing the inner sect disciples to compete more easily. On the Blood Shadow Mountain Peak, in the Divine Four sect, anyone who became a core disciple would have a mountain peak, and they could choose a name for it. The Blood Shadow Mountain Peak was Blood Shadow's residence. Senior brother Blood Shadow, you have to help me vent my anger. Junior brother is finished. Changfeng, whose face was pale, was carried to the Blood Shadow Mountain Peak. He knelt on the ground and wailed. After his dantian was broken, he became very weak, and he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Opposite Changfeng was Blood Shadow in a red robe. He was a core disciple of the Divine Force sect, and it was said that he had the chance to become a King Realm expert. Many inner disciples came to join him. Blood Shadow looked at his trusted man. After Changfeng broke through to the cryptic spirit realm, he became his right-hand man. He didn't expect that he would be crippled just like that. It was inevitable that he would be angry. If a core disciple wanted to have the right to speak in the Divine Force sect, he had to have many experts around him. Only then would he be able to call for help. Now that one of his right-hand men had been crippled, Blood Shadow felt pain and endless anger. There were very few things that could make a core disciple angry. Even the elders would give them face. Among the core disciples, Shui Ying was one of the stronger ones. Everyone gave him some face. Don't hit people in the face. This was a jargon. Now, not only did Lin Fei defeat Changfeng, but he also slapped Blood Shadow in the face. This was obviously not giving him face, and he didn't take him, a core disciple, seriously. Ever since Blood Shadow became a core disciple, he rarely got angry. Changfeng, you're one of my people. I will definitely avenge you. Blood Shadow said. Everyone knew that Changfeng was one of his people. He had to avenge him. Otherwise, it would be bad for the people below him. How do you want to deal with him? Tell me. Thank you, Senior Blood Shadow, for avenging me. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to cripple Lin Fei. Changfeng's eyes were filled with hatred. This was the only thing he could ask for. Okay, even if you don't say it, I will do it myself and cripple that person. Blood Shadow's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Now, tell me in detail how you fought with Lin Fei. Blood Shadow wasn't a reckless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a core disciple. What happened in the arena spread like wildfire in less than half a day. Lin Fei's name shocked everyone once again. Half a year ago, he became a dark horse and made all the disciples remember this name. Half a year later, Lin Fei disappeared for half a year as usual. Everyone thought that he would be unknown. Who would have thought that he would soar to the sky again? First, he defeated Qi Zhen and a few other inner court disciples. Then he threatened the law enforcement hall disciples and crippled senior brother Changfeng. No matter which one it was unimaginable. Lin Fei, the inner court disciple, did all of them. In the Divine Martial Gate, Lin Fei became famous. His fame was not small. He was already catching up to those core disciples. His cruel methods were also left in their hearts. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. As for the disciples who had offended him in the past, they were all uneasy. They were afraid that Lin Fei would hold a grudge against them. Inner court disciples could be crippled just like that, let alone them. Martial artists weren't afraid of fighting and killing. The only thing they were afraid of was having their dantian crippled. No matter how strong you were, after losing your dantian, you would become an ordinary person, just a little stronger than an ordinary person. That night, in Lin Fei's courtyard, many inner court disciples came in person. Other than the polite words, there were more polite words. Other than the familiar face, they didn't want to offend this inner court disciple. There were even rumors that Lin Fei's strength was already qualified to become a core disciple. As such, it would be strange if the inner sect disciples didn't rush over. Inside the Divine Force sect, the inner sect disciples without any organization were like floating duckweed, without any foundation. It wasn't easy for them to mingle in the Divine Force sect, and their status was obviously one level lower than the others. If Lin Fei could become a core disciple, they could also straighten their chests and wouldn't have to lower their heads to others. Lin Fei thanked them one by one. He didn't reject them. Awesome. By the time he finished sending off the inner disciples, it was already close to midnight. Chapter 309. P.S. Home renovation. No electricity for half the afternoon. Update late. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip and update tickets. Thanks to Dragon and Chu Tian and Fiery Flood for their comments. Thank you for your support. In the early morning of the Divine Force sect, the breeze was gentle, quiet, and peaceful. As the sun rose, the Divine Martial sect, which was a huge sect, was like a machine that had been fitted with gears. It slowly started to operate again, welcoming a brand new day. Drinking without using true yuan, I will have a headache the next day. Lin Fei lazily opened the window and took a deep breath. The faint headache was a real feeling. Since coming to the Xintian continent, Lin Fei rarely went to drink. Yesterday was an exception. He was too happy, too excited, and he didn't even know how much he had drunk, and he didn't even know when it was over. The true yuan in his body operated, and the faint headache disappeared. He let out a long breath, feeling refreshed and comfortable. First, he went to the yard and practiced a set of fist techniques until he was sweating profusely. If only Blue Luan was here. Picking up the towel, Lin Fei thought of Blue Luan. He wondered how Blue Luan was now. Subconsciously, Lin Fei clenched his fists, hating the person who took Blue Luan. Soon I will find you. After taking a shower, Lin Fei changed his clothes. There was a special canteen for the inner disciples. After coming out, all the inner disciples on the way came up to talk to him or nodded with a smile. After hearing about yesterday's shocking action, which inner disciple didn't show off, it was necessary to be familiar. After going out for more than half a year, Lin Fei finally had time to sit down and enjoy breakfast. He didn't have to be in a hurry, as if he was fighting a war. Lin Fei ate while paying attention to the surroundings. He found that the surrounding inner disciples all sat far away. Lin Fei was amused by this. After breakfast, Lin Fei walked out of the canteen. Walking out of the cafeteria, Lin Fei frowned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Is it finally here? Ever since he crippled Chang Feng, an inner disciple, yesterday, Lin Fei knew that such a day would come. The only thing he didn't expect was that they couldn't sit still. That's fine too. Core disciples? This was even more of a deterrent. It's more satisfying to fight. Lin Fei thought. After teaching a lesson to a core disciple, I don't think anyone will come looking for trouble, right? Walala, walala, the road to the cafeteria was suddenly filled with tension. Senior Brother Blood Shadow is here. This is going to be a good show. I wonder how it will turn out. Senior Brother Blood Shadow. It is said that our Divine Martial Sect's core disciple has the potential to become a king-class expert. Lin Fei was just lucky. Now that he met Senior Brother Blood Shadow, how could he just obediently admit defeat and kowtow to admit his mistake? That's not necessarily true. Maybe Senior Brother Lin Fei will amaze the world again. Among the inner disciples, there were people who supported Senior Brother Blood Shadow. Of course, there were also people who thought highly of Senior Brother Lin Fei. Senior Brother Blood Shadow had a large group of inner disciples under him. It might not be beneficial for them to flatter him. However, if they were to flatter Senior Brother Lin Fei, if they really succeeded, the benefits would be unimaginable. Junior Brother Lin Fei? Blood Shadow was wearing a red robe. His eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. From yesterday's news, Blood Shadow had already recognized Lin Fei with a single glance. Senior Brother Blood Shadow. From the two's words, everyone could hear the killing intent in them. This made everyone sigh. This Lin Fei was really bold. He dared to be so arrogant in front of Senior Brother Blood Shadow, a core disciple. Blood Shadow was not surprised by Lin Fei's performance at all. This was why he was worthy of his attention. Otherwise, it would not be worth it for him to personally make a move, because the other party must be qualified. Junior brother Lin Fei, you are qualified for me to personally make a move, Blood Shadow said coldly. 3 days later, you and I will fight on the arena. No one would have thought that senior brother Blood Shadow would personally issue a challenge. This was different from a private duel. The influence was different. In a duel on the arena, no matter which side lost, it would definitely have a great impact. Especially for someone like senior brother Blood Shadow. Once he lost, it would affect his position among the core disciples. Everyone was guessing whether Lin Fei dared to accept the challenge or not. Senior brother Blood Shadow, aren't you just helping senior brother Changfeng to vent his anger? Why do you have to issue a challenge? It just so happens that there is no one here. Let's settle it to our heart's content. Junior brother still has things to do. Crash. Even though there were not many people eating in the canteen, there were still many people gathered outside. When they suddenly heard this, everyone was shocked. From his tone, could it be that senior brother Lin Fei wanted to settle it quickly? He didn't give any face at all. Indeed, Lin Fei did not give him any face. Core disciples had a high status in the divine martial sect. Even the elders had to be polite to them, not to mention those elders who did not have any power. In the divine martial sect, it was rare for a core disciple to reject a challenge, because the other party was a core disciple. Every word and action of a core disciple represented meaning. Now, an inner sect disciple rejected the challenge and chose to settle it on the spot. If they did not hear it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that these words came from Lin Fei's mouth. It was a naked slap in the face. Lin Fei, do you know who you were talking to? The inner sect disciple beside Blood Shadow said angrily. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. With strength, without any movement, that inner sect disciple was slapped in the face and flew out. He fell and rolled 365 degrees, causing his face to be bruised. Hiss, arrogant. Too arrogant. Lin Fei looked at Blood Shadow. I like to do whatever I want. If senior brother Blood Shadow doesn't like it, feel free to reject it. Blood Shadow said in a deep voice, so junior brother Lin Fei is not giving me face? This meant that Blood Shadow was furious. A dignified core disciple was arrogant in the divine martial sect. When he personally asked, he was rejected. This had never happened before. The other core disciples did not dare to reject like this. Now someone did it. This person was an inner sect disciple. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and said sternly, Face? Senior brother Blood Shadow is such an old man. Do you still care about face? Nephew Changfeng wanted to deal with my friend in a duel. He only has himself to blame for having his Dantian destroyed. As for your Changfeng, he is just using his name to cause trouble. In my opinion, you don't need to care about senior brother's face at all. Everyone's heart was beating nonstop. Crazy, crazy. He didn't even dare to say such arrogant words. This was really a slap to senior brother Blood Shadow's face, and it was a slap to his face. The applause was resounding. If it was before, Blood Shadow would be polite before using force. However, after hearing this, he was filled with anger. Not only did he not give him face, he even dared to disregard him in public and even hit the people around him. Arrogant. He was indeed too arrogant. Could it be that he didn't know that the consequences of being too arrogant would be tragic? Junior brother Lin Fei, you're good. Blood Shadow said angrily. You're the first to speak to me like this. No wonder you were so cruel. Today, I will seek justice for Changfeng. Boundless blood sea. Boom! Behind Blood Shadow, a sea of blood appeared. In the sea of blood, there were figures moving. They were all shadows, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. A chilling aura swept across. This was the blood sea scripture that Blood Shadow cultivated, an upper yellow class martial art. If one's mind was not firm, their face would turn pale. It was terrifying. The sea of blood was like a vast ocean. It left a red trail of light as it charged toward Lin Fei's location. Within the sea of blood, an illusory figure with a blurry appearance slowly stood up. Then it raised its hand and smashed down with a palm strike. Scarlet light filled the sky. When the inner disciples saw Senior Brother Blood Shadow's attack, they immediately knew how big the gap between them was. With just one move, the inner disciples looked at each other. The strength of a core disciple was indeed not something they could compare with. Senior Brother Blood Shadow is really strong. Lin Fei was indeed strong yesterday. I don't think he's a match for Senior Brother Blood Shadow today. Indeed, based on Lin Fei's strength yesterday, everyone had a guess. Would it be a one-sided fight against Senior Brother Blood Shadow today? Most people thought it was the latter. Scram. Following Lin Fei's roar, a dense quintessence surged out and turned into an azure beam. It was like a rainbow as it smashed into Shui Ying's palm. Shui Ying's palm shattered and turned into nothingness. Then, as if it was piercing through space, it lashed at Shui Ying's body again. It was so fast that no one could sense it. The only thing that shocked everyone was that thick and dense True Yuan. Walala Blood Shadow was sent flying by the whip. Or rather, he was sent flying by quintessence. There was no way he could withstand a whip of quintessence. Senior Brother Blood Shadow was sent flying. How is this possible? Is Senior Brother Lin Fei even stronger than Senior Brother Blood Shadow? Seeing Blood Shadow being sent flying, the inner disciples felt as if they were dreaming. If yesterday they thought that Lin Fei had gotten lucky, then today they were completely convinced. Using pure quintessence and an ordinary strike, Lin Fan sent Senior Brother Blood Shadow flying. This was true strength, leaving everyone speechless. Blood Shadow's upper body was bare, and there were wounds all over his body. I actually lost. How can he be so strong? Even my boundless blood, was destroyed. Blood Shadow had found out yesterday that Lin Fei's advantage was speed. Blood Shadow had thought of a foolproof plan to make Lin Fei suffer a crushing defeat. In the end, he was utterly defeated. Senior Brother Blood Shadow, if you're not convinced, feel free to look for me. Lin Fei walked up, but there might not be such a good opportunity next time. Crimson Shadow was shocked, and the anger that he had gathered dissipated in an instant. Killing intent. True killing intent. That sentence just now made Blood Shadow's Dantian cold, and he immediately panicked. Lin Fei wants to destroy my Dantian. This was a blatant warning, a blatant threat. Blood Shadow's body shook slightly, and he squeezed out an ugly smile. I'm convinced. We admit defeat. Hiss, Senior Brother Blood Shadow admitted defeat. The result was unexpected. This was the result. They suspected that they had heard wrongly. Inner Sanctum Disciple Lin Fei, please come with us. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shadows moved, and a group of men in black appeared on the road again. Chapter 3:10. Senior Brother Blood Shadow actually lost. Senior Brother Lin Fei is so powerful. I really want to be his cultivation partner. He's so manly. Senior Brother Lin Fei is so mighty. Our Divine Force Gate will soon have another core disciple. While it's still early, let's go and curry favor with him. If he values us, we'll have a good life in the future. Senior Brother Blood Shadow took the initiative to admit defeat. This already left everyone shocked. It was no different from the sun rising from the west, completely destroying their understanding of the world. The ordinary and mediocre Senior Brother Lin Fei's status suddenly became noble, magnified endlessly, and they had to look up to him. Core disciple. Senior Brother Lin Fei definitely had the strength to stabilize the strength of a core disciple. Everyone was enlightened by their previous conjecture. It turned out that Senior Brother Lin Fei himself had the strength of the cryptic spirit realm, which was why he dared to ignore Senior Brother Blood Shadow. It had only been half a year. How did Lin Fei cultivate? Then, this question appeared in their minds. Even geniuses might not have this ability, right? Monstrous, simply too monstrous. He had used his quintessence to send Blood Shadow Senior Brother flying. Just this point alone was enough to shock everyone. Just when they couldn't digest this news, the law enforcement hall disciples came again, dazzling everyone. Lin Fei looked over indifferently and found that it was his old acquaintance, Wang Chong. With just one glance, Wang Chong immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that even Senior Brother Blood Shadow was defeated, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he had been lucky yesterday. If he had fought yesterday, he would also have been in such a difficult situation. Wang Chong thought to himself. His mind shook, and he made up his mind that Lin Fei must not be offended in the future, even if he was his friend. If he could curry favor with him and flatter him, that would be great. Bastard, how can you say that? You're not polite at all. Wang Chong turned around and glared at them, then immediately scolded. Didn't I ask you to invite Senior Brother Lin Fei back? What are you talking about? Senior Brother Lin Fei is not a criminal. You're a bunch of brainless things. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were all dumbfounded. They were all confused. Didn't you tell us to say that? Moreover, why should we, the disciples of the law enforcement hall, be afraid of an inner court disciple? Who knows how many inner court disciples have been captured and come out with an unbelievably honest attitude? It was obvious that the disciples of the disciplinary hall were used to their current positions and had no idea what Captain Wang Chong was worried about. Inner disciples were like dogs in front of them, and they were already used to it. They hadn't expected that Wang Chong would scold them because of a disciple. After scolding him, Wang Chong strode forward and smiled apologetically. Senior Brother Lin Fei, please be magnanimous and don't bother with them. These guys don't know how to talk. At this moment, Wang Chong was indeed worried that Lin Fei would bear a grudge against him. After seeing Senior Brother Blood Shadow's miserable appearance, Wang Chong couldn't be arrogant anymore. He was just a small captain of the law enforcement hall. His identity could scare ordinary people, but how could he scare a genius like Lin Fei? Do you really think you've lived too long? How dare you go against a genius? You're definitely looking for trouble for yourself. Wang Chong, the small captain of the law enforcement hall, had a good reputation among the inner court disciples. It should be said that he had a bad reputation. When they saw such a scene, the inner court disciples couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out that the usually majestic law enforcement hall wasn't always strong, and there would be a day when they bullied the weak and feared the strong. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Elder invited me? What elder? Wang Chong looked around and asked in a pleading tone, law enforcement elder, the details. How about we talk about it on the way? Lin Fei knew that he had to go to the law enforcement hall, otherwise it would be endless trouble and a headache. He might as well solve it all at once. Then let's talk on the way. Lin Fei turned his head and said to Shuang, Senior Brother Shuang, help me tell those core disciples that whoever wants to spar with me should first consider their own strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for embarrassing myself. Senior Brother Blood Shadow nodded like a chick pecking rice. He didn't have the previous arrogance and carefully said, I will tell them. Seeing that Lin Fei and the law enforcement hall left, Blood Shadow let out a sigh of relief. Only then did Blood Shadow let out a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but he felt an immense pressure when facing Lin Fei. He even regretted helping Eternal Wind and ended up failing miserably. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Blood Shadow roared, scaring away a group of people. The law enforcement elder is looking for me just to punish me? Lin Fei looked at Wang Chong indifferently. Wang Chang's heart skipped a beat, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. After a day's experience, Lin Fei was like a demon in his heart. Wang Chong knew how powerful Senior Brother Blood Shadow was, especially the Blood Sea Scripture, which was a high-grade yellow-class martial art that could confuse the mind. Since his debut, he had killed many experts and gained some fame in the Bufalling dynasty. In the end, he still lost to Lin Fei and had to admit defeat. Not many core disciples could think of such a situation, and among the core disciples, how many could do it so easily? At least, Wang Chong couldn't think of anyone who could do it. We have a total of 10 law enforcement elders, and they're all old fogies. They usually like to maintain the prestige of the law enforcement hall. Yesterday's matter, I don't know how, but it fell into their ears, so Wang Chong trembled, peeking at Yi Shiwen's expression from time to time. So, they want to punish me? Wang Chong hurriedly nodded. I also think that it's wrong to do so. It's normal to make mistakes in a fight, but the law enforcement elder thinks that Senior Brother, say no more. Lin Fei interrupted Wang Chong. a group of stubborn old fogies. Wang Chong didn't dare to make a sound. Stubborn old fogies. Only senior brother dares to say that. If it were any other disciple, they would have been suppressed, Wang Chong thought. How do those old fogies plan to punish me? Lin Fei asked casually. Wang Chong swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, "They said that they want senior brother to face the wall for 10 years as a warning to others." Lin Fei's eyes narrowed with anger. A group of old fogies, they want to use me as a warning to others. This also depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Using me as a warning to others? Bah! Hearing this punishment, Lin Fei was very angry. Facing the wall for 10 years for no reason, Lin Fei didn't want to face the wall. In this way, another fight was inevitable. At this time, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. The law enforcement hall disciples behind Wang Chong looked at each other, wondering if they had heard wrong. This is too arrogant. They were all law enforcement elders, although they had not reached the profound king realm. They were all at the profound spirit late stage and profound spirit great circle, which was also a first-class strength in the divine martial sect. Now, there was someone who was not convinced. It seemed like a fight was going to happen. The law enforcement hall was located in the belly of a gloomy mountain. The gloomy atmosphere became the biggest feature of the location of the law enforcement hall. The natural terrain, coupled with the law enforcement hall's reputation for not provoking. Over time, this place became a forbidden area, and few people were willing to appear in this place, because they hated the atmosphere of the law enforcement hall. "This is the law enforcement hall?" Wang Chong nodded. "Through the passage is the main hall of the law enforcement hall." Lin Fei muttered in his heart, "This law enforcement hall is a prison. No wonder they are all afraid of the law enforcement hall. They have been here once. I'm afraid they won't dare to come a second time." Looking at the plaque hanging high, the black words Law Enforcement Hall, a smile hung on the corner of his mouth, and he strode in. As Lin Fei was taken away by the law enforcement hall, the news of senior brother Blood Shadow's defeat spread immediately. The inner sect disciples were shocked. This news was too great a shock to them. Among the inner sect disciples, of course, there were some powerful inner sect disciples who were eager to fight with Lin Fei in order to raise their reputation. After hearing this news, the inner sect disciples opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Senior brother Blood Shadow was a core disciple, and his strength was many times stronger than the inner sect disciples. Even if a group of them went up, it would be useless. The tyrannical senior brother Blood Shadow personally went up to Lin Fei, and he was utterly defeated. How would they dare to go up? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Then, the words that Lin Fei conveyed were undoubtedly like a stone thrown into a turbulent lake, breaking the original peace. For a moment, a storm arose in the Divine Force sect. Even Blood Shadow was defeated. This Lin Fei is really surprising. Hearing this news, Raymond couldn't help but applaud. Lin Fei is a friend worth befriending. Blood Sea wanted to use the challenge ring to defeat Lin Fei, but I didn't expect Lin Fei to not give him face and humiliated him in front of everyone. Good fight. Old Lei like this kind of person. Hearing this news, Raymond was the most excited. But when he heard that Blood Shadow was taken away by the law enforcement hall, he couldn't help but frown. That brat Lin Fei didn't give Blood Shadow any face. I hope he won't cause any big trouble again. Those old antiques aren't that easy to provoke. But I'm really looking forward to it. Some people were happy, and some were angry. A mere Lin Fei only defeated Blood Shadow, and Blood Shadow's strength is only in the middle stage of Cryptic Spirit, and he dares to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, he was taken away by the law enforcement hall. If he comes out, I'll definitely have a big fight with him, and let him understand the rules. On a mountain peak, two core disciples had furious expressions on their faces. He is indeed arrogant. There aren't many people in our Divine Force sect who are so arrogant. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants after defeating Blood Shadow? Seems like he thinks too highly of himself. We, the core disciples, haven't said anything yet. The white-haired young man said indifferently. Although his tone was indifferent, it carried a hint of disdain. It's really a pity that this brat was taken away by the law enforcement hall. I heard that those old antiques are quite angry. Maybe he'll be facing the wall for a few decades. A few decades? That's not a small punishment. His whole life is over. In the gloomy main hall of the law enforcement hall, when Lin Fei walked in, there were two law enforcement hall disciples standing on both sides, all of them expressionless. Chapter 311. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for the update votes, Little Zia for the monthly votes, and Novel Addict for the comment votes. Thank you for your support. A show of strength? Hearing this, Lin Fei was enraged. I came to the law enforcement hall, and you want to teach me a lesson without saying a word. Are you looking for trouble? Are you really going to show me a show of strength? If it was a good thing, Lin Fei would not be angry. However, the other party did not take him seriously at all. Anyone would be angry if they wanted to teach him a lesson. They had just arrived, and they immediately wanted to show him a show of strength. This matter was completely targeted at him. On the way, Wang Chang had briefly introduced the punishment whip. It was a special method of the law enforcement hall. First, true essence would be suppressed, and then the punishment whip would be used. 100 whips should not be underestimated. Those who did not know would think that even if a martial artist could not use true essence, a martial artist's defense would not be affected by a mere whip. In fact, the punishment whip was not an ordinary whip, but a special kind of whip. It was specially used to break a martial artist's body. This kind of whip was useless against true essence martial artists, but for a martial artist with a pure body, it was a hellish pain that would be unforgettable. Some people would say that even if a martial artist did not have true essence, with a strong body and a martial artist's willpower, what could a mere whip do? If you thought so, you would be completely wrong. This was because the whip was not only made of special materials, but also soaked in a special potion. Every lash was unbearable. Even if one had a strong willpower, they would not be able to withstand 100 lashes. No matter how hard one's bones were, they would have to beg for mercy under this whip. If Lin Fei had not heard the situation from Wang Chang, he might not have understood the origin of this whip. It could be said that the whip of the law enforcement hall was equivalent to a killing stick in the yamen. No matter how strong one was, after their true essence was suppressed, their body could not withstand it. It was conceivable that when the disciples of the divine martial sect came here, they would turn pale at the mention of the law enforcement hall. Who could bear this kind of pain? Therefore, Lin Fei was angry. An ordinary disciple would not be able to withstand 100 lashes. Wang Chang had once mentioned that an ordinary disciple would only be able to withstand 20 lashes. 100 lashes was rarely seen. Whoosh, 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 for law enforcement hall disciples rushed out from both sides. Their black chains were like venomous snakes, wrapping around Lin Fei's limbs. Once he was bound, his Zhen Yuan would be suppressed, and only his physical body would be left. Lin Fei, do things in an open and above-board manner. I didn't expect the law enforcement hall to attack this disciple without any reason. Then, don't blame this disciple for being unreasonable. Lin Fei snorted coldly. His figure flashed as he punched at the 4 law enforcement hall disciples. Bang, bang, bang. When Lin Fei landed on the ground once again, the 4 disciples of the disciplinary hall were sent flying. Each of them had received a punch to their chests, causing them to vomit blood. Wang Chang, who was standing next to him, quietly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Senior brother Lin Fei's temperament is truly ferocious. This is the disciplinary hall, but he still dares to make a move. Truly ferocious. As such, Wang Chang moved cautiously to the side. If he was hit by Lin Fei, wouldn't that be courting death? He wouldn't go up even if he was beaten to death. Rebellious, rebellious. At the end of the hall, an elder was enraged. This elder was the 10th elder of the law enforcement hall, Xianxia. He had always been in charge of the law enforcement hall. Apart from cultivating, he rarely came out of seclusion. He would only make a move in person if he encountered a disciple that he could not suppress. Throughout the godly prowess sect, there were very few disciples who dared to hurt someone in the disciplinary hall. This Xianxia was infuriated. The old antique was completely enraged. He believed that it was necessary to punish this disciple. Take him down quickly. How dare he rebel against the law enforcement hall? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The disciples of the law enforcement hall on both sides immediately made their moves. Previously, when the disciples of the law enforcement hall were defeated, they felt that their honor had been destroyed. They had long wanted to take Lin Fei down. As they made their moves, the black chains turned into a giant black net. If Lin Fei were to be hit by it, he would be in great trouble. He might even be suppressed. Buzz. With a flip of his hand, Lin Fei drew out the killing sword and slashed in the air. A sword ray flashed past. Walala, walala, the iron chains of the inescapable net were all cut by the sword ray. They broke into countless pieces and fell from the air. Lin Fei did not stop there. He made a second move. His murderous aura soared into the sky. The enormous murderous aura enveloped the entire law enforcement hall. It was oppressive and even made people's hearts tremble. Whoosh, the disciples of the law enforcement hall who rushed up were all sent flying in an instant. There was a wound on their chests. Blood flowed out, and the smell of blood permeated the air. They were defeated. They were all defeated. The power of one sword. All the enemies were destroyed. In the law enforcement hall, the disciples of the law enforcement hall fell to the ground in disorder. Their faces were full of horror. Some of them were even pale and had a weak mind. They were completely frightened. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. To become a disciple of the law enforcement hall, in addition to strength, one must also have a strong mind. However, the situation in front of them looked like a group of frightened children. It was very miserable. Lin Fei stood upright with his sword in hand. Elder, you will know whether it's right or wrong. As for venting your anger on the disciples, it's completely unnecessary. Lin Fei said indifferently, if Elder is not satisfied, feel free to do it yourself. The law enforcement elder? Lin Fei did not take it to heart. A group of stubborn old things. Teaching them a lesson was fine. Fear? There was no such word in Lin Fei's dictionary. The 10th elder, Blood 13, slammed his hand on the table. Whoosh! A huge amount of true origin rushed out and tore the table, turning it into a pile of sawdust. A superior grade, spiritual treasure. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Blood 13 had a good eye. Of course, I will do it myself. I want to see what a disciple like you has to be proud of. Blood Shadow, Saber Technique. The 10th elder shouted angrily. He used his palm as a saber and struck out a blood-red saber ray. It was actually 100 feet long. He took the lead and slashed down from the sky. Blood Shadow, Saber Technique. Blood Sea Scripture? Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Could it be that this elder is Senior Brother Blood Shadow's master? Old thing, if that's all you've got, just stand aside. Facing the saber ray that was 100 feet long, Lin Fei snorted coldly. The killing sword slashed in the air again. The saber ray that was 100 feet long split into 3, then a few hundred, then 1,000, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Elder, take my sword. The killing sword in Lin Fei's hand stabbed out, and a green sword slashed down. A black saber appeared in Blood 13's hand. His face darkened, and the saber ray slashed out again. Boom! The green wind blade was fierce, but it blocked the green wind blade for a moment before it was directly shattered. The air seemed to be split in half, and it crashed into the 10th elder's chest. Even though the 10th elder used all his energy, he was still blasted away and crashed into the hall. Rumble. The entire hall was filled with a loud noise that echoed continuously. Defeated. Even a law enforcement elder was defeated. The law enforcement hall was dead silent. The disciples of the law enforcement hall knew how powerful the law enforcement elder was. There had been disciples who resisted, but they were all suppressed. They had never seen such an outrageous scene. The 10th elder struggled to stand up. His clothes were torn, and there were sword marks left on his body. It was horrifying. It's no wonder you have such capabilities. Mystic Spirit, Great Circle Cultivation. Blood 13 uttered these words with great difficulty. In fact, the 10th elder had been heavily shocked. The other party was not even 20 years old, but already had the strength of the profound spirit realm. He had cultivated for 100 years, but only had the strength of the profound spirit realm late stage. His strength had been wasted. want to say that this scene was really a blow. The words cryptic Great Circle had shocked everyone present. He had the strength of the profound spirit realm at such a young age. There had never been such a genius in the Divine Force sect. A genius, a real genius. Elder, you flatter me. Blood 13 seemed to have aged a dozen years overnight. Let's go. I believe in your words since the Divine Force sect has a genius like you. Lin Fei thought he would have to fight a few more rounds. He didn't expect it to be settled so easily. This was really unexpected. Since the law enforcement elder had said so, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't say anything more. He turned around and left the law enforcement hall. Lin Fei knew that the matter had been settled. Perhaps today's matter would soon be spread to the upper echelons. Lin Fei didn't want to pay attention to this. That was something they should worry about. Puff! After Lin Fei left the hall, the 10th elder, Blood 13, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. I'm old. I'm really old. Blood 13 was indeed Blood Shadow's master. When he heard that his disciple was defeated, he couldn't help but feel angry. That was why he wanted to show off his strength in the hall. In the end, he didn't show off his strength and got himself into trouble. I'm afraid that this Lin Fei will be able to enter the top 10 among the core disciples. The 10th elder thought, this matter needs to be reported. The Divine Force sect has one more disciple in the profound spirit realm. The Divine Force sect has a chance to get one more place in the dynasty selection. Lin Fei walked out of the law enforcement hall. The warm sunlight outside fell on him, and he felt very comfortable. He stretched his waist and flew out. After leaving the law enforcement hall's mountain range, Lin Fei could not help but frown slightly. He thought to himself, I didn't expect there to be so many people outside. They must all be secretly paying attention to me. Looks like I've become famous. Senior brother Lin Fei, are you all right? Li Wudi came over with Gao Chong. Lin Fei smiled. Look at me. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Li Wudi was shocked. There's a rumor outside that you were taken away by the law enforcement hall. It said that the law enforcement elder is angry and is going to punish you. Lin Fei shook his head. You believe the rumors outside. That's not true. The law enforcement elder was just looking for me to understand the situation. Something bad happened, so he came out. Chapter 3:12. Damn, why did Lin Fei come out? Along with an exclamation, the crowd saw Lin Fei coming out and flying towards a certain direction. This scene was out of their expectations. Originally, some were rejoicing in Lin Fei's misfortune while some were prepared to watch a good show. But when they saw this scene, all of them shut their mouths and looked at the scene in disbelief, suspecting that they had seen wrongly. We didn't see wrongly, right? That person is Lin Fei, right? A disciple rubbed his eyes. I don't think so. How could it be like this? Didn't the law enforcement elder know that Lin Fei made a mistake and is preparing to punish Lin Fei? This news came from the law enforcement hall. It shouldn't be fake. Did something happen? Unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Fei really has a powerful backer? Impossible. Lin Fei is a newly promoted intersect disciple. His master hasn't assigned him yet. How could he have a powerful backer? Without a backer, how could he walk out of the law enforcement hall unscathed? Everyone can't have seen wrongly, right? They had to admit that when Lin Fei walked out of the law enforcement hall, apart from shock, they were also shocked. So shocked that their glasses fell to the ground. They had been looking forward to it for a long time, but this was the result. What a scam! Lin Fei was suddenly shrouded in a layer of mystery. The intersect disciples completely lost their confidence. Lin Fei was no longer someone they could fight, but someone they could only look up to. Even those core disciples who were prepared to watch a good show sighed when they heard the news and chose to observe for the time being. Even the law enforcement hall was helpless against Lin Fei. They didn't dare to do anything for the time being. As long as one was a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect, they would have an impression of the terror of the law enforcement hall. Even the elders had to give face to the core disciples. If they made a big mistake, the law enforcement hall would still come looking for them. In the past, there was a core disciple who committed crimes and was eventually suppressed by the law enforcement hall. In the Divine Martial Sect, be it the outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, or core disciples, they all had a feeling of resistance when facing the law enforcement hall. Now, Lin Fei stepped into the law enforcement hall and came out right after. It indeed gave them a lot of feelings, and at the same time, it gave them an infinite sense of mystery. An outer sect disciple from half a year ago. Half a year later, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. This kind of subversive contrast was no less than the sun rising from the west. They couldn't imagine what had happened in between. It seemed like even a monster didn't have this ability, right? Lin Fei was a complete mystery. Divine Martial Gate, Divine Martial Hall. Blood 13 hurried into the room. Senior Brother Sect Leader. In the main hall of the Divine Martial Gate, a middle-aged man wearing a crown slowly opened his eyes. He smiled like a cool breeze. Junior Brother Blood 13, aren't you supposed to be cultivating in seclusion in the law enforcement hall? How come you have the time to come here? This middle-aged man was the current leader of the Divine Force Sect. His Taoist title was Divine Force Sect Leader. This had always been the rule of the Divine Force Sect. Anyone who became a sect leader would have this Taoist title, which was passed down from generation to generation. Later on, everyone was used to calling him Divine Force Sect Leader, and no one knew his real name. Blood 13 cupped his hands and said, "Sect Leader, something big happened today. I think it's necessary for me to come here." The Divine Force Sect Leader smiled. "Junior Brother, the sun rose from the west today. It's the first time you've said something like this." Then he looked confused. "What's wrong? Are you injured?" "Senior Brother, you have sharp eyes. I can't hide this from you. I'm indeed injured." Blood 13 brought out a white crystal from his pocket. It was a rare memory crystal. Only big sects like the Divine Force Sect had it, and it could record what had happened. The Divine Force Sect Leader took the memory crystal and activated his true essence. A white light screen appeared in front of him, and then the scene in the law enforcement hall was played like a movie. "Senior Brother, do you understand now?" Blood 13 smiled bitterly. "We have a genius in the Divine Force Sect." The Divine Force Sect Leader smiled, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. "No wonder you were injured. It turns out that you were injured by him. But why is this disciple so unfamiliar? His strength is obviously at the peak of cryptic spirit. With an ultra-grade spirit treasure, he is invincible below the king realm." "Ah, isn't that a superior grade spirit treasure? How can it be an ultra-grade spirit treasure?" Blood 13 was shocked. The spirit treasure he had was only a mid-grade spirit treasure, but a disciple had an ultra-grade spirit treasure. It was too shocking. In the Divine Force Sect, disciples who had low-grade spirit treasures could be counted on one hand, not to mention mid-grade and superior-grade spirit treasures. Perhaps only the sect leader's brother had an ultra-grade spirit treasure. The Divine Force Sect Leader shook his head. "Junior Brother, you're wrong. That long sword is indeed an ultra-grade spirit treasure. Moreover, this person's true essence is extremely dense, and his combat power is powerful. It's not a shame that you lost him." Blood 13 frowned and said worriedly, "I've sent someone to investigate this disciple's information. Half a year ago, he was just an outer disciple. In just half a year, he has reached the peak of cryptic spirit and has an ultra-grade spirit treasure. Senior Brother, do you think there's something wrong with this disciple? Should we investigate him? We don't want a spy to sneak in and harm our Divine Force Sect." "What's this disciple's name?" the Divine Force Sect Leader suddenly asked. "Lin Fei." The Divine Force Sect Leader frowned and then smiled. "So it's him. No wonder Junior Brother Zhang once said that our Divine Force Sect has a genius disciple. If I'm not wrong, it should be this Lin Fei." "Ah, Junior Brother Zhang also knows this Lin Fei." Blood 13 was indeed surprised. It should be said that Junior Brother Zhang is the first to know. The Divine Force Sect Leader said, "This disciple's performance is so outstanding. It's indeed our Divine Force Sect's fortune. Moreover, our Divine Force Sect can't cultivate such a genius. Do you think that other sects would let go of such a genius disciple and instead send him to our Divine Force Sect?" Blood 13 seemed to understand. "Senior Brother, what do you mean?" "This disciple comes from the Divine Force Sect, so he has fate with the Divine Force Sect. I'm sure he will amaze everyone in this dynasty selection. It's also a good opportunity for our Divine Force sect. If we can be accepted as disciples by a big sect, our Divine Force sect will definitely become the overlord of an unfalling dynasty. Blood 13's eyes lit up. Senior brother, you're amazing. I almost ruined your plan. As for Lin Fei, there's no need to pay attention to him. The dynasty selection is about to begin. I believe that junior brother Zhang has seen through it and will definitely tell everything to Lin Fei. The Divine Force sect leader said lightly. In Martial Uncle Zhang's residence. It was Lin Fei's first time here. Ever since he returned to the Divine Force sect, trouble kept coming. If it weren't for the trouble, Lin Fei would have taken the initiative to visit and thank Martial Uncle Zhang for teaching him the Wind Sword. Martial Uncle Zhang's words meant that he was Lin Fei's teacher. Especially with regards to Lin Fei's grasp of the Wind Dao, it could be said to be a great help. Lin Fei had to personally come. The dynasty selection was about to begin, and Lin Fei was destined to not stay in the Divine Force sect for a long time. This was equivalent to a transition period in the Divine Force sect. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. If he was alone, there was nothing to worry about. He still had friends, and he hoped that Martial Uncle Zhang would take care of him. The word take care carried a lot of meaning. Zhang's residence was very quiet. It was a pleasant environment with green mountains and clear waters. Martial Uncle Zhang is indifferent, and his residence is different from others. Li Wudi explained. It seems that Brother Wudi has been here a few times? Lin Fei asked casually. Gao Chong said, don't you know? Senior Brother Wudi is now Martial Uncle Zhang's disciple. Ah, congratulations. Lin Fei was very surprised. Li Wudi said gratefully, it's all thanks to Lin Fei's help in Mountain River City. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to become Master's disciple. It's all thanks to Senior Brother's guidance. After crossing a stone bridge, there was a wooden house by the stream. It gave off a peaceful atmosphere. Lin Fei, you're here. Before Lin Fei arrived, Zhang Wen's voice could be heard. When they arrived, Li Wudi stopped. Senior brother, you go ahead. Lin Fei nodded and walked to the stream. Zhang Wen looked the same as before. He didn't have any imposing aura, and he sat by the stream with a fishing rod in his hand. He looked very relaxed. It was hard to imagine that he was a profound spirit expert. Martial Uncle, you're in a good mood. Lin Fei sat down beside him. As for fishing, Lin Fei also liked it. Since I have nothing to do, I'll go fishing. It's a good balance between work and rest, Zhang Wen said, looking at the water. You've been in the limelight recently. All the disciples of the Divine Force sect know your name, and even us elders have heard of it. Lin Fei nodded. I had no choice. Martial Uncle, do you think that someone like me is born to cause trouble? Since they came looking for me, I have to teach them a lesson no matter what, right? Otherwise, wouldn't I be bullied by them? Zhang Wen smiled in surprise. You're still the same as before. That's good too. The disciples of the Divine Force sect are a little arrogant. Someone should teach them a lesson. You've done well. Lin Fei could already understand Martial Uncle Zhang's words. Martial Uncle, I'm here to seek your protection today, Lin Fei joked. I'm afraid that the elders will hate me to death. Zhang Wen laughed. You also know that you'll offend people by doing this. Your reputation in the Divine Force sect is that you're a monstrous genius. Then he sighed. As your Martial Uncle, I didn't know that your cultivation would be so fast. It seems that you were right to suggest going out to cultivate. Otherwise, you wouldn't be where you are today. Lin Fei didn't speak. He knew that Martial Uncle Zhang had more to say. The Empire selection is about to begin. I have already prepared a position for you. You can go ahead and do whatever you want. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about it. Just quietly enjoy this period of time. Perhaps you won't have such a time in the next few months. Chapter 3:13. P.S.